the wave that we broke upon and pulled you back into the sea, all the way down. Why'd it take all our life to explain that it's more beautiful when you're here? I remember the light when it turned around and revealed all the truth, no escape, point blank. Say it like it is this time for me to hear. Suddenly you felt all alone again, even in crowded rooms with all your friends. Where goes the time? All in front of you. Where goes the time? Still in front of you. Say it like it is this time for me to hear. Suddenly you felt all alone again, even in crowded rooms all around friends. Say it, it's unbreakable through it all and more. Don't fret now, I'm not leaving you alone. Won't leave you now or through later days.
I hear you talking at work to the boys in the gym, talking at the bar till I walk in. Baby, why won't you talk to me? Can't get your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Say what you will at the hardware store. Don't get you started talking about sports, baby. Why won't you talk to me? Can't get your your tongue when we're talking about what I need. Think you're the silent type. That ain't what I like. I need a man who knows how to speak. Oh, you think you're the silent type, but that ain't what I like. I want a man to keep me company and talk to me. Baby, won't you talk to me?
All this time, I've been holding on so tight, 'cause all that I do was easy to use. So call my time, but you weren't really mine, just something to do. Thought I never knew. No surprise, but nevertheless, I'm still stuck in self-defense. No surprise, but nevertheless, I get lost when I look in your eyes. I just want to be next to your I get lost when I look in your eyes. Do you even do you even leave now, make your escape. You know the fortune favors the brave. So close, just get away. No surprise, but nevertheless, I'm still stuck in self-defense. No surprise, but nevertheless, I get lost when I look in your eyes. I just want to be next to your I get lost when I look in your eyes. Do you even do you even I get lost when I look in your eyes. I just want to be next to your I get lost when I look in your eyes. Do you even do you even
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you and
ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are back once again. It is something really hype as we got ourselves the semi-finals kicking off at the Masters. And I am so glad to be here with none other than Waxon, as I think we've talked a little bit about Mouse and their drafting, but I think this patch kind of has the issue where everything is really well understood. The meta has kind of stayed same-ish for a very long time. And I think a lot of these these avant-garde drafting styles don't work anymore because the enemy will immediately realize what you're doing. So what do you make of these openers, but especially of these very meta bans so far?
I expected to see the Keeper of the Light. I think in most of the games I've covered the last couple of weeks, he has been banned in the first phase, so not surprised to see Level Up snatching it right away. A bit confused about the Lina ban. I know some teams really prioritize and open with Lina, but maybe not as impactful as the Caudal. Another hero that I am very much a hater of because it has a 100% win rate in the game I cast is the Centaur. So I'm surprised neither of the teams going for the Centaur early. The Tech is a very strong support, but I don't know if it's actually, I would value it that high to open with it for Rune Eaters.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I do like about the Techies Keeper of the Light matchup, I do think, because you mentioned Keeper of the Light being more powerful than Lina, and I agree, I completely agree, but also he kind of falls off earlier, right?
Of course.
So Techies, at least it's a way of making space, of slowing down the game. But I do think you're pretty on point with your analysis. But I personally love the Centaur because I'm that carry player, right? That at like 8 minutes, oh no, the entire enemy team is on my lane. Thanks for the ultimate Centaur. I'm just going to go back to base and then farm jungle. So I think the save is huge. But what do you make of this Wind Ranger? Because I don't think with the Centaur is that great.
I think it's most likely probably something to counter the Pangolier. I suppose I've seen some teams try to run it as a core and then you just focus fire the Pangolier in the role. It's all right. I think I was a big fan of Wind Ranger at the beginning of the patch. In the last couple of weeks, teams have kind of figured out how to deal with the Wind Ranger, so I think the hero has had less and less impact. Some teams have actually swapped from the core to the support position, so it could be a support Wind Ranger, and I have to agree. Wind Ranger Centaur, not a great 4-3 combination, but again, the Centaur doesn't really care because he just survives in lane. And we've seen this Kez, I've seen this Kez multiple times over the last couple of days as a counter to the Centaur, because historically has been a counter in lane, but the Centaur just gets the Helm of the Iron Will and doesn't die. So we shall see if Level Up is more successful in their attempt.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that assessment. Though I also think Centaur with a 1 Wind Ranger still doesn't look that good, because, you know, Wind Ranger's already really good at getting away with the Wind Run and really weak to getting caught by this Lich, by this Rolling Thunder as well. So I feel like the Centaur ultimates are kind of gonna fall flat, whether you make the Wind Ranger a 1 position or a 4 position. And as for the Kess, I don't know. Yeah, he was a Centaur counter, but I also feel like every Centaur has realized just by like an extra plate mail or an extra splint mail. Because I've tried playing Kess as a 1 position, and it has gotten so much harder ever since, you know, people literally just realized buy armor against Centaur, buy armor against Kess on Centaur, buy armor against Drow on Centaur, and kind of salvaging these bad lanes instead of trying to pick him into good lanes only.
Yeah, this Centaur has been the bane of my existence. Again, it's been winning every single game I've seen. Even with when going for the secondary build instead of Helm of the Dominator Tarrasque, which I think is the S tier build, I've seen some Blink Lotuses into Heart, and he still doesn't lose. So Level Up are going to be more than happy with this start. Interestingly enough, Rune Eaters yesterday in their game 3, I believe, of the round of 16, they completely ignored the Centaur. So they themselves maybe do not value the hero as highly as Level Up does. And now this Void Spirit, okay, this is a hero that I've seen people try, and I kind of hate the Void Spirit. It just does less than all of his other counterparts. It does less than the Ember, less than the Storm, and way less than the Earth Spirit. And it's not even like the 4th best option. Yes, there's a lot of mid laners banned, like the Puck and Invoker and the Lina, arguably. But I still think it just doesn't bring enough to the table for me. I think they're trying to use it as a more of a stop to the Pangolier or jumping the backline for the Caudal. But as of right now, this Caudal could be flexed to support and the Pangolier could be sent to the offlane. We don't know what the matchup will be.
I think that would be good, though. I think that's literally what they're trying to force here, because you can see the last 2 bans both being Spirit heroes. And the Ember Spirit, which is Level Up's go-to, that has been respect banned, right? Like they
Yeah.
literally take that out saying, oh no, we have seen level up play, we've watched some replays, we're immediately going to ban out that Ember. So this is kind of level up retorting, saying, okay, if that's how you want to be, like, we get a spirit hero and you don't deal with it. And they're probably going to have to last pick a mid laner now for Rune Eaters, or put the Cass mid. That would also be an option, because Cass absolutely stomps on the White Spirit in lane.
Wow, I didn't think of that one. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. I mean, I don't think I've seen too many Kez mids, but yeah, of course, Void Spirit would definitely struggle in that situation. Now they're taking their time. They're banning offlaners, so they're kind of banking on Pango mid with Kez safe lane as the Beastmaster gets taken out. Level up. Do you think they're looking for a carry or a support here, Joe?
Carry. I hope it's a carry. I mean, it depends on Rune Eaters' last pick, but again, Rune Eaters have all the possibilities, because I agree, Cass mid isn't that great. It's kind of slow, kind of greedy to get to that stage where you gank compared to Storm Spirit or Void Spirit or any other more common mid laner. The other way around, however, that lane is just way too free against the Void Spirit, because every time that he puts on that shard, you Echo Slash, and he's gonna take more damage than he mitigated. I play both of those heroes, and I know exactly what a pain in the ass that matchup is for the Void Spirit. You do get level 6 and stabilize, but the only thing Cass needs to do to win the matchup is make sure that Cass kind of ganks before Void Spirit does.
What do you think of Bloodseeker? Never mind, it just got. I was about to say Bloodseeker for level up, and now they just banned it. I'm trying to figure out what other carry they could go for here. We've seen some Terrorblades played in the last couple of days. We've seen a couple of Svens, mostly from Yellow Submarine. I don't think they're either great here. The Clinks is still in the pool, I suppose.
Not an everyday hero. I mean, Lifestealer also a bit iffy. I don't know. You need like a really big physical damage agility carry, I feel like. But Phantom Lancer won't work because Cass got AoE. PA isn't really a thing, and Drow is too risky to run. Because the PA would have been perfect if only she was a little bit better as a hero in general. Because ever since they changed the blink, PA has been struggling so much with coming online that nobody ever plays her anymore.
And not that much reserve time for level up. They need to make up their minds rather quickly. Of course, they could go back for the... Okay, there we go. They stick to the Luna. Okay, there's an Agi carry.
Definitely better than the Wind Ranger one, so it's a very classic, very well-rounded draft. I think the entire idea is make sure Void Spirit at least wins his lane hard enough to make Luna some space and use that like level 6 burst damage to try and enable this carry. Because Luna, she needs to snowball. We both know that she needs to snowball really fast. And if this cast is indeed going to be a 1, then it's just going to be 2 snowball carries racing each other here.
I think Rune Eaters could probably go back here for an Underlord. I'm a big fan of the Underlord in this patch with the Axe build. You kind of catch a little bit of the elusive targets with the root that's coming from Global. You've got a lot more control in the team fights to double up with the Pangolier, a setup for the Illuminate, and, you know, for the Chain Frost of the Lich. Lich just pulls it back into the root. So I think the Underlord would be quite cool if they are looking at an offlaner. If they want to mid here, they could... I mean, we've seen a bit of this. They could go for a Slark to counter... No, it's the Underlord, okay.
I love the Slark. And I think like the Cass mid is just too iffy. Even if you hard counter Darknia on the Void Spirit, it stops being fun the moment that you start getting ganked by these supports. Like, picking Cass mid right now is pretty much just saying, okay, I'm certain our draft can make sure that I don't get ganked until I'm the one that goes ganking. And this draft isn't that. Lich is not good at coming over to the mid lane and helping. Keeper of the Light is, but in a vacuum, you can't leave your offlaner or your safe laner alone either. So I kind of think both teams have to do a little bit less than what they want to, with the both Luna last pick and the Underlord last pick, and both teams are forced to respond more rather than play their own game.
It's interesting to see this Keeper of the Light as a support. There are some teams and some players that still prefer it, but I think the teams that value the Coddle the most do like to run it as a mid. Of course, it was quite evident Copy will be the Pango because he is a Pangolier specialist. Rainsick also a very, very good Kez. But we are still hoping for some changes over there, right? Overall, I think these drafts are both not ideal. Do I want to go? I think if it wasn't for the Centaur, I would say I prefer the Rune Eaters draft. But the Centaur, again, every time I cast it, this guy just wins games. So I'm going to be struggling to choose my prediction.
No, I'm gonna go with like level up as well. Not because I don't love Rune Eaters' draft, and Rune Eaters, they have like the really fun, really good team fight draft. That's gonna be so
Yeah.
hype if they actually find those team fights. But the ease of execution is not there, because again, Centaur ultimate is perfect if the enemy wants to 5-man all the time. So until Malik has that Aghanim Scepter and can catch people with the pit, which is why I kind of think the last pick is good, but also not great if you know what I mean. They're just kind of gonna be slowed down, and they really have one crucial timing to 5-man play around. Whereas for level up, it's the opposite. They have one hero that they need to play around, and as long as Luna has a game, everything else will fall into place.
Yeah, I think the ease of execute is a great point for a level up, right? This has been kind of what worked better for most teams in the tournament. Who has the easier draft to play around to win this long, or to disengage rather from this potentially long, dangerous team fights, and the Centaur provides plenty of that. And have to remind ourselves and all the viewers at home, the winner of this series will be moving on to the grand final. So there's a lot at stake to play here for right now. These two teams in the top three, Joe, but even a victory here will more or less guarantee a doubling of the prize pool.
Yep, they are paid for $50,000 right now, but more importantly still is that between these two teams, the winner is gonna have to move on to the finals, just kind of keeping themselves there, kind of making sure that you can play this series out, untilt yourself, get some rest in within an hour or less. Because I'm 100% certain that even this very final is currently being watched by NAVI, who are kind of, making sure that whoever wins, they're ready for them, they know what they're going to be playing. Like that Ember Respect ban. If you remember Ember Respect ban against level up, that's already going to make the game a lot easier on you.
Smoke up already in the triangle. Could they catch someone? They spot Malik. Malik breaks Hatred Smoke.
It's fine. BB3PX is not there, don't worry, the tree has always been suspiciously Centaur shaped. Because I don't think either of, as long as they position themselves like that, right, with the right hero walking in front, I don't think either of these teams has a lot of first blood potential. Because Rinzi Q as well, he's holding a skill point, so guaranteed, no matter what they're gonna throw at him, he can make an escape.
Picked up the bounties. I think it's going to be it's a 2 for 2, so everybody will be happy. No first bloods just yet. And I'm going to keep my eye out for this, for these safe lanes, both of them, right? Because the Underlord versus the Luna could have a good start, and let's see if the Kez can somehow shut down the Centaur.
Yeah, BB3PX, he does immediately get one ring of protection and then queues up the Helm of the Iron Will first item, so he's definitely already very well aware of what he's in for.
Wind Ranger lining up, laning with him. Well, they have some kill potential. You have to keep that in mind. You get level 3 on the BB3PX. A hoof stomp double edge into a power shot could always be very dangerous. At the same time, the only kill I think you can dream about getting bottom is onto the Wind Ranger, because the Centaur we mentioned is going to be very tough to kill.
Kaz as well, at least with 2 heroes there, because level 2, level 3, Kaz is basically the most powerful in terms of laning, because he gets the most movement out of any hero at level 3, and then after level 3 he falls off really hard in terms of getaway ability. So the best time to gank the Kaz is right before the level 5, right before the level 6. Whereas this Luna, it's kind of the opposite. Whoa, he is actually getting really strong by those later levels, and the first few levels he's already getting bullied so hard by the Keeper of the Light that farming is just very, very difficult here.
It made a classic matchup that we've seen a lot over the years. Maybe not the last couple of months or so, but for about a year and a half, 2 years, we would often get Void Spirit versus Pango. So Copy and Dark should have plenty of experience to deal with each other. Although Copy has 4 denies to the 0 of Dark already.
I mean, that's kind of how it's supposed to go, but the out-denying is really starting to add up already. So I wonder if it's not going to be Darknia who's going to be like, hey, we're going to need some reinforcements here on the mid lane with the Techies jump or such. But speaking of Techies, I think... Ooh, Fairy Fire's safe.
WOE already kind of struggling to find some of these last hits under the tower. Luna level 2, not the best, not the highest damage to get these kills.
I'm kind of having a feeling that at this rate it's going to be one of those games where everybody is going to be broke. Darknia manages to get his hands on the rune, so he's going to be fine here. Still took a lot of harass from Copy. And these are just what the early levels for Void Spirit are like, so... every bit of XP is more recovery. But I don't even think that Level Up have the better late game. They just need to find all of their mid-game timings right now, and Dark almost gets punished for trying to do so.
Still no first blood. As I'm really gonna be looking at minute 4 rotations for the water runes. We got a lot of, oh my god, Copy slicing and dicing. You said we were expecting a slight lead for Copy, but maybe not at this level.
Yeah, no, this is the point where the game is gonna snowball out of control and gonna go from good to bad quite quickly. But on top lane, the slaughtering may continue. Hater taking a lot of damage, but Aki is gonna be fine thanks to his bodyguards doing his best. Oh, Luna wants to dive, but nah, Fairy 5 for the win. Close engagements over on top though.
Well, it only puts the Underlord at the advantage, right? Where you are the offlaner, you're not meant to get much from your lane, but look at it. His creeps are dying, the other creep wave is pushing into him. Malik is gonna be more than happy with the outcome of that HP exchange.
I mean, the nuke damage, I know that's not going to result in a kill on Queasy right now, but just the damage that Lich can do with one spell is making Cass some much needed breathing room. Because in terms of last hits, I think everything is going exactly as RE expected. Void Spirit is not as bad of a deal, but Luna also not already farming well. It kind of has me worried here.
Yeah, the Luna needed a little bit of a better start, but this is one of the strengths of this Caudal Underlord lane. They just push your wave continuously with the Illuminate, with the Firestorm, and the techies can't do that much. Yes, he can keep you alive with the reactive taser, but look at him, oh my god, just ate that Illuminate. At least they're gonna get to deny some of the creeps.
Ooh, another thing that's really good actually is Underlord loves his lane being over pushed, right? Like, there's no such thing as over pushing the wave if you're on lane with an Underlord, so Keeper of the Light is actually really glad to just be able to spam the Illuminate every single time. He's never gonna waste mana by trying to not ruin his offlaner's farm or whatever. Because his offlaner, he's gonna get the farm regardless, and if Keeper of the Light steals 1 or 2, then so be it. Because Underlord, he's gonna, you know, have the ability to farm up with the Firestorm so easily in 5 minutes from now anyways.
31 last hits, about 6 ahead of everybody else on the Dire side, and Rune Eaters, one of the invited teams, by the way. I have to bring that. 2 of the 3 teams remaining in tournaments have been invited to the playoffs. Rune Eaters and Navi, those ones. Level Up, the one team that made it all the way from play-in.
And now they're waiting in the finals for whoever is gonna pull ahead throughout the series. Though, I do think this Pangolier has already proven himself, because he's basically uncontestable, but guess who is very contestable? BB3PX. That is not enough armor, they say. Getting him down. Rinzy Q perfectly times the grappling hook, trying to get Queasy, and I think Queasy, okay, is gonna live thanks to tower armor.
He had healing loaders, he had a fairy fire, he had a stick, he was fine. He was just trying to bait Rinzy Q bait a little bit too deeper. But Rinzy Q is not going to fall for it. He's going to pick up the healing lotus as well. Dark has level 6 and does manage to disengage from Copy. And now they're going to pressure the tower mid. The Illuminate already hit. Copy has the region rune, wants to cut the wave. And they're going to deal a lot of damage to tier 1. But no, Eki leaves and Dark will come in to pick it up. We saw drawings on the map. Copy wants to go and steal the Shrine of Wisdom, and with BB dying earlier, this is not going to be an easy fight for Level Up.
Rune Eaters, they get the perfect angle to try and catch Queasy. Queasy slowed up, bursted up, getting executed by Copy, easy as day. BB3PX manages to get himself to safety at least, rather support than him. But if they get the wisdom out of this, it's still such a good rotation for Rune Eaters, because I don't think the top wisdom on the Radiant side is gonna get stolen for them.
It's not contested, no. It's a huge loss for Level Up. Yes, you kept your Centaur alive, but you sacrificed your support, you sacrificed the support's lane with the Shrine of Wisdom. Malik picks up his shrine as well. If we can take a quick look at the XP differentials, this Techies and Windranger will be suffering for at least another 5 to 6 minutes when it comes to XP.
Yep. I think now, like, because I've talked about Rune Eaters having the scary mid-game timing, And that mid-game timing is now going to be there, whereas WOE is going to need a lot more space. And I genuinely think the best thing to do right here, if you got to deal with Rune Eaters already having this much of a lead, is just make sure you kind of don't take fights. Like, go smoke, right? Go for pickoffs, and keep your Luna really, really safe, because Luna is going to get ganked on the moment that they do smoke and go for a pickoff.
Go, we're ready, level up. They don't even accept that they're ready, because so far the way they've been playing, they haven't been really ready about this for this game. You have to say that.
And by the way, it stands for go when ready.
Oh, close enough, guys. Close enough.
I mean, that's why they're still paused, right? Like, that's why they need a moment more. Trying to figure out, hey guys, what is the timing we're playing for here, and what is the approach right now? Because
There they are. Back into the action we go. The Luna farming the wave. Would love to get a level 6. Caught by the Pit of Malice. Up top. WOE pushed back. Oh, not into the pit, so WOE will survive just slightly. Barely.
Queasy over on bottom lane, though, still being hunted. And this one, Copy will make sure to get 4-0 lead for the side of Rune Eaters already. And White Spirit, him coming online way slower than the Pangolier is kind of to be expected. But right now, I'm kind of wondering, how does this White Spirit come online at all? As Rune Eaters, even in their own jungle, they're gonna realize they're in a lot of danger.
BB. Oh, Dark though does this come to it with the assist. They want to find the Lich, and he will get caught. But now BB, can he escape from Rinsick? Rinsick wants to slice and dice a little bit deeper, and I think he will find a kill. Ash Legion shields. No, Centaur TP's out. Safely survives. Barely, but that's a massive escape for him.
Yeah, those armor numbers are paying off, and level up. They get their very first return kill. But the Centaur is the one person who's probably just gonna have a very good game from here on out, whereas on mid, Copy not going for the Rolling Thunder just yet.
Queasy at least also hit his level 4. He was level 3 earlier when Copy killed him. Continuing to leave some of the XP from Dark and mid smoke though. Copy wants to use level 8 and the Rolling Thunder for some action up top. They're going for this Luna. It's only Hatred they spot though. The techies will die.
At least something.
Or maybe Fairy Fire available. Hatred, it's the Illuminate, has the Fairy Fire still, will die to the shield crash. As that was a hasted Pangolier.
Yep, though
Centaur Stampedes now.
He did get 2 bounties out of them that were almost stolen, but he may pay with his life.
Why the Stamp? I'm so confused. They just used the Stampede. They want to go deep? Oh, they want to chase
Yeah, I was
Rinsick
about to say,
bottom.
they're also chasing on bottom for Rinsick. But Rinsick, you see that high ground jump? He literally pulled the same the moment the Stampede came out. It feels so busted.
He wants to turn around. He might be overstepping. Oh, nice.
No, it's
again. And now the Coddle is here with a Solar Bind. Okay, they cannot kill the Wind Ranger in time, so at least she forces out a rotation. But Rinsick surviving there, showing us his Kez skills.
Yeah, I do really enjoy Cass's doing these like perfect ability combos across the 2 weapons. I think it's a really fun hero now that I'm finally understanding how he's played and what he needs to do. Though, Copy getting gone on mid lane. I'm not sure if this is a good idea from Dark yet. He'll quickly realize so himself. Jump away. Copy just wants Hatred anyways, realizes a bit late that Queasy is there, but Queasy does not quite have the damage just yet. Remnant catches Copy once again. Copy with another shield crash, puts himself behind the tree, but has a swashbuckle. Oof. Still not enough against that amplified damage rune, it would seem. As Ike, the next target, turning around with the ultimate. No way!
Nice. Queasy's gonna survive. Turns around, misses the power shot. Eki wants to get the kill. Can they keep the Leech alive? Yes, they can. The Wind Ranger barely escapes. I have to say, these power shots from Queasy have been horrendous. I don't even know if he's hit more than 1.
I mean, yeah, the other way around, funnily enough, I have seen no bad shackle shot from him, when usually it's the opposite, right? You got a lot of
Yes,
rangers that can hit
yes.
the power shots and then mess up their shackle shots. So I think this man should have genuinely considered maxing the shackle shot, given that he saved 2 cores with it already, when the power shot doesn't really seem to be doing that much damage. As far as the kill differential goes, however, level up, they need that 4-man smoke, maybe even a 5-man smoke into Luna ult, because with these stacks, tempo is only going to get worse.
Let's see. We got almost a diffusal blade here for Copy. He's going to have it in a couple of last hits. It's going to be quite tough for, well, everybody will level up to escape, but they do have the Stampede. If he can catch them when it's on cooldown, it will be quite difficult. Dark is going to have, I believe, does he have the Spirit Vessel on the courier? No, he's still farming for the recipe.
Yeah, Dark, like, his money is okay. Again, he's supposed to be kind of poor, but he is gonna have to play very conservative in terms of what kind of damage you expect to deal, which is why I'm such a fan of going for the pickoff, why I'm such a fan of going for the smoke here. Because if you look at Rune Eaters, it's kind of the opposite. They always kind of want to have these really drawn out, really poke-heavy battles. And what they can't stand is, imagine if the Keeper of the Light or the Lich gets nuked right before the teamfight even starts. That's just gonna take away so much of their toolkit that things would be a lot more doable before Cass completely becomes a raid boss.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, he's going for the Mage Slayer, so none of that Battle Fury that I've seen, actually, I think, from Rinsick himself in the last couple of games he's played, wanting to get active a lot more sooner. Queasy still only level 4, still suffering from losing those shrines. At least Hatred has hit 6, so, you know, level 6 on the Wind Ranger doesn't matter that much, especially as a support. Focus Fire, you're probably not even scaling it until you get multiple points in Wind Run and Shackle Shot.
Speaking of scaling, though, do you think there's anything the Centaur can do right after his Heart of Taras to kind of, you know, help his own scaling, to kind of make up for the tempo that level up is currently missing?
I do think the Heart is the moment when he shines, but, you know, I've seen some Heart of Tarasques come out at minute 15. This is not going to be one of those games, so he might need to postpone the Heart of Tarasque, right? I told you, I've seen yesterday some Centaurs go for the Lotus Blink or Blink Lotus and then Heart of Tarasque. I think it's going to be BB, well, he has purchased the Ring of Health, of course, so it's going to be very difficult. Level up, do they just want to kite for the next 10 minutes so he finishes his heart and the next item? It's going to be difficult, and I don't know what the correct choice would there be, because you kind of need a Lotus.
I mean, I don't think the gank is bad. I think the inactivity, like you said, that everybody is just trying to kite for the at least next 5 minutes is kind of the issue. Because smoke gank Stampede and keep going for the heart is one option, right? Yeah, it's gonna put that really big ultimate on cooldown. Yeah, it's gonna limit Luna's farming space while the Stampede is on cooldown. But you're playing for Protect 1 draft. Just getting 1 kill to kind of take away Rune Eater's farming space already goes a very long way here. Because I feel like the Heart of Taras Scepter is definitely not going to be on point. The Aghanims build may be a consideration, because it's really good to put Luna in that card. But you can't go for that early either, because, you know, he's not that rich. It's not like he's top of the net worth right now.
Go for the Lich.
Oh, that's just an execution on the Lich. At least he does get the ultimate out.
We get a turnaround kill. The Tekis is getting away. Rolling Thunder catches the Void Spirit, and Dark doesn't have any other jumps. The Astral Step's not going to be there, and ends up being a support for a mid laner. With Rinsick, the carry Kez finding the last hit, so a pretty disadvantageous fight for level up.
Yeah, Rune Eaters, they even make sure the Kez keeps getting involved in these fights. So it's a 2-0-1 Kez against the Luna, who at least hasn't died a single time yet. But WOE, he's not farming as fast as he could be right now, and it looks like we're gonna have ourselves yet another pause here.
There it is. It's Ike saying, guys, you let me die. Disconnect. Goodbye. I'm leaving the team. He's abandoning. He's already got an offer. He's flying to TI. Gonna be on the bench for some team. There it is. Oh, never mind. He's back. God damn it.
Maybe he missed his flight.
Yeah. Too late now.
Well, as for this game. Level Up, they are in this exact scenario that we've seen so many other teams. We've talked about, again, Mouse being in this exact situation, face up against. We have a slightly worse draft, and then 2 mistakes get made, and now you're already in a corner. And I really want that big comeback stampede, but I'm not sure if, and if so, when we're gonna see it. Look at this. Oh no, that damage is disgusting.
The tower is there, but nobody's coming to help. And with a Stampede on cooldown, the Centaur is guaranteed dead.
Who can you bring to help? What can you bring to help? It's not like they have a Ringmaster or a Bane or a Shadow Fiend, because those Shadow Demon, because those are the kind of heroes you need against Cass, not aggressive supports like Taggies and Wind Ranger.
I think, you know, maybe the reactive taser, I don't know. It doesn't matter, he's dead now, and now Dark is trying to cut the wave in mid. Hatred could get caught, planting some proximity mines, and Copy says, you know what, I'm just gonna pick up my Arcane Rune and go back to my ways. But this Pangolier is very farmed. Despite all of that though, he is being surpassed by the Luna.
Oh yeah, Luna is now finally kicking into gear, because I've kind of been complaining about Luna's GPM like 3 or 4 minutes ago. But ever since, she has been given 2 big stacks and way better vision over in the top area. Because, well, one of them just expired, but there was 2 sets of D wards, and there is still this really aggressive ward in the Radiant Triangle, making Luna's life so much easier, which they want to use that to go for a kill on the top lane, it would seem.
Rinsick could get, well, he could get caught if someone else would TP, but BB3 is in the tree lines, not looking too bad. He wants to go to get some of those creeps, but there's supports behind the Kez. Elsewhere on the map, Malik finds Hatred. Stampede, Rinsick. Pit of Malice is coming out. The axe is there, but Luna comes with the Eclipse. Can they find the Kez? No, another Pit of Malice. Chain Frost coming in. Bish, bash, bosh. The offlaner's dead. The Luna trying to find at least an exchange trade. She's going for the support, and she will catch him. Now Dark is coming in, going deeper for Rinsick. Throws the Spirit Vessel. The Kez is speedy, though.
He did switch a little too early. This is the first time I've seen Rinsi make the mistake of preemptively weapon swapping, because that did cost him a little movement there, and if White Spirit kills him, it'll literally be because of that.
Denied.
Okay, I can't complain about that. Maybe that was calculated after all. Because if you keep the Katana equipped for any split second longer than necessary, that is movement speed that you're losing out on. So there, 1 extra right click came out for no reason other than a tiny mistake being made, but on top, they want to force more mistakes from the side of Level Up, as Copy, he's still having a great game. He's gonna bully the Wind Ranger, and Wind Ranger's gonna press the focus fire just to keep him off of her for now.
But Luna coming into that fight and surviving. Her HP was dropping quite rapidly, but being so tanky even without the BKB is a good sign for WOE and his boys. As the Manta Style, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance trio is now complete.
I wonder how long it's gonna take for the Luna to really start joining team fights. Because on the one hand, yeah, I was about to say, if you want to build a BKB, on the other hand, with just BKB, you may not be able to win team fights anymore. But WOE, he really wishes he already had that BKB, because it's gonna be another kill. Once again with Rinsick, you there to kind of help out.
We're gonna find an exchange in mid, but I was just complimenting WOE for surviving the first time around, and then he just fell straight after. Caster cursing him.
Such is part of our job after all.
Yeah, it's come with it comes with the
Hatred,
territory.
Getting a lot of damage on Egg, yet look at that. Every time, these shackle shots are just so perfect from the Wind Ranger.
Very good latching there, and they find another. Overall, it's still 2 supports for a carry, so Rune Eaters are not going to be too disappointed by that one.
Well, the second support still kinda feels bad. Because Keeper of the Light, he's now back to the bottom of the net worth. He's been having that Glimmercade queued up for a hot while now. But, 30 seconds on BB3 PX's Stampede. I'm just waiting for that good Stampede into 5-man smoke, because I know WOE doesn't really want to join teamfights, Luna still wants to farm, but just running at people and ultimate are so powerful as a stat. Oh no.
Copy though turns around. He's like, I'm gonna tank all of this. Yes, I'm below 500 HP, but does it really matter if I get the kill and I survive? Oh, dodges the power shot, gets the illusion rune, hops in. Dark doesn't have the mana to follow up though. Copy does not get shackled, and he's gonna turn around with a rolling thunder. No, just faking it. EV3PX shows his
They played
face
it
and gets back.
perfectly. So the main reason, like what went wrong on the mid lane was Lich. So while Techies was still mid-air, blast offing in, the Lich shield came out. So just in that split second reaction speed from the Lich, he saved like 300, 400 damage from the Techies combo alone. And that led to that really good kind of turnaround situation for the Pangolier, which Copy has just played cherry on top perfectly, I can confidently say here. But level up, maybe. Well, one thing is for sure, whether they win or lose this first game of the series, I got a feeling that Pangolier is gonna get respect back.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's been one of Copy's best heroes, despite suffering some losses here and there. Today he has definitely woken up to play. BB3PX really struggling to farm because that sentry's been blocking his camp for over 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Malik is the most farmed Radiant hero on the map. So just the disparity between the two offlaners. And you know, I highlighted even before the hero got picked in the draft how great I think the Underlord is in the current meta, and Malik puts that on showcase, full display.
Yeah, he's looking for the Shiva's guard, but with this early Aghanims, the main thing he needs is just level 18 from here. Like once he gets level 18, that's gonna be the peak of his power curve, that's gonna be the global menace. And I'm not sure what level up can do against, because they have some percentage-based damage, but they do not have the team fight, and it's not like you can play for pickoffs. You know, the later the game gets, the harder it's gonna be to maneuver around the map and go for pickoffs, force team fights on your terms.
Dire are scanning.
Speaking of,
Smoke.
we finally see a smoke.
Dire's top
Arcane Rune bottled up as well. They see the Pango. Can they kill him? He rolls in.
Not yet. Rolling
Bit of malice.
Thunder, doing a lot
Onto the
of work.
supports. It's just the supports at least.
Yeah, Queasy once again, perfect shackle shot. Techie this time around gets a nice taser off. But that was
Is that a
close.
shard I see on Malik by any chance?
Oh yes, I think it is.
Well, and now they're gonna go for the Roche.
That was such a good spot down the shard actually, but yeah, another free roach is gonna come out from that. And this was level up, trying to find their timing. This was level up saying, okay guys, let's smoke Stampede Luna ultimate. And then they ran straight into, you know, that horrible team fight. Even though they initiated onto a half-health Pangolier in the middle of the Techie's line.
fallen to the Radiant.
Yeah, they're so far behind. A nice boulder toss there from the Golem to interrupt BB3 in his TP. That means it's probably gonna allow level up to find one tower. The tier 1 bottom will most likely fall, but Rinsik catches Queasy again.
Rinsey looking to get himself that Aghanim Scepter up and running. So they are full committing for the tempo, but the BKB being done on both hard carries and Luna not having had a good chance to reveal hers yet. I don't know, it feels like Luna needs to be ahead and more than just the net worth in a game like this.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower is under
you
attack.
did say the Void Spirit does a lot less than the other Spirit heroes. I think that's a huge contributing factor, because I love Void. I do enjoy playing him a lot. But it is the kind of hero where every small mistake is gonna get you punished. And just like Puck, right? If Puck is having a bad game, your main issue isn't gonna be that you can get in or out. Your main issue is gonna be you don't have damage and the enemy just ignores you while killing your team instead.
Yeah. Also, I think you realize you're in a bad position. I think the Centaur is running a greedy enchantment on his Seeds of Serenity. Can we double check that? I think I'm correct. I see minus 30 attack damage, so I think that can only be from the
correct.
greedy.
He is running greedy.
Wow. Wow.
I don't mind it. I mean, most of his damage is retaliate, like as far as farming goes. That one doesn't get reduced by greedy that much, but it is a sign of desperation, even though I do think
Yeah.
it's the right call, because this is a very desperate situation that they're in. Top or bottom, where are they gonna fight first? Looks like top it is. Void Spirit, however, he can kite, whereas on bottom lane, Lich gets caught, will immediately be traded for the tech. He has the massive
They want to
Luna
kill
damage.
Malik.
Oh no, with the meat grinder, I don't think even the aura can keep him safe. Double kill for WOE.
Massive there from the Luna. Yes, the Lich found the trade kill onto the techies, but finding the Underlord is the big victory for Level Up. I actually want to say this might be the first core kill from Level Up in over 10 minutes.
Well, not quite 10 minutes, but like 8, yeah. And I can see why, like, Rune Eaters, they have the Aegis, right? They can slow down the game till it's like 90 seconds left on the Aegis or something like that. But it's not the White Spirit that's having a game right now, it's this Luna. WOE with the double kill, getting his butterfly timing accelerated by a huge amount. While Keeper of the Light.
Otto? Yeah, he's cooked. He was trying to be cheeky, he's trying to cut the wave, he only thought the Wind Ranger was about... of course, you never expect both the Centaur and the Void Spirit to wrap up around you in that position.
Yeah, Darkney has been insanely well positioned for pretty much most of the time. Sure, his lane was hard, he too has a hard time getting as much money as he wants to, but being able to get in and out both at the top lane to enable that, and now at the bottom lane, he is making good use of the Void Step, and it's really a blast to watch.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, Rinsik still about 2,500 gold behind the Luna on the Kez, wants to catch up.
I mean, there's that 90 seconds on the Aegis timing that he was looking for, so Kez is gonna start pushing. Well, Queasy, nice escape from the Rolling Thunder there. But the fight may still get going. Void Spirit jumps, Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light is gonna get obliterated.
Still only a support kill, the least farm hero on the map. Kato has had a very difficult game. I would say most often when you get support Kato, they farm quite nicely themselves. Not this one. He's not managed to find space on the map, and every time he tries to get some last hits, he's getting caught by Level Up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yep,
attack.
Keeper of the Light, he looked so strong in the laning stage, and during the laning stage was like, hey, this isn't a usual combo, but it's still doing really well. Now we're kind of arriving at the part of the game where we feel why this is such an unusual combo. Because if Underlord stands in front of you, sure, it's good for the team fight with the Illuminate combo, but any other situation than that, Keeper of the Light and Underlord don't complement themselves, because Underlord is a low mobility hero, Keeper of the Light is one of the fastest heroes in the game, that usually just wants to gallop out by being faster than the enemy. So it kind of clashes in that regard. The pick-off gameplay from Level Up has been insane though these last few minutes. You can see that they're gonna keep the pressure up, gonna keep some aggressive wards every time they do get space to go into the Radiant half of the map.
Luna is going for the butterfly next. And the Kez, I don't think he has an MKB on his on radar anytime soon.
Not the MKB, but there's something else you can build to catch the Luna off guard, the Bloodthorn. So if you want to meme the Luna, Bloodthorn on Kez is actually really good. But we're gonna see an Underlord ultimate. And a nice connection onto BB3 PX, even with the mines trying to defend them.
Okay, they catch another. This is 2 kills going in the way of Rune Eaters. This is gonna be a nice power spike for them. The problem is they don't have the Aegis now. They had the Aegis and they couldn't find anything. Are they gonna apply some pressure? They seem to be heading towards the tier 2.
They kind of have to, I feel like. Again, Luna is otherwise just gonna be farming right now, and while Luna is never really gonna out-carry in that sense the Cass, you don't want to build an MKB, and if you get a Bloodthorn that's such a glass cannony item, that it still comes at the huge risk of just losing the 1v1 to the Luna during those 7 seconds of BKB. So push the towers, make sure you take tier 2, make sure you take triangle. Otherwise, the Rune Eaters are gonna get comeback pick-offed against them again once more, because
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
WOE I feel like really wants to fight every time he has Eclipse here.
I think he should, yeah, but it's difficult when your teammates get caught off the map, right?
Yeah, it's funny too, because in my mind, it's kind of the opposite, where it's supposed to be Level Up playing the pick-off Dota, and Rune Eaters have been getting some pick-offs.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty of Dota. Rinsik, by the way, is out of his chair. I think he might be getting a delivery or something. Or he's just playing with the window. Is he the one to pause? I'm not sure.
I mean, they probably paused for him. Oh no, it's Rune Eaters who paused, okay.
No, well, Rinsik took a chance to... But no, Rinsik does play for Rune Eaters, yeah. Anyhow,
Yeah, so-
going back into the action.
They may have paused for him, but what Copy really wants is to, you know, pause the enemy's initiation with that Rolling Thunder, as instead Lich walks up the wrong high ground, gets exploded for it, and that's gonna be a dead Wind Ranger. 2 for nothing, making it look free. At least one return kill comes out. But Pangolier still on the chase with the Rolling Thunder. Copy doing so much work, but will not catch up to the Viper just yet. Underlord
Dark.
though.
Has an Astral Step in a second.
Nah.
Goes TP. No, it doesn't happen. He
Ah.
had a moment there when he was away from the pit and he just walked into the pit because there was the blocked pathing in the trees. Very unfortunate there.
Yeah, pathing on the new map still sucks. I feel like everybody notices this a lot every time Dota has a big new map update. Pathing is gonna suck around everything that has significantly changed, such as the road pit. But also, if you have Copy and Rincy going on the same target, they just cannot do anything. There's so much physical damage coming out between these two really kind of greedy, really kind of anti-fun momentum carries.
Okay,
It's-
we got a potential blink surprise from Queasy. I'm not sure if he had a last team fight. He could jump in and line up a couple of nice two-man shackle shots, right?
Yeah, I will say the way that he's been hitting those shackle shots, I'm not sure if he even needs it for that. But
Fair enough.
it can definitely still be a game changer. Because again, we've talked about you gotta kill the Lich first, you gotta kill the Keeper of the Light first, and if you do, you set up so much easier of a team fight. So maybe they can pull that off.
On the bright side, at least the Centaur has not been the most farm hero on the map compared to most games I've seen him in. He could still win and keep his 100% win rate for when I cast him. But they're walking up high ground with the smoke. Underlord does not have enough mana to go for the Fiend's Gate, and Eki is just going to get caught and killed.
Oh no, he had a gem. That's a huge gold swing actually. Let's see if Level Up can't use that gem to commit for, well, Roshan it seems like even.
This is going to be interesting. They seem to not be aware of it happening.
Radiant's middle
The
tower
scans coming in from the Dire side, actually, not from the Radiant.
Ike is
Below half
aware,
HP.
because look, there's always some creeps and stuff walking up this high ground or remnants, but I don't think they can contest when the enemy has this much vision in your triangle.
Second Roshan, Aegis and Banner will go the way of level up. WOE will have 2 lives. They jump in, they catch the Lich. It's going to be on the sideline for 50 seconds. They go for deeper. Copy has to Rolling Thunder away. Is he going to TP or just go? No, he's going to be... Oh, Copy?
Just trying to make a little bit of space, almost get some punished with the cursed terrain, but it's fine. Another thing where the pathing and it being a new map is very noticeable are those Pangolier ultimates. It happens to everybody these days. That Lich ult though, complete whiff because of bad RNG. Because the first bounce needed to bounce back onto the hero, and then it would have been like, you know, a good Lich ultimate, but if the first bounce doesn't bounce back to the hero, and the hero comes out of the slow, it's instantly gotta be a whiff ultimate.
The Stealer Shackle, BKB. Forced out. That's the 9-second BKB used by Rensick to escape. Pretty big victory here from Queasy.
Uh-oh, Aki trying to keep himself alive, dodges the Techie's jump, and that's plenty of time for Malik to come on in with the slow, with the pit, with a massive illuminate. BB3PX, nice force step away from the Luna, but I don't think they're too eager to turn this. Pango
She's got a
already
DD.
threatening.
She wants to use the DD, that's why she's in. But she could get control. She does have the BKB. WOE goes in deeper. They find the Keeper of the Light first. They need to pop the Eclipse now, and they're gonna go for it. Rinsick does not have the BKB. If you remember, he just wasted it. Joe, Rinsick is getting pushed back by the Gale Force, but he's now trying to man up, and WOE will lose the BKB, the Aegis, and the DD.
Yeah, I think it would have been going that way the moment that Cass got that really good jump onto the melee range of both the Luna and the Wind Ranger. That's already terrifying, but also it's kind of the Luna's fault for attacking into a parry. Like, you could have at least gotten away after the Aegis if you had like played a lot more Cass on level upside, because I feel like there's a different way, right? A different way of playing it if you're the Luna. if you know what the Cass is doing. Because Cass always has two options. Are you gonna go with the like sword jump into slow combo, or are you gonna go with the opposite that he did here, where you just parry and hope that with the crit you out damage Luna's life steal from the bouncing glaives. And Luna directly fell for it.
Yeah, it was not a good look there. WOE really thought he was stronger than he actually was, but he put all his eggs in his first life basket, and then he got punished for it because once he came back to life, there was nothing for him to play with.
I mean, it's again, he outskilled himself. Like, you gotta keep track of the Cass parry, and if Cass presses that parry, you cannot attack him. If you can manage that, Luna wins that 1v1 there, because I agree with the assessment of level up. Luna is more fed with the amplified damage.
Here's Shaco!
Oh.
What a clutch!
One,
Incredible
two,
work.
the Rolling Thunder.
But that's
Hats are
only the
being
carry.
taken.
Can they get BB out of there? That's the question. BB is getting controlled. Again, Rolling Thunder will expire. Another Illuminate buyback from the techies. BB 3PX will get caught by the BKB Underlord running at him.
Buyback use from techies. They're gonna have to bring in everyone because Luna and Whitesbird have respawned. But Cass, I think he got cocky there, and that's so punishing.
He still managed to retreat.
Clean disengage is coming in from Rune Aegis, at least not losing anybody else. But you can see how big the difference is. Cass dies. Oops, we have no more damage. Let's get back, guys. See you around.
10k though, they did found the central kill. It's a very back and forth. They opened up the racks, but they did not manage to claim it. And now Luna realizes she needs a Satanic and a buyback, so she's gonna go back to farming. Disassembles the Morbid Mask, well, the Mask of Madness, so she has the Morbid Mask.
10k gold lead. That feels so impossible to go up against. I am a big fan of the Luna Blink Dagger, and I love everything that WOE has queued up, because it is pretty much one of the strongest Luna builds in this patch. But I may be the one to help you break your curse of Centaur winning 100% of the games where you cast them.
Yeah, we're not far from it. It looks like they're on the back foot.
I mean, I honestly thought Level Up would have the better draft here, and they kind of did exactly until Darknia's first death. And from there, Copy just took over the early game. And now Cass is online. Like, this is the entire game plan, just like Rune just had it laid out for them, coming into fruition.
Almost Aghanim Scepter though for Dark, as the BKB cooldowns and durations, well, the BKB durations for Rune Eaters are becoming lower and lower. That Aghanim Scepter silence could become more impactful. The problem is, Level Up haven't really been the initiators, right? They're the ones usually getting jumped on. They have to counter-initiate, and they haven't looked great in doing that. Grinsick picks up the shard as well from the Tormentor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Tormentor's gonna help a lot. Cass, his shard's terrifying. It just gives him a little bit more burst damage against these backlines, against these supports. The supports have already not been having fun on Level Up's side. It's the Luna that kind of needs to be able to man-fight the Cass and has been trying to play around that as best as humanly possible.
Dire's
But
top tower
one more fight in favor of Rune Aegis is probably gonna be GG as Level Up.
Radiant's
I don't know.
bottom tower has
The
fallen.
synergy just really isn't there in terms of their draft when it comes to dealing with the Pangolier, when it comes to dealing with the catch from the Aghanim's Underlord. Because again, before the Aghanim's Underlord, it looked so good for the side of Level Up, I think.
Yeah, that is the item of the patch for me, and I cannot wait to see for TI how much teams are going to prioritize banning the Centaur and picking the Underlord. Oh, Shackle.
Right, into the
Easy.
Pangolier though, yeah. No, that was like so obvious. Copy, he was sitting there, he was literally waiting. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There it is. Blink, Rolling Thunder, immediately. Zero hesitation, zero care if it only kills the support. They are not gonna lose their tempo, they are not gonna play it risky, and it's way better to overkill everything here, I feel like.
Malik has a Bloodstone. My God. I guess that's what you come to expect at this point.
So much for yes, Centaur is not the most farmed hero in the game. Well, Malik may just become it at this rate.
WOE has level 25 at least, about to hit 26.
What do you think of this Aghanims he's got queued up?
Why not? You know what else would we expect from him? A Swift Blink maybe? A Rapier, I guess? No, it's not the worst. It's fine. Yeah. I think if he can keep himself away and, you know, throw the ultimate, deal some more damage, maybe, you know, BB3P finds a stun, unlike this one.
Also, Cass did actually go for the MKB, so they're committed even harder to ending this. Buying the MKB literally just for one hero, that's how much he's got to respect this Luna. But it seems that it's gonna be working out just fine.
Okay. Well,
Dire
they're waiting for Roche. It's gonna spawn in a minute and 20. They see the Lich. Can they kill him? The power shot, the Void Spirit. Yes. Small victory for level up.
Well, RNG on the Roche is actually kind of unfortunate for them, because now level up they're definitely going to be tempted to camp around this Roche pit, knowing full well that a lucky Roche respawn would give them the Aegis. But you and I can see it will not be a lucky Roche respawn for them.
is under attack.
No, they really could have benefited from it. It's not gonna be there in time. Even if they would have forced a buyback, it would have been pretty cool. But not the case there. Caudle, you know how he was the least farm hero on the map for a while? Now he's actually above all the other supports. Hatred gets caught as Malik just pops the Fiend's Gate to come and get him. And yes, tanks some of the proximity mines. Can they get a turnaround kill? Centaur is there for Staff Malik. There's no follow-up. I don't know what BB3P is trying to even do here. Copy is onto the
the
Luna.
wraparound's coming from the other end, but oh, Darknir, he presses the BKB and instantly got bashed. Oh, but Copy, the most cursed of cursed range in the Roche, but keeping him at bay.
Eclipse
So,
damage onto Copy.
Just in the 3 people he's trying to fight. His team now catching up from behind once again, but Copy is taking so much damage.
They're
And
also
with the
killing people in the
Centaur
back
card,
line.
1-for-1. Cass now there, 1 trigger to BB3, beautiful Aghanims have to reveal from the center, but still not gonna be enough if
Titanic.
Prince gets those hits and goes for the bash mode, and it's gonna be WOE.
Another big victory here for Rune Eaters, and Rinsick wants to find more. The TPs will be out from the Centaur, as the Void Spirit is still hanging around for now. Below half HP, I don't know what he wants to do here.
Steal. It's Steal Aegis or probably GG. So he's gonna try to get this really clean jump in. At least gives away his position now and decides to run away instead, as with the pit being put preemptively. It's not like you can steal it anymore.
Yeah, he's gonna have to split the wave. At least they do have buyback on the Luna.
Like, the only way that I can see them win in a team fight now is like Shackle shot together the Cass and the Lich or something, right? And then get Centaur right up in there to stun them both for a little while longer. Because I feel like if Cass presses BKB, the team fight is always gonna go south. So you really need to prevent that BKB from coming out, or at the very least deal with the supports, which they're doing to an extent. But every time Lich gets that Frost Shield out, Cass is almost impossible to kill, basically.
They catch one onto the Lich. Ike has been the consistent victory for level up. The one hero that they can always get on top of. The problem is level up hasn't managed to find any other significant kills in quite a while. At least they killed a Malik Courier who had the refresher shard on it. Okay, Rinsick though. Spotted by proximity mines. Is he gonna go for the bash? Doesn't
No.
get it this time.
Yeah, that was kind of unlucky for the Cass, because Cass just switched Disciplined. And when you switch Discipline, you only bash on the blue one, of course.
Okay. Trying to push the wave, trying to delay the time, trying to waste some more time of the Aegis. Another 3 minutes and a half though left on it.
I love how this time around Q, he's way more like careful, way more aggressive about the way that he's rotating his swaps here, trying to 100% perfectly time it just to make sure nobody gets away from him. But top has already been evacuated.
Does it tingle?
Level 23 for Dark. Has a history in 4,000. He is keeping buyback. Luna purchased something. She will not have buyback for 700 gold. She's got the Eagle Song. Okay, so she's not going to finish the Aghanim Scepter. She is going for that Swiftling that we mentioned. And Rinsick
No, no,
starts
no.
heating.
Why? I'm really sad about this. Why the hell would you not disassemble your butterfly when you know Cass has already committed for the MKB?
Going in deep. Queasy. Push back. Sky saved by the Aghanims from the Centaur. They are behind the tier 4s. Now they're falling back. They open up. The tier 3 does fall. Can they hold? They're retreating for now as the Pit of Malice is in cooldown. The Shackle Shot does not connect.
I guess they will hold. But there's so many items that WOE needs now, because I kind of got the feeling that without a Divine Rapier, it's unwinnable right now. Just because if you're gonna keep that butterfly in your inventory, then you're gonna have to have the right pick to deal with Kess while he has a Satanic BKB on.
Dark does not have a TP. He just needs to walk back to base.
Oh,
Rolling Thunder coming in. They catch
right
BB.
into
This
the
is not a Centaur. He's got a Stampede. BKB away. Gets pulled back in. And he will die. No buyback for 300 gold. Copy continues to be annoying as Rinsick continues to right-click the buildings. Has the edges for another 90 seconds here, Joe. I don't think you can fight without your Centaur.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult, but they need to. Like, WOE is not gonna get stronger the longer this game goes on without that rapier that he really doesn't want to buy. Though Cass may have messed up. Goes in way too deep the first time. Underlord there for the save. It's gonna be enough, looks like it.
They're controlling him with the other remnant again, but he blinks away. No Shackle Shot this time. The top set of racks fully fell. Another 50 seconds, no Centaur.
Cass just going to get the pressure onto the high ground, going a significant amount more.
Centaur, Underlord rather is already out farming the Luna.
I'm not sure, like again, except for a Divine Rapier, I do not think Luna can do anything right now just because of this matchup being so rough for her. Mid lane was actually such an interesting matchup. Both of these mid laners are still doing a lot of work. As Poppy comes in, looks for the Rolling Thunder. Luna forced BKB and defends herself already. Nobody hard committing, just going back saying, okay guys, no Luna BKB, now let's plan the actual team fight.
This is a disaster now. She doesn't have it for 80 seconds, even with the Centaur back alive. I don't know what you can do. Look at the banner protecting the catapults there.
Underlord doesn't mind getting gone on by everyone
tickling
that
him.
much. It is a lot of stunts though. He cannot move to defend himself. Even with
Heals
the
there.
ledge.
He dies. Look at Kaz going in. Rinsick gets Hurricane Piped
Nice
away. Can they
blocks.
stun him?
Just
He
needs to
doesn't
get close.
BKB.
Yeah, they die. They die.
Instant buyback.
The moment that Cass presses BKB, it's gonna be a massacre. But Centaur, Luna on the card. Can that be enough? Nah.
Has the Satanic, she does not. She doesn't have buyback. They're all dying. The cores are out. It's only the Void Spirit still getting silenced. And the Centaur will lose as Rune Eaters win game 1 and get themselves closer to the grand final.
Ooh, level up, they had such a clean, such an obvious and straightforward game plan that Rune Eaters literally just said, oh, hey, I've seen this episode. And they're like, what do you mean? Like that scene from like that Back in the Future meme, right? What do you mean you've seen this one? It's brand new. Exactly how it feels like what happened to them here, because this Luna, even with the Void Spirit, yeah, he's a bit weaker, but 11 and 5, I think Darknia still did good work. He still had good impact. The main problem is the moment that either Darknia or BB3PX is the only person having impact. What, do you really do to win the game? 4v5 smoking didn't work. Trying to go for the big team fights didn't work, because there was an Illuminate, there was the Malik ultimates. What do you think they should learn from this? Is there any big, morale or lesson from this game?
I think the support duo, despite how impactful Queasy was and the damage that the techies did most for his team, weren't necessarily great at working together with one another. BB3PX also suffered because of that in lane. And I just think, yes, you can talk about score and say 11-5 looks great for Dark. But the impact Copy had on that Pangolier throughout the game in small team fights and big team fights was much more significant than that of a Void Spirit, right? I would say level up. They tried something with this draft, maybe keep one or two of the pieces going into the second match, and then try to go back to something a little bit less all over the place and more cohesive, right? We said they had the easier draft to execute, but they never got to execute it. How many times were you saying smoke and go for a Stampede fight, smoke and go for a Stampede fight, and they could never get it going?
They tried. At least they tried, but the 2 times they tried, they ran right into the enemy smokes and just kind of ended up ganking themselves. So with that, there's fairly little that level up can do. But I do think if the next game they get a few of these smoke pickups, they initiate a few more fights on their own terms, we can definitely see a whole different game from them. Because again, this draft was very chaotic. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a little bit of a break and see what game number 2 is going to have in store for us. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And apparently Waxon is with me once again. We had a bit of a longer break there, so I kind of already replaced him with a different co-caster. But I
No.
think she kind of lied about her qualification anyway, so it should be fine. Look at her all sleepy like. But
She's excited for the second game. Could be the last game for Level Up in the tournament here, Joe, and your new caster. And by the looks of this opening, they're gonna open up with the techies, which I said maybe should be changed. And Rune Eater said, "You know what? Let us steal your best hero. They're gonna steal the Centaur." Wow.
is it really a steal though? Because honestly, I think Malik plays a better Centaur and a better
does.
Underlord than Level Up do. And that's not to say like, oh, but
Yeah.
Malik is the better player than BB3PX. But I feel like BB3PX, he's more of a big team fight hero kind of player, right? Give him his Tide
Yeah.
Hunters, give him his Enigmas, give him those single hero playmakers. That's where he's really gonna shine. That's where he's really gonna have impact. And Centaur, yeah, the ultimates were on point. He did really good work with the like workhorse, putting people on that little card. But I don't feel like that fits him as much as a Tidehunter or something would. And we may see something along those lines. I would not mind Tidehunter against a Hoodwink and Centaur.
Yeah, the anchor would be great, right, to have here. But Level Up changing things up as they're going to pair the techies with a Sven. Okay, wow. Already know the matchup. It's going to be the Sven versus the Centaur. Centaur's going to have a great lane. That's guaranteed already.
Yeah, the Centaur lane is going to be really free. And in general, I feel like picking up the Svens this early, it's going to be super risky. Unless this is like a support Sven or something. We have
Okay, I
seen-
would. Yeah, I wouldn't be against that. I do like Sven support. I think it's kind of fun, and it's well now with the Dark Willow, that's more or less impossible. I have to say.
Yeah. Nah, I don't feel this anymore. I already feel like these first 3 picks for Level Up, they're so all in on the Sven draft. And you can immediately see what Rune Eaters are going to do about it. They're just like, nah, Dream Coil, we're just going to kite the Sven. We're just going to wait out the BKB. We're just going to wait out the God Strength. I wonder what Level Up have up their sleeve, because I feel like the Sven, it may be them, like, you know, bluffing, having like an ace up their sleeve and just waiting to be like, ha, you revealed our trap card. But I'm not sure what it is with 2 supports being revealed.
Maybe it's more of a comfort pick. Of course, the Willow has seen a little bit of play. I think every time I see the Willow, I'm very underwhelmed. I have to say that. And now Runeter's are going to pick the puck to just dodge that, coil into terrorize potential combo from Level Up. It's a strong mid laner. It was banned last game. Now it's gone through because of the Kotal and the Lich ban. So Rune Eaters are going to be like, well, we're going to take the one we couldn't last time. So that makes perfect sense to me. They're going to also get the Undying, which was banned in the final ban phase from Level Up last game. And Rune Eaters are, I don't know what Level Up is picking, but Rune Eaters is getting everything they want. And they're going to now get the Void Spirit again. This time, I suppose it's slightly better because it counters the puck.
Yeah, it makes it easier. Like, it has a really free lane. It makes it easier for the Sven to catch people. I do not disagree, because, well, yeah, he is the weakest of the Spirit heroes. Last game, he did do an amazing job in a vacuum. It was just that the draft didn't really match him. So, Void Spirit is not what I'm worried about. It's still the Sven pick.
Yeah.
Especially
And
with
we-
Undying. Sorry,
It's
go
going to
ahead.
be, no, please. He's going to be losing a lot of his strength, especially early on. And we already mentioned how much of a free lane the Centaur has. Level Up, though, they need an offlaner, and it's going to be interesting if they do go for that big team fight player that you mentioned, like the Tide or the Enigma, right? I wouldn't be against the Enigma. This time, you don't really have what to stop it with if you get a BKB.
Ooh, Enigma is a comfort pick. So, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's great, but Centaur, Puck, Hoodwink, 3 good answers to the black hole. Before the BKB, you don't really do anything. Last game, Rune Eaters won off the back of their item timings, but I feel like Level Up, they already had such a hard time hitting their timings that going for the Sven alone is so bad. Like, yeah, it's a comfort pick. They play really good Sven games, but the same can be said about Luna, and Luna also wasn't enough last game.
Yeah.
I really hope this, I don't know. I wouldn't mind
Well-
a Tidehunter, unironically. It's not that great anymore, but I know it's a comfort pick. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking at the Underlord is still in the pool, by the way. If Level Up wants to play it themselves, I don't think it's banned. So Level Up with the Underlord wouldn't be awful, right? They will try to outplay Rune Eaters the way Rune Eaters outplayed them. Although you did mention it's not BB's speciality. And then Rune Eaters now, they're not going to have the Kez. What is something you're looking for in their carry?
I don't want something fast like that, because Rune Eaters, they lack late game, they lack big damage, they're all about that control, they're all about kite the Sven, make his support's lives miserable. And the Enigma, I will say it was a decently good call from you there, though I'm not sure if it's a decently good pick, right? Because it seems like a really obvious Enigma game, but I also feel like because of that Rune Eater, whatever their last pick is going to be here is going to keep both the Enigma and the Sven in mind. Like something very lockdown resistant. What do you feel about the Lifestealer? Because I know he's kind of falling out of favor, but in this particular draft, just the survivability he offers seems good.
I would have not been against a Lifestealer, to be honest. I've seen a few successful matches with it, but they're going to go for the more, I guess, stable dispatch of Drow Ranger. And I don't know how I feel about it. I guess it's another silence, which makes it harder for Enigma again to play before she gets the BKB. But you've got a Void Spirit, and the tech it's not the easiest Drow Ranger game. They can just jump in the backline to get you.
Yep. It's a really hard Drow Ranger game. So both carries are just going to have a hard game, which may be the idea here. Because, like, Rinseq, he's got an Undying, he's got Aki, two somewhat defensive supports. But these sharpshooters, if they hit, Drow can turn. If they miss, she's going to get Sven, basically.
Yeah, no, this is not. I was thinking a Lifestealer. I would have even gone for something like a Spectre and tried to go ultra late game, right? You know, you throw the Haunt, the Enigma can't blink in. But yeah, Drow Ranger now, it's going to be interesting. Rinseq does play a lot of Drow. He's one of the players that has run Drow Ranger even before the hero was in the meta. But similar to WOE, I guess he's also one of the people that plays even outside of the meta. So very comfort carries for both of these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if Level Up somehow win this game, although I have been a Dark Willow hater dispatch because it just seems to lose a lot.
Yeah, Dark Willow, like on the one hand, the few games where it does well, it looks like it does really well, right? You see Dark Willow go for those big nuke plays, you see Dark Willow basically 1v1 enemy supports. The main problem is, even in those good games, going into the mid game, going into the late game, you're basically just a walking ultimate. That's really the only thing that she has that scales. Whereas, I don't know, I agree, yeah, they can win this game really hard. There is that world where the Sven has a free lane, goes on a killing spree, and snowballs from there. But I think it really depends on the carry matchups, I think it really depends on the ganks. And there could also be the opposite happening, right? 3 ganks on the Sven, and he no longer has a game, and by the time he's finally online, Drow Ranger already has the answer to him. So it feels like anything can happen. But a couple of big early game black holes or big early game pipes is really, really big of a deal here.
Yeah, it's again, if we are to talk ease of execute, it is easier to execute for Rune Eaters. Last game we did say it would have been easier to execute for Level Up, and they didn't. So, you know, we can keep on theory crafting all we want until the players get going, even if Rune Eaters have a slight draft advantage. I would say it's maybe 55-60% in their favor, not an overwhelming outdraft.
Yep. Way better than the first game, though. Level Up, what worries me is just how early game dependent they are, because last game they were as well, and if they would have had a good early game, then I think last game would have been way better for Level Up. They did not, however, get any semblance of that kind of game. So if they lose WOE's lane during the first 5 minutes, there's very little in the way of coming back, just because of how easy it is to invade the jungle. The other way around, the same can be said about the Drow Ranger, right? Both of these carries are just so easy to kill. It's going to be way different than the last game, because last game was like, oh, nobody has a laning stage at the start, and everybody gets levels, and then everybody has levels and can now farm. Here it's like, okay, everybody gets to farm at the start, everybody gets to get rich quick, and then what?
I don't know. I think we'll see. I'm gonna be very much keeping my eyes on this Dark Void Spirit, right? You said you didn't hate it. You said it was pretty good. You said it was the draft around him that was the problem. So I want Dark to impress me much more than he did in game 1, not just score wise, but impact wise in the team fights. And you know, versus the Puck matchup, he should have that pipeline to start at least.
Plus, Darknia, he's got the word dark in his name, and you know, Dark, Void Spirit. He's got a theme going on there, so I expect a really good Void Spirit game from him now that he's got the super winnable lane against the Puck. Because if Puck wins this lane, that's 100% just a sign that Darknia gets outskilled. we'll see. And I hate playing mid lane for that very reason, because some games you just have to accept, oh, I'm getting outskilled here. This guy's genuinely better than me, and I have to play with that in mind, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Both teams smoking up now. And let's see where this one is going to go, Joe. Reminding all the viewers at home that this is the Grand Finals day. The winner of this series right now, Rune Eaters, one in it, will make the Grand Final. Will NAVI await for them to fight for that $50,000 prize pool for the first EPL Master season.
The battle begins.
Can Malik steal the bounty? Has a stun, goes for it, and he gets it.
Nice. 3 runes for the side of Rune Eaters. They're living up to their name starting out this game.
Yeah, eating them. Those very, very juicy, shiny bounties. And now WOE continues to chase Malik. I don't know what he's trying to achieve here. Malik quickly pause as he disconnects.
Malik wants to teleport through the twin gate, right? And WOE, you always
Does
max... Like, yes, I think
Okay,
so.
yeah.
Because look at the positioning. Like, either Malik is going to go bottom or Eki is going to go top. One of the two. So either Sven can camp there and wait for, you know, like, bully Malik away from the twin gate, wait for the support that arrives, or the opposite way around, because there is a risk of Centaur swapping over to the bottom lane to try and ruin BB3PX's lane, because I think they know that 2 people are in the dire jungle still, right, on the side of Rune Eaters.
If they saw, I don't know if they invaded the Radiant jungle to clear that, so they might just suppose it's happening, yeah.
Like, regardless, there has gotta be a rotation, because if you bring in the Hoodwink into the lane and she gets punched by the Sven, Eki can die so quickly. And you're really reluctant to start this top lane off until you're level 3 on the side of Rune Eaters, which is a weakness that Level Up are currently looking to exploit by punching Malik.
I'm sorry, who are you again?
Тихонечко себя ведем.
Okay, let's go now.
And see, there's the teleport in from the Hoodwink instead, and Sven decides, okay, immediately walking it off. Because if Centaur had gone further back, like behind, you know, the high ground, then it would have been Eki being taken to at least half health. I think we both agree that Dark Willow is just a weaker kind of support that does the same as Hoodwink nowadays, right?
Yeah. Well, no, Hoodwink does things, Dark Willow doesn't.
Nice one, yeah, and actually I think you should not have said that so loud, because Queasy, he's gonna prove it over on the bottom lane with just a few more right clicks.
This is what we wanted, right? We knew it, we said it, and it more or less happened. Rinsick gonna be happy to find the first blood.
It's what I expected, it's not what I wanted. I always want the game number 3, especially in a game like this, to make the team that's gonna go into the finals really work for it, for, you know, paying the price for being this lower bracket. But I will say this is exactly what Rune Eaters wanted. Beautifully played by them. Definitely a good start of this early laning station.
Copy. Already softened up by Dark here. Early HP lead for the Void Spirit.
Farm lead as well, but that's just how the lane is supposed to go. No matter what, Void Spirit against Puck lane, it's 100% guaranteed suffering for the Puck, pretty much. And the worst part of it all is, even if you get those supports to allow Copy to kill Darknia, that's still not gonna make the lane super Puck favored again. Like, that's kind of give you a fighting chance, but it won't win you the lane for this very interactions reason.
Top.
On the
You
top
could set up on
lane.
Malik.
Can
Only level
they?
1 for Hatred. They need level 2 for Hatred before they attempt anything. I think that's kind of the name of the game. And now Malik hits level 3 before Hatred. He gets 2.
Eki also really underleveled, but these supports have been keeping each other busy plenty in the top lane. I'm not too worried about Malik though. Like, yeah, it's a hard lane against Sven, but he's doing well, staying above that critical health threshold for how many stuns there are in the lane.
Yeah, it's not that hard of a lane. Well, like, he's got a full creep wave ahead of the Sven already. And now Hatred is the one getting in trouble. Bushwhack there, and it's going to be a nice find by Eki.
Yeah, but that's, once again, I don't think that's because of the Centaur. Like, Centaur's really strong, so you know, even in the games where he's countered, like against Sven, he's at least gonna have some semblance of a game. I think that all boils down to Hoodwink does stuff Dark Widow doesn't. Speaking of doing stuff.
I don't know what I just witnessed. I don't know what he was doing. And
He
now
was eyeing.
Queasy. He needs to get out. I don't know if he can. Rinsik is just gonna chase him down. The Shadow Realm.
Oh,
It's not gonna be enough. It's a kill. Trying to block the vision. Queasy still dies. Wow,
Good
double kill
try.
for the Drow.
it's
At
gonna
least
go
the
down
Eidolons
for
find
that.
the kill. Still worth it any time of the day. Wait, the Undying dies as well.
He waited
Okay.
for the respawn. I don't think so, because he got the full XP for that. Like, Level Up got more XP than Rune Eaters did. Look at the recap. Wait, is the recap broken? No, it's not. Like, that was a huge win for the side of Level Up. Plus 200 gold, plus 250 XP in their favor.
That's what happens when you overlook the Eidolons.
BB3PX is such a comfort Enigma hero, because for a moment we were both confused, like, why is he running in? He was running in because he knew he could get that double kill before any of us realized. But this time around, he may not have so good of a time against the Tombstone. Ah, never mind, Queasy comes in, takes care of that like it's nothing.
Okay, well, this is what matters, to know the strength of your Enigma. And we understand why they wanted to go for it as an offlane pick here. Mid, Copy needs some help. Creeps are fortified, he's getting dove.
He's not gonna get that help. He will keep himself alive for a little while longer with that Fairy Fire. Though, this is still feeling like a very bad flashback from game number 1, in the sense that, yes, BB3PX is having a game, and Drow Rangers being slowed down, right? Rune Eaters, they once again need to get past these first 10 minutes of the game to have their carry start playing the game. But that's all stuff that we've seen in game number 1. And I feel like one kill on a Drow Ranger who already had a killing spree is not gonna be enough. Enigma's gonna try again.
Missed Brambles.
Yeah.
Up top, we look at this center. Going back to what we were saying. Oh, Bushwhack set up onto this van. There's not enough damage, but they will soften him up.
Such a boring carry lane. Like, I'm glad that I'm not playing either of these carries, because usually Drow Ranger, when you have a boring lane, that feels really good. But right now, you know, at level 6, there's gonna be so much pressure on the Drow. There's gonna be the Void Spirit hunting her, there's gonna be the one-man black holes.
They pop the Tombstone. Rinsik does eat the Bramble. He's still running away. BB3PX has a lot of Eidolons going for right-click long-range hit. Shadow Realm, and Rinsik survives. But he is being zoned out away from the creeps in lane. Up top, though, Eki will die.
That was actually over in the mid lane. He came in for the 6-minute runes
Dyer's
and
middle
just
Oh,
get
and
himself
he-
obliterated. Yeah.
Not only he didn't get the rune, he also died. That's terrible look for him.
Yeah, he did not expect techies to also be there. That was a really good position from the techies. And it is a much needed return kill, because level up they need every bit of breathing room that they can get.
Eki's now bottom. After his death in the river, he mentioned he's gonna try to come and find something on BB3PX, who only needs a few more creep waves for level 6. They're going behind the tower. Enigma gets caught, silenced, and this could be a mistake from BB3PX, who will get punished for his insolence.
Void Spirit will come in trying to clean up Rinsey Q, but Queasy, just a little bit more
Queasy's out.
damage. And now Void Spirit changes his mind. Can he get out? I don't think so.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Yeah, he's about to die. He doesn't have spells. Does have 13 one charges, and he's walking towards that bounty rune. 2 more seconds. Has the Astral Step in 5? No, he's just trying to waste some time, maybe deny himself. But he will be unsuccessful.
And yeah, I think you see what I mean, right? Like, just how long he lasted with 3 people surrounding him and putting all of their damage onto him. Void Spirit is not bad of a hero. If you look at him on paper, he's really, really strong. It's just that there's very few drafts that work with him, as we can see here. Because until Sven is online, just jumping in and holding people down is not valuable enough. Whereas Ike... Tombstone getting focused nicely.
What a silence from Rinsik, protecting his Undying.
Yeah, Dro's been so on point with the silences. It really shows that Dro Ranger is a comfort hero for him. over on the top. Meanwhile, Sven, even with the God Strength, is not gonna be allowed to farm his own jungle. That's tilting. That's really tilting right there.
Ike will die. Does not have the Ceaseless Dirge, and now the Black Hole is there, going in for a couple. Hatred with the Blood Grenade. There's not a lot of follow-up, but they're level low. Puck comes in. 3-man coil, copy. Doesn't have the mana or the HP. This could be dangerous for this Puck. As a shield rune, but is running out. He does have to bottle up for a second. Brambles, catch the Puck. This is very strange from Copy, who might not find anything here.
I think it's okay. He defends the tower. Because that's the Puck. If you're done laning against the White Spirit, it feels like you literally do nothing. Like there's nothing you can do to contribute to the game. It's that rough of a lane difference. And just getting XP, just getting gold to make up for that deficit is usually where Pucks go wrong. So trying to get that gold and tempo in is going to make very, very much needed space into the mid game. Because in the late game, Rune Eaters always win. The main issue is Sven is gonna come online before the late game, and Enigma will have the next black hole before the late game as well. For now though, BB3PX should be dead. Definitely. They want Drow, they can't hit the Tombstone.
That's a damage from Quizzy.
Perish.
2 for 1. You sacrifice your offlaner for the carry, but Ike finds the support, so 3 for 1.
Not worth it.
They found the Tombstone. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it still. Despite the fact that you kill the Drow and you slow her down the process, the Enigma is your most farm hero and he died.
I mean, the thing is with Enigma offlane, it's one of those offlanes that has a ton of deaths. But it's like, okay, having the deaths is one thing. Having the impact and killing the Drow in exchange for it is another. This Drow has not died often enough, whereas Darknia... What, does he want the support or not? Nah, he gets himself out instead.
Okay, we're moving on to the mid-game portion of the match.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Not very favorable in terms of the item timing right now, because you said it before, you have not seen a lot of Centaur losses with a very certain build and with a very certain phenomenon that shows you that the Centaur is justified in going for that build. And look at who's on top of that Nerf.
Dire's top tower.
It's the Centaur, who would have guessed?
Yeah, right, such a surprise. The first time ever we see a Centaur on top of net worth this patch, ha ha ha.
Has fallen.
But this does mean that he's
catch here.
about to do work.
It's not even doing work, it's not the fact that you'll never be able to kill him. It's very annoying.
Well, yes, but currently he has ultimate available, so while I know he's just gonna keep AFK jungle farming, until he presses that, I can say he's ready to do some serious work.
Yeah, true.
Just like Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is like really overpowered for the same reason, right? Just AFK jungle and still win every team fight for your team.
Yeah, join up whenever he's needed. Oh, they catch the Undying before he pops the Tombstone.
Fight. Where's target
does
to
drop it.
initiate on as the black hole onto 2. Oof. Puck a little bit late with the counterplay.
Stampede couldn't do anything there either, by the way, but they're still trying to find Dark. Nope, never mind.
Will be
Nice decay.
finally killed off. Puck really wants more out of that, but 1v3 is dangerous, even for a well-fed Puck. Well, well-fed under the circumstances, I should say, because he's still pretty poor, but he's feeling like a mid laner and not a support, so I guess that's good.
Malik is turning around. This Ven is eating a ton of damage. WOE. Oh boy. Who's the actual strength god here? The Sven or the Centaur? That's the question.
Centaur.
I think
Always
it
the
is the
Centaur. Enigma though. BB3PX dying is not a problem if he gets black holes like that last one that we've seen. But where's the stacks for the Sven? Where are those big kind of plays being made? Dire Triangle has small stacks that may get stolen. And as I say, that copy goes down. Now that's a play I'm happy to see actually.
Tekis gets caught in mid as well, and they will find a kill most likely onto Hatred. The reactive armor doesn't delay if not delayed enough. And now they can turn their sights on T1 mid, but no, the creeps are not there. Never mind.
Again, Rune Eaters are the late game team. They're not in a rush to push creeps as long as Rinzi can show in the lane safely and without being contested. If your Drow gets killed, it's a far bigger issue than a tower lead going to the enemy or whatever. mid tier 1 dying in favor of Rune Aegis is actually really insane, however. Just think about it this way, right? Void Spirit hard counted the puck. One is lane incredibly hard. Still is gonna lose his tower first.
Must feel very sad there for the Void Spirit. He does have the Spirit Vessel now. They could get a potential set up top. Sadly for them, Eki does not have level 6 yet. So no Sharpshooter as of right now. WOE could get baited by this Central Warrunner. And now with a Croaker going for the Tendrils, Malik is caught.
Move the Sharpshooter. Remember, we've talked
He's
about
probably
that
dead.
during the draft. Malik should still be dead. But thanks to the perfect Sharpshooter being lined up, everybody else can just walk out of there. Rune Eaters. At least their Centaur was so fat that this is still gonna be a huge amount of money, right?
No, it's a massive kill. Managing to kill him there is incredible. Oh my god, look at BB3PX going on to Rinsick, forcing out the tombstone and just blinking away. What a bowler.
Yep. I mean, Undying has zero regrets there. He's gotta press the tombstone if his Drow Ranger gets gone on. But that's also where you can get away with such a cocky and such a clean looking play like that so easily.
Bedlam coming out.
There may be a round 2 to that. Queasy loses 2/3 of his health to one person. A one-man black hole from Enigma just to keep the tempo going. BB3PX makes sure to at least shut down the Undying. I'm not sure if that was like the greatest black hole. He really wanted the puck to jump into it, but puck cancelled at the last second.
Yeah, it looked like the puck was about to join in. Still, BB3PX finds a kill for his troubles. We're gonna continue to accelerate his farm a little bit, but he's falling behind all the other cores on the map. And now with 3 minutes on cooldown, Rune Eaters, when they get the tombstone back, they have the Sharpshooter. They could maybe go for a play.
They have the Sharpshooter, Tombstone. What's the cooldown on Stampede? Okay, yeah, wait 10 seconds and then go for that play. Because Malik is currently taking the Ancients. Then he's gonna have his Heart. And with the Stampede and the Centaur having a Heart, it's gonna be then or never. But right now, they're already on top of the Drow instead. Oops.
Okay, self-save. How much is that gonna delay the kill? Not long enough.
On
Dark,
mid
though.
lane. Does Sven have the damage? With the haste, I don't think so. They got Ike.
We did bottom. You wanna
Oh
find a
boy.
trade in mid?
Fighting everywhere.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No kills
Back.
though.
Radiant structures
You know that
are
saying of whichever lane you watch is the one the kill doesn't happen in? Well, we were on time for both of the lanes at the same time, so neither gets a
Radiant's
kill.
bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, the Drow and the Undying though did fall there, Joe. So it's still a big victory for level up, as Rune Eaters were the one trying to find or get on the aggress. Losing your carry and the Undying is good. The Undying is back up because of the Ceaseless Dirge.
Oh, I completely missed that. I did know the Drow Ranger was dying. I did completely miss the Undying, my bad. Yeah, Drow Ranger dying is still really huge because she is now the bottom of the carries, which is part and parcel for that hero, but it still sucks ass. Whereas Techie's in a dangerous position on top, but Darknia comes in once again, says hello Puck, goodbye Puck, as the Sven right-clicks down the support, takes care of that Helm of the Dominator creep, and may want to hunt for more with the Void Spirit, ready to catch someone, but everybody's already made significant distance for themselves.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Centaur still, despite that death we saw earlier, still the network the number one network chart. Rinsick will survive. Does call for a bit of an assistance from Eki. Tier 1. Ooh, nice dodge.
Radiant's middle tower.
They will get the tower for it though, so I think they got what they came for on the side of level up. Are now just gonna back off, chill in the jungle for at least a minute until God's Strength is there again. Because one of the reasons why level up are looking so much better here, is of course those huge plays from the Enigma as well. Though not quite what I was gonna get at with that. It's the reason that they commit their Sven to way earlier and way more team fights, right?
Blink next for WOE, who is building a lot of these, early items, helping him to farm and join team fights as you mentioned, but maybe not the most scalable items, you could argue. Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, and Blink Dagger.
fair. I kind of see what you mean. Because I think he's doing the meta Sven thing where he has one super specific timing which he fights around. It's gonna start from the moment he gets that BKB, and it's gonna end by the time he gets outscaled as Hatred. Obliterated to make it even worse. His poor courier is gonna die for that.
Well, he finds a greedy Essence Ring, and he did kill that Observer Ward. I suppose, you gotta take the losses with the wins.
That's something. Not bad for support, I guess. As on mid lane, Puck in a world of trouble, even with the Dream Coil committed. Copy, I don't think he can get away. No.
Without merit.
He tried to be fancy. He did get punished for it. And you found the support bottom, but your mid dies, and now I think Eki could get caught here. No mana for the black hole though. BB3 wants to blink away. No, he's waiting. He still gets the kill with the Eidolons. Wow.
He even ate the clarity to look for maybe a follow-up black hole, though nobody will be dumb enough to step out of position.
Yeah, definitely after what they saw happen to the poor Hoodwink. This might be the third or fourth death the Hoodwink suffers just to the Eidolons. That's quite tragic for him.
There's a huge army of Eidolons as Ike. Gone on by the Enigma and BB3PX. Oh, he barely misses the black hole in the center, but Center could not get close enough for the stun without being in the black hole anyways. So that will be a death for BB3PX at the end of that. Or is it the end? Well, it may be the end of Malik. Bob. Darknia takes the kill.
Great positioning for the black hole, I have to say. Realizing that his teammates are coming, he can delay his death by using the black hole and finding the kill in the process. Great presence of mind there from BB3.
Yep, perfection. Because even the center, he tried for the maximum range stun as to not get caught in the black hole and, get the stun off. But there was no maximum range for the center stun. It was perfect. As Hoodwink gets obliterated, Drow sitting behind, but Voidspirit just makes his way away from there. Says, nah, I don't want to fight the Drow Ranger yet. She is slowly but surely starting to get scary. I just want to split the map and farm a little bit more instead.
Joe, you mentioned earlier that the Runics are fighting for the late game. Do you favor them in the late game? And if you do, why is that? Is it because how strong the puck becomes later?
I favor them slightly, and 3 reasons. Puck as a whole.
Yeah.
The way that Drow Ranger scales, right, her ultimate ignores base armor, so when everybody is level 30, she hits comparatively harder than any other carry. And reason number 3, of course, those stampedes. So the later this game goes, the bigger ultimates are gonna be able to come out in response to the black hole, in response to the Sven jumping. But it is just a slight difference, because level up, they do keep this map controlled really well, and Rune Eaters, they're always farming that little bit slower, they're always lacking that little bit more vision if the game is gonna keep being played like that.
Jump in onto the Void Spirit. Bushwhack, follow, there's a silence if needed, Sharpshooter comes in, no way he escapes, and Copy will get that unstoppable kill streak away from Dark.
Very nice, very valuable kill. I love Void Spirit, I'm a Void Spirit player, I really enjoy the hero in this patch, but this right here is what costs you games. Getting caught alone in a lane with no teammates to help you, even if it's under the tower. Just dying alone on Void Spirit is so bad. Because he's like Puck, right? You're always supposed to get out in a way, or at least make space if you're gonna die.
You find another, this time it's only a support, but it might open up Roshan, and they're jumping straight into the pit. The black hole still in cooldown from that earlier great play, and this is one of the disadvantages of, playing without the black hole, or playing with a black hole on cooldown, because you use it once, you win the team fight, but then you can't use it for the next 3 minutes.
Smoke is coming in immediately, but I think committing the Tombstone there is also a really smart move, because without that Tombstone being dropped, this White Spirit jump would have happened right into the Roche pit instead, as now Darknia just kind of needs to be careful, wait for the rest of his team to regroup, and then hope that maybe there's some kind of mistake made on the enemy side once more.
They use the Godstring to find the Hoodwink. It's not the worst thing you can do. Finding a kill when you're playing into the Aegis, it delays the usage of the Aegis, and the Enigma is smoked up with a 9-second BKB. The interruption, well, the black holes haven't really been interrupted thus far, and now it's going to be, well, impossible.
Yeah, Yes, but no, because I can think of at least 2 things that they can do against the black holes a little bit later down the line, but I think of this Aegis 4-minute timer, you definitely need to use the next 2 to farm, because otherwise you're just gonna walk into a black hole for nothing, and even if you keep the Aegis, you're gonna have to fight into another black hole then, right?
Yep.
But it seems like they're confident. Rune Eaters, they feel like they're ahead, even though they're behind in kills and every other metric. Puck still just jumps on the techies, sees if they can get a nice pickoff kill. Hatred.
Buy some time. He makes them work for it, and you know the puck doesn't get. Oh, he procs the puck's ion disc. That's a small victory for level up.
Oh yeah, it suddenly goes from an to an okay. That's actually kind of good. Agreed. They still gotta punish the puck for it while the Drow is having that Aegis. But I love that at least they're gonna try and attempt to actually do just that. You know, be aggressive here, start the team fight on their own terms for a change.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Void Spirit gets spotted.
He's got to hasten the bottle. Darknia, he feels really confident being aggressive in this game. Just a single rune pickup, just a single Aegis pickup completely changes the dynamic of which team is the aggressor and which team is on the response.
And Harpoon catches the Hoodwink again. Back-to-back God Strength usages to catch that Hoodwink. The poor squirrel. Every time he shows his face in mid, gets punished by this Sven. Maybe Eki should stop going there.
But somebody has to. That's the thing. Like, if you don't go there, you don't know where BB3PX is, and if you don't know where BB3PX is, you can't fight because you're just gonna get black-holed. And Rune, you just see, they instead just bring 2 core, or well, a core and a support, I guess, now there. Say, hey, we're gonna try and even more resources committed. But that's gonna lead to a second support.
They level up, despite playing into the Aegis, they're the ones finding the pickoffs. This is the 3rd kill they get since Drow has had the Aegis, and it makes you wonder, is this Aegis going to be something that you can use aggressively, or is it more of a, okay, thank God we got the Aegis and they didn't?
I got a perfect shitpost to sum up that situation. So Rune Eaters told me that they wanna push the top lane with the Aegis, and I've asked them how many supports they have sent toward the top lane, and they have said 5. So I told them it sounds like they're just feeding supports to level up at this point, and their coach started crying. If you know, you know. It's like copying pasta, a squeezy. Well, at least they get a support return kill there. They finally decided, okay, warding top lane would be the best possible option, but we've lost like 1,000 gold trying to get the best possible option done. Let's not lose any more and go for the second best option instead. We're just pushing mid and taking over triangle.
The Fortify will get forced. Less than a minute on the Aegis, and it doesn't even seem like they are going to find at least a tier 2. This is very, very dire for Rune Eaters. Not finding a single tower objective around the map is very disappointing, as the first Aegis is usually what you use to clean at least 1 or 2 of the first tier 2s.
Yeah, Drow, it's a very slow hero. I will say Drow is under a lot less pressure than literally any other one position in the current patch to push with the Aegis particularly, because of how much attack range she gets later and how well she scales into the super late game. Rinzi-Q, at least he gets 1 tower and a little bit of farm. It's mostly the net worth for the Drow that's still, like, worrying me. Because I think wasting an Aegis, it wasn't wasted that much. It was just the supports feeding top did get a bit silly.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower.
Okay, WoE level 21. His courier is dead, but has the Hyperstone working towards the Assault Cuirass, and he is the most farm hero on the map. 6, 5, and 8 for the Sven. Meanwhile, we see Ike just tanking a little bit of the proximity mines. Well, a lot of it, down to below half HP, but now he has his Blink. Blink, Solar Crest, Tombstone Save. That's what the name of the game for him is going to be.
No armor auras. There's exactly 0 of them, other than the Assault Curse. So Assault Curse is a must-have for the Sven against the Drow Ranger. But I also feel like an AC alone isn't gonna do it. They need some buckler item, right? Something else to really help against that insane right click that we're about to face once more. Bottom tier 2 taken down, and with that Void Spirit, Darknia tries to initiate, only finds the Centaur, is gonna back off and pretend that he's alone. I don't think they're falling for that though.
Rinsick and Eki, there's players around them. There's a puck there, spots the Dark and Hatred. Now they're jumping in onto the Void Spirit. Can they chain him? That's a nice bushwhack. Follow up with a Sharpshooter. Void Spirit, though, can get out. Coil onto a couple. Sven wants to find the target, but he's being locked in. And it's a nice disengage from Rune Eaters.
They want to go for a second round, it looks like. Dark Widow trying at least, with Puck sitting behind, but misses the silence, right?
They still have a black hole. This is very optimistic from Rune Eaters. Yes, the God Strength is running out, but I think you're playing with fire.
Yeah, at least they do manage to back off. Not getting punished for doing silly stuff here. This Drow is terrifying. I really don't want a 2-0, but even the Gabe and Graf will agree with me that we're getting to this mid-game, like the end of the mid-game, and slowly starting to get into the late game, and the late game Bro is just insanely good. Even with Sven having, what, a 5 level and several thousand gold net worth advantage.
Okay. Catch,
Dark
Eki.
Willow.
Who's catching who though? Willow is dead. Black Hole comes in on top of 2. The Drow Ranger is controlled. She needs to get some help there, but she's gonna die. No way for her in hell. Rinsick with the BKB will still get right click to death. And now Malik wants to find a turnaround. WOE kills the Tombstone, has the Godstring, has the BKB. And look at those massive swipes.
Awkward pause. He's already dead. You can see the remnant being spawned right now, with those purple little wings flying around. But holy crap, that team fight, it looked so good. And then Drow went just 2 steps out of position and it immediately turned. It's that simple. You misstep by 2 freaking steps by like 0.5 of a second, and suddenly you're a little too close to the Enigma. He can blink on you, black hole. BB3PX, I told you, man, his Enigma is terrifying, even if it's not the greatest pick for the offlaner here. And we both immediately made our bites up on that. BB3PX's Enigma, you just can never underestimate.
Well, you found at least something, but you'll lose 4 for it. And the question is, how much longer does Rune Eaters need to extend this score until they have a slightly higher chance? Because
40
the Black Holes
right now.
20 more
40
minutes.
No, to the
Okay.
40-minute mark. Like,
Okay. Oh, this puck cannot die here. If he's okay, he's caught. He's dead. Full team wipe.
42 minutes. Tick-tock. The clock's only gonna get worse every time they end up losing cores like this. Because now I guess it's around 42-minute mark, where they're gonna be about 50-50 fighting again, right? Because they were just ahead. It's now the first time since the 15 to 20-minute mark that, according to the Gabe and Graph, level up are favored again. It's like 60-40 in terms of win rate right now, as far as the Dota client goes. And it's gonna change. Every time there's a kill, it's gonna change. Every time there's a major rotation. So until either Sven really shows intent of pushing the high ground, or Drow Ranger is going to once and for all just be too far behind, anything can still happen. Oh?
You see this Sven now. Drow is there, doing some damage. BB3P does not have the black hole. The Terrorize is there though.
I'm not sure what they even expected there. Like, what can you do that's not even level 3 ultimate for the Drow Ranger? No Aghanim Scepter on her either. Honestly, I kind of want Rune Eaters to lose this one, not just for the game number 3, but because I think the build is just off on the Drow. Against Enigma, you always go Aghanim Scepter. It is so good.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, she is also very underfarmed, right? She's about, what, 7,000 gold behind us, Sven. That's terrible deficit compared to the opponent carry.
Yeah, and Rinzi Q, he's still building items that imply he's playing to win. But I don't think if you have like this much of a late game advantage as Drow Ranger is gonna offer any single draft, that you ever need to play to win. You can always afford to play not to lose instead. And that would have definitely given you a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more space. But we'll see. Because I don't think Rinse Q is too incapable, right? I think he just really wants to get that butterfly, really wants to get to that hyper late game scenario where Sven is gonna struggle for his slots, basically.
Well, they still have the rack standing, but the problem is if they lose this Roshan, then they will be coming for the racks. And by the way, Sven is also going to have a full Satanic. It's flying to him, he has it now. I don't even know, you should contest, but I don't know if you can.
I don't think you should, honestly. I know you, like, you know, in theory it would be really good if you can contest, but you shouldn't. Because the moment that you go in, like, Techis has the blast off, Techis has the Aghanim shard, so the MAD is immediately gonna blow up the Rosh. It's way harder to steal the Roshan against Techis with an Aghanim shard. And it sucks, because you just gotta sit there and watch, and what else can you really do? Also, 45 minutes. Every time that... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just looking at this Sven buying a smoke himself. That's kind of funny. He's like, guys, I kind of want to go now. This is my go time. I don't want to fall off afterwards. Let's smoke. Come with me. And Copy's trying to cut the wave. He's jiving and juking. Really? Is he gonna escape? No, gets perfectly caught by the brambles in the black hole. The Iron Disc delays it a little bit further, but the silence is there. The control is enough. And he's gone. He's out. No buyback. 1,000 gold needed in 80 seconds until his respawn.
I get why he did what he did. Like, you know, if you get late game enough, you're always gonna win. But with the puck dying, I'm not sure if there is gonna be a timing anymore before Sven is just gonna tear this Radiant base to shreds.
Fighting outside of the base. At least the black hole is in cooldown, I suppose, but the Terrorize is perfect. Pushing the Drow and their teammates away. Harpoon onto Malik. Damage is not significant enough. The Sven continues to hit away. BKB jumping forward from the Void Spirit, going in the back line. Can they keep this Malik Centaur alive? He's BKBing, he's running away. The Undying actually does. Look at Rinsick also not being able to sustain himself through all the right-click damage.
Man fights so well, but it's like you said, the damage is just not significant enough. Assault Chorus is there, and Sven knows you get that Assault Chorus, you don't get a second chance. 3 minutes on the Aegis for the Void Spirit. This is when they push, this is when they gotta get the Megas. That's exactly what they're trying to do with 15k gold lead all of a sudden for level up. Drow is a good high ground defense here. She just needs to get enough breathing room to get that final bit of damage she's missing. But Centaur can't really initiate hard to ask or not. Nah, ultimate forced Rex dead. Still a disaster though. Whether you lose the Centaur or his ultimate, it doesn't really matter that much. Unless they can catch something for it.
Glimmer, break, stun, hoof stomp. That's the Aegis.
Half a kill in my opinion, because...
They're going for more. Silence is there. The Glimmer is in cooldown, and that's gonna be a fight. You see this, the Techies now. Can they catch him? Nice third stun in a row from Malik.
Anyone. They got a puck. The question is, can anybody, you know, turn around and prevent this puck from catching? I don't think so. They're just gonna go back, run away. And this is what I mean. Yes, Sven is doing the damage. Sven is kind of carrying this game. But Void Spirit is the one who enables it. Void Spirit is the big tool that you need to allow your carry to get those hits in. The moment that Darknia dies, everything falls apart. And that's what I mean with Void Spirit is one of the best heroes this patch. He just does 0 damage. And that sounds really contradictory, but he's got a silence, he's got 2 of the best stuns in the game. He's got a lot of defensive and utility options, just no damage. And if you can play that with a Sven or something, it works. If your Void Spirit dies, the Sven falls apart just as quickly, right?
Yeah. Well, at least Rune Eaters only lost 1 Rax, and they did manage to claim the Aegis, so the siege for the second Rax is not going to be there, at least not as soon as Void Spirit respawns, unless Sven can kill. My god, what was that damage?
Unless Sven can kill who? Huh? What? I just saw some bits of rotten meat flying left and right. I have no idea which hero that could have been, right? Could have been a Patch, could have been an Undying, whatever it is, it's gone now. Of course I do know it was the Undying, but you didn't even see a proper kill, you just saw slap, dead.
Yeah. Smoke up.
4-man smoke this time around. Sven, if he can get another jump like that, maybe GG's, depending on who it is. Because again, Drow Ranger, she's kept safe. She can at least kind of keep them backed off, kind of put them on a limited timer that you can walk up to this Radiant base before you need to go away and regroup again. But if Sven catches Drow, if Sven catches Puck, it could very well be over.
Well, luckily, I guess Buck almost has buyback, but this Drow is still quite a way off from it. The smoke, though, will not be finding anything. As they're invading the jungle, they're trying to find something, but nothing will go their way. The Tormentor is available up top, and we see the Void Spirit go through the Twin Gate. Is the teammate going to follow? It doesn't seem like it is.
Oh, and another pause, as if this game wasn't slow enough already. You know what? Now I'm actually really hoping that Level Up do this just for the game number 3. Just so even while we have an extra hour of break time planned in because of Grand Finals and giving these teams some time to rest, it would be hilarious if we plan in an extra hour and this series just takes 4.5 hours then.
It would be hilarious, but, well, not for the players that make it.
I mean, yeah, sucks to suck. Should have gotten upper bracket instead.
That is true.
Because I
They
will
should've-
say at least 1 or 2 of the teams that made it very far in the lower brackets really felt like they threw a game or two. Like, not, you know, the throw that Chet alleges with Mafia and shit, but literally just, oh, hey, this draft that's totally not gonna suck is gonna win us this game, and then backfires.
Yeah, it wasn't a Tai Lung throw. It was more of a, oh, oops, we were overconfident and we got punished for it.
Yes, exactly. Oh man,
Okay.
with the whole Tai Lung drama, Chet has just been out for blood.
Yeah.
Which
Tough.
is, it's funny, because like both Tai Lung and Ivan are basically the same situation. Tai Lung is a little bit more malicious, but both of them were, you know, pressured and threatened into throwing games, so... Honestly, at this point, Valve needs their own armed security division or some shit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here we go. High ground siege coming up. Godstring blink forward, and he's gonna start hitting the towers. They are melting the racks. 2 swipes needed and some Eidolons.
Has fallen.
And it's all gonna be about the black hole. There's only one of them for now. Refresher queued up, but it is not there, so... BB3PX, one jump to rule them all, or to give Drow the comeback that everybody has been respecting for these last 15 minutes, which is why the high ground still has barracks.
Smoke now from Rune Eaters. They know Godstrength is in cooldown. This might be as good of a time as any to try to find something. Malik kills the wave and the Eidolons. Sven is not there. Eki tanks the proximity mines. That means they know someone is there. And they're retreating. They want to catch up to the Sven. The Void Spirit is not there. It would still be a numerical advantageous fight, but the proximity mines are stopping all of these smoke attempts.
Rune Eaters. It's funny, because without the smoke, they seem to be having so much harder time positioning themselves. Centaur forced to ultimate just to try and save Hoodwink from the Void Spirit. Will succeed in saving her. Sven comes in, wants to click her as well, but blink away. Ike just tombstones himself to keep WOE locked down. And
Blink out.
that's actually funny as hell. Sven did not press the God Strength though, so I think Sven did kind of expect that.
It was also a bit of a mistake from WOE. He harpooned the tree instead of the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I saw.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
That's the thing, it's like both teams are making these mistakes. Both teams are having moments where they do not quite pay attention.
Smoke, look at they're on the Radiant high ground. They want to catch someone and they got the Hoodwink, who does not have a buyback. Can they find anything else?
You gotta deal with the Sven. Sven is finding Raxus, and Mega Creeps are gonna make the game so much harder for these Radiant, but look at the Drow damage. When there is no Assault Chorus next to you, she hits 3 times as hard. So that's gonna be the entire mid lane just obliterated. And I'm pretty much just waiting for... There it is.
Megas now.
Yeah.
KB out from Void Spirit. Can they catch someone on the retreat? The Techies eats a hoof stomp. Yeah, he will be a casualty, but when your entire base is exposed, well, what are you going to do now?
Just
Playing at a
wait, like
disadvantage.
they, again, just don't lose the game. At some point Drow will be getting 6 slotted, I promise you. Sven, he already is 32, almost 33,000 net worth. But on mid, they're still just gonna try to fight into the Sven. Out comes a one-man black hole onto the
Buyback
Puck.
Royal.
No follow-up damage. Undying instead of Puck dying on that map, but a second black hole. Just refresh her and do it again if the first one does not happen to kill the Puck. The Drow Ranger from the black hole being kept going. Rincy is gonna be forced to BKB. Teleport out from the Enigma, making it look so easy, while this poor hard carry is running for her life and getting used by the Dark Willow. Nice use of the Hurricane Pike, nice use of the Tombstone, but a little bit too early to prevent the stun. Ooh.
Yeah, it's unlucky for them. Even if the Drow wanted to go for some hits, the Sven picked up a shield rune, by the way, in that entire fight. Eki has to self-smoke to get out of there, but it doesn't matter. His base will be sieged. The Drow does have a buyback, but the Puck does not for a full minute. And I think it is highly likely we're heading to a game 3. The buybacks do come out.
Almost
Ask him to not
certainly.
die.
I don't think there's much of a comeback left when Sven just deals so much damage. Rincy running for his life. He does have center to make him some space, but there's that really annoying Dark Widow stun again at Malik. Nah. He does a buyback at least. But I'm not sure if they can hold this for 30 seconds. Nah, they can't.
Dribbling forward again. They're gonna kill the Drow. The GGs should come out any moment now as the Ancient falls. And there we go, John. We're heading to a deciding game 3. Both teams still fighting to make the grand final.
Oh yeah, that was a really insane showcase of how Level Up have made it this far. Because Rune Eaters, they were desperate. They were really just trying to get to that late game, keep lasting 5 more minutes, keep lasting 5 more minutes. And they tried so hard. They used so many resources. Drow did more and more work, but the Puck never really came online. Copy, he had such a sick lane, he completely stumped the Void Spirit in the lane. But then because the main valuable heroes, I feel like Sven and Void Spirit, are so hard to kill for Puck, he just couldn't really snowball.
Yeah, and this time it was kind of an optimistic pick for the Puck, right? You knew the Dark played the Void Spirit last game. You picked it with the opportunity to get the Void Spirit, and we saw the shutdown coming through from him. The Sven, very good work from WOE, very confident on his hero as well. I also gotta give props to Hatred. Ignoring the score, the impact he had on this techies in this game 2 was significantly higher than whatever we saw from him in game 1.
Yes, definitely. Great analysis. I could not agree with you more. And I'm wondering what game number 3 is gonna have to bear, because Level Up, they have proven that their comfort picks like this Void Spirit, like this Sven, aren't the issue. They just need to pick the right comfort picks together. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head to a bit of a break, and then game number 3 is gonna be coming up here in the semifinals of the European Pro League. Or, well, Masters, I guess. See y'all in just a bit.
What can you say when love goes away that hasn't been said before? I have no rhyme that's different this time. There's no words to sing anymore. I haven't a clue why you went away. I only know you are gone. And I sit alone, my heart by the phone. And so I just listen to rain as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go. So here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone, and honestly I don't know why. as it falls to the ground and washes the day away. Nothing to show and no place to go, so here in my room I stay. I don't know that I could forget you, no matter how hard I try. I'm all alone, and honestly I cannot believe all the tears that I've cried. I'm all alone, and honestly I don't know why.
life. Don't you try to move too fast, or the good times will roll by. So don't just slip by. These days they will come and go. That's how you build us good life.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in once again, game number 3, and I think out of the 2 games, the 2 drafts that we've seen before, a pattern has arisen here where it's you pick comfort heroes, like both teams pick the 2 or 3 go-to comfort heroes, and then whoever has better synergy with the rest of the draft wins. Because both teams just kind of let each other get away with whatever the hell they want to play, and I think these opener picks are a super indication of that, because remember the respect ban Ember from game number 1?
Yeah, they get let it through this time. But the one weird change for me is Rune Eaters banning the techies themselves. They've been the team playing the techies both games. Level Up did not want to ban it, and Rune Eater said, you know what? Hatred is tired of running this hero, so... Or no, am I wrong? No, sorry. Hatred played it for Level Up. Yes. Never mind. Okay, that does make sense. They value the fact that Hatred had an impact with the techies, and they ban it now. That makes sense.
Yeah, respect ban. They respect ban the crap out of the techies, which, if there would be the possibility of a late game draft, it definitely makes sense. Level Up, though, with the Ember, they got some good scaling. They got one of their favorite heroes of all time. I don't think this is ever going to, go wrong for the Ember pick, even if you reveal it as a first pick.
Let's see. We got... interesting to see the Mirana Ember stall. The Ember has been paired up with Mirana a lot lately due to that searing change long range setup for the arrow. The Bane is banned, and we've seen a lot of Mirana Invoker as well. Are we going to go for something classic like the Shadow Demon here? Do you think there's any chance of that, Joe?
I'd like it, but Shadow Demon seems kind of weak this patch, because he suffers from the same thing Ringmaster does, but worse, where they're just going to blow you up first, right? And then you don't get to save any of your carries. So I feel like, while the idea of a defensive classic support with a really good save is there, I'd rather see the Ringmaster over the SD, simply because Ringmaster is a little bit better at saving himself, a little bit better of not getting caught out alone. Because the situation last game where they lost 4 supports trying to ward the top twin gate came to mind, right?
Yeah. Well, we are slowly advancing through this draft with the Slark.
Oh,
We've
I
asked
love
for
it.
it. We said we want to see
favorite
the
hero.
Slark mid. It's the Slark countering the Ember mid, and Joe is ecstatic.
Oh, yes. So, Slark, I've been playing him as a hard carry, and I've been having mixed success because he's so mid laner dependent, and I love the opposite. You counterpick this Ember. Now, I don't think Ember is going to be punished hard enough. If Ember knows how to time himself around the leash from the pounds, even if Slark takes the pounds leash is half a second longer talent, you can always remnant out. It's not like a puck or anything like that that you hard counter as much, but it is going to be a really cancerous lane now. And Rune Eaters, they do have 2 options, because Slark can be flexed 1 or 2 position, depending on what they're dealing with. With that Bloodseeker, can you play Slark 3?
I don't know, but it's fun to see the Seeker here, right? We've mostly seen Bloodseeker picked as like the 23rd or 24th hero in the draft, so the fact that he gets the opportunity to counter the Slark so early is great, and the Bloodseeker is also very good versus the Mirana and the Hoodwink. You rupture them. These are 2 targets that want to be elusive. They want to scurry away. They want to leap, but you can't do that when you're ruptured, can you?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Bloodseeker shuts down Slark, whether he goes in the 1 or the 2 position. That's why I kind of joked whether he should be the 3 position here. Because that way, at least you give him a good laning stage still. Other than that, you guarantee Slark is not gonna have fun in the lane. Because even if they do want to put the Ember Spirit mid and Slark ends up being mid, which is technically a Slark favorable matchup, it just takes 1 gang to completely shut down this mid lane from here on out.
Yeah. Lion now. Oh, this can't be a Lion mid though. We have the Ember already. I wanted the Lion mid. Can you imagine?
We'll see. I mean, honestly, Level Up, they do have some really weird drafting, but I feel like the lack of a good frontliner is what could come around and bite them in the ass. Largo would have been so good here to kind of close things out with, and Rooney's taking him away, I feel like it's such an issue.
Okay. Well. Fun things all around with this new draft. Bloodseeker, Slark, and Lion making their debut in this draft. And now Lycan into Bloodseeker.
Oof. Yeah, I feel like Rune Eaters are outdrafting themselves. I'm not sure why this lycanthrope. Like, Slark already, I really love Slark, but I always say, hey, Slug is the kind of hero you last pick or he doesn't have a game because there's so many good counters for him. Now Slug's going to be up against 2 really good counters. And then they pick the Lycanthrope. Maybe the whole idea is, hey, we pick a Lycan, we build him really defensively, really tanky, so that he's gonna tank the Bloodseeker ultimate and Slug doesn't have to.
It's very strange. Yeah, Rune Eaters. Hopefully they get a final pick here to wrap it a lot, like bring it all together, because so far it's very dispersed. I guess the answer is, oh, he can't rupture all of us, guys, right? I mean, that makes sense, I suppose.
I think it really depends on the last pick, because Sven would have fit that kind of approach, right? You got a Slug to kind of leash people up for you, you got the Lycanthrope to get in there with a creep, with a Skull Basher for extra lockdown. But that's the kind of thing that I feel like they need. A really fast, preferably melee carry, but mostly fast in the sense of coming online fast, right? Like getting items really quickly. That also runs at people, so that there's 3 targets that you're forced to rupture no matter what.
Darkseer banned, Underlord banned, Sven is banned. I mean, I don't know. At this point, Rune Eaters, I don't know what hero they could go for that I would be like, oh yeah, this makes sense.
I mean, Rudy's got the last pick, no? I don't think I'm too worried about them. It's level up that have so many options right now that with a good last pick, I feel like their draft is just going to be, oh no, wait, Rudy's don't have the last pick. Uh-oh.
The Centaur is still in the pool, by the way. 4 level up.
No. Not like I was gonna agree with that until the Lion, right? Because with the Lion,
true.
Centaur is not gonna have mana to do anything in the lane, and one of the large reasons why Centaur is so good is you get one of the fastest dominators, followed by one of the fastest laning stages. And missing out on all of that tempo, I don't know, it doesn't feel good enough, if you know what I mean. Besides, I like the idea of picking another really tanky run that you carry, like the Lifestealer or something like that. Lifestealer Slark just for the ultimate late game. Tiny. Oh, okay, I like it. I really like it. It's tanky, it runs at people, it gets up close in melee range. Even if you rupture it, it can walk a decent distance before really feeling it.
I'm still not sure about the other 4 heroes, and of course the
Yeah,
Bloodseeker
same.
will do a lot of things. It's still very difficult and level up. Okay, you don't like the Centaur here. You mentioned maybe the Tide earlier. The Enigma is still in the pool, and there's not that many ways of canceling. No, never mind. It's banned.
Yeah, I was about to say
Sorry.
they respect ban the Enigma against BB3PX. They did not respect ban his Tidehunter though, and it would be pretty decent, but not against the Slark. So do you want to counter yourself by
How
going
about
against the
Magnus?
Slark?
Oh,
I think I would have preferred Magnus, honestly. This is better
Okay.
against those strength heroes. Like, they're just doing it out of respect for the Tiny and the Lycan. And BB3PX plays a really sick Timbersaw. But where's the late game insurance, right? Level up. They need WOE to have a game now, because he's 80% of the scaling. He's like most of the momentum. Ember Spirit, of course, he's gonna come online. He's gonna provide the burst damage. It's what an Ember Spirit does. It's really hard to keep him from doing that. But Ember doesn't want to scale this game. Like, yeah, he can go for that right-click build, he can go for the full Slayer Fist build, but you really do not want to. You need magical damage. So Ember wants to go for the early game build, and that means Bloodseeker now carries all the weight of this game on his shoulders.
Is there a world in which you put the Bloodseeker mid?
Nah.
No,
Nah,
okay,
not
fair
this
enough.
game. I would really like it, but then you're even more dependent on one hero, right? Like, then the entire team is just gonna sit 4-man mid half the game and win the game that way, because none of these other heroes are gonna do anything if you leave them alone in the lane, other than maybe an Ember 1 position, but he still depends on the Divine Rapier, so it's like Slark plus Tiny on top of him, you just lose the Rapier, you don't have late game via the Ember 1 position. If it was like less tanky heroes, so that Ember could confidently go into the 1 position, I feel like that would have been a really good option, though.
I do feel like Level Up does still have the upper hand in this draft. The only way I see Rune Eaters win this is if they go ultra late game, right? Well, the Bloodseeker, you could argue, does fall off, especially when it comes to the Tiny matchup. And if you get a Tiny Wolf butt, ooh, I cannot wait to see a Tiny wolf with a tree running around, hitting you away. That would be quite fun to see, if we get to that level, of course.
Oh yeah, both of
But-
the cores like are really good at that. Because Tiny or Slark, you
Prepare
can just
for
Tiny
battle.
Wolf either core, whatever you can just Wolf while running away in the team fight. Do a really good job as the front liner that way, because no matter whether it's the Tiny or the Slark, the benefit, they each have to really come with it. But I do agree that Rune Eaters, they do want to play this super slow. At the moment that 2 lanes are 1, that's the scary part. The moment level up to 3 lanes, they can very easily snowball it into a straight GG from there, pretty much. So you need to make sure that under all circumstances, you lose 1 lane and have that 1 lane, that everything's going to be fine going into the mid game. Other than that,
Okay, we are underway with the third and final game of this semi-final. Joe, I am very, very excited to see how this one is going to go. Action already, they get on top of the Tiny. He's a little bit alone on the high ground. The rest of the team is also on the low ground. How are they going to get out? 3-man bushwhack, it doesn't matter. BB3PX is going to have a great start as he gets the first blood onto Rinsick.
Yeah, up until level 7, the Whirling Death is gonna make him the scariest hero on the map just because of the 2 strength heroes being so essential for Rune Eaters. Rune Eaters, I don't think they can follow up fight either. Like, level 1 is always gonna be stronger for team level up, which is kind of ironic given their name. The arrow will miss Hatred though, so no follow up kill.
WOE is gonna eat a lot of harass here.
Well, good, because again, if he has a game, then it's gonna be a free game for level up regardless. Unless you either shut him down or enable both of your carry and your Slark to come online here on the side of Rune Eaters, neither of which seems too easy.
Okay, so the reason this Slark has become meta is because he counters some of these melee heroes, especially the Ember Spirit. So, theoretically, Copy should have a severe lead in front of Dark at about minute 5. We shall see if that's the case, because I have actually seen, I believe it was Emo playing the Slark into an Ember and just get solo killed by the Ember. So there are ways in which you could get punished. As right now, they're both very low in HP. We see the Flame Guard doing a lot of damage to Copy.
Yeah, as a Slark player myself, it's not just melee heroes that you counter. Puck, Storm Spirit come to mind, all really easy mid lane matchups. This Tiny as well, which is still played mid sometimes if you need to flex it after having picked it up. So he has a very wide variety of both melee and range heroes that you can hard counter on the Slark. Ember's actually not that hard countered by it compared to like a Puck or something of the sort. Because the first 3-4 levels, Ember has so much magical damage that Slark just doesn't have resistances for yet. If you get more level ups, which is why Slark is still very fun as a mid laner, your magic resistance increases a decent deal, right? He does have an okay intelligence game for a pretty huge fish. But over on top lane, Aki with the wolves. Nice return kill for Rune Eaters.
We need more harass. This is what you want, right? I'm looking at the map. The Slark is quite low in HP. You need to harass the Tiny a little bit more. This is the strength of the Bloodseeker. Queasy does have one more stun. Turns around. Right-clicks. Has 5 stick charges. Will try to deny himself.
Nope.
Nope. The aggro goes towards the Mirana.
He should have had 4 stick charges, because the first time they did attack him, and literally 1 stick charge too many that he lived on. Copy though, you see what I mean about the magical damage, right? It's rough.
Yeah, but he does have, what, 6 last hits ahead of the Ember and 7 denies.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't make a mistake, he will win the lane.
Yeah, he cannot afford to die here. He cannot afford to die.
Exactly, because the moment that you die, Darknir is always going to win the lane, but until then, Slark should be favored, if only by a little bit. And I'm saying only by a little bit because the 2 scariest timings of the game are about to come in. 6 minutes and 8 minutes. If you can survive both the 6 and the 8 minutes as the Slark against the Ember when the supports come in, that's when your lane is safe, that's when you counter him, that's when the game's entirely free. Copy. Ooh.
It's not easy, is it?
It's not.
Top. Action. A lot of HP taken away. That Healing Lotus is going to get Malik back to full, and the sticks will slow down WOE. The Bloodthirst. He's not thirsty enough just yet.
Yeah, WOE, it's impossible to make harass stick on him, so they kind of went for the Lich first. Makes a lot of sense, immediately gets rewarded, but not quite with
Arrow.
the kill, whereas on bottom lane, Queasy, they gotta go deep, and still has a Fairy Fire, but they really want the Lion. Not gonna result.
Copy dies mid!
Oh no! Oh no!
It happened in the end.
I was afraid of that, because I love the Slark, and there's too few people that can actually play Slark mids against these Ember Spirits, and now there's gonna be fewer people that dare to try, but at least Queasy will go down. So this mid lane is doing the main job of a mid lane, making lots of space for the other lanes, as even Hatred on top gets dived, but it will cost Aki his life. The game's speeding up. We're gonna see more and more of those kills unfold. 4 minutes. Ember already happy with the rune advantage, because Darknia is just so favored at contesting the Slark. And copy, okay. See, you always 100% run there, because you can never win a trade with the Ember, and Ember knows that, so if the Ember tries to take a trade, that means there's support there. Slark gets his first point of agility though. Copy, very happy to die for that, because at least that's gonna be one permanent stack.
The question is, does he have the TP to come back to lane, or is he just gonna have to walk to lane? That will be a bit of a problem.
He is gonna have to walk. 30 seconds, that's actually good of you to point out, 30 seconds cooldown on the TP. Oof. He's gonna delay his level 6 that way. That's definitely gonna get punished because of how essential it is for a good Slark timing.
Yeah. At the same time, this Lycan is having a great time up top. Even in last hits with the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker quite low in HP, being harassed by Eki.
And yet another pause. Hopefully not too long of one. As Mirana is going to disconnect once more. Ike has been having some connection troubles. It has been him for like half of the pauses this game.
Pausing. We had lots of pauses this series. Probably more pauses than we had in a long time.
Yep. Again, I think it's genuinely because of Ike. Because there was the usual server pauses, right? Where it's a bit of connection loss and one person may reconnect, but otherwise people stay connected generally and just unpause once the lag spike is over. But this is not it, and maybe he's rebooting his router or, you know, his PC, trying to fix the issue, and I hope it works so that we can have a good, clean game. Like, game number 2 was already such a good show that level up the moment that they smell blood, the moment that they get that aggression, are going to roll the snowball an insane amount. So any kind of hole in the offense, any kind of oops, we tried to kill the Bloodseeker and Bloodseeker instead kills us and full heals is going to punish them so hard, similar to how this Ember Spirit is already getting to snowball against the Slark on mid.
What is the build on the Tiny? Do you like this? What do you prefer these days, a Shadowblade or a Blink for a carry Tiny?
In this game, definitely the Blink, but usually I always say Shadowblade to this question. If there's like not a Bloodseeker in the game, you know? Oof. Go. Wait. Never mind. That's rough, though. They do have like still a good amount of pause time, and we can sit here for another like 7 minutes or so, which I hope, yeah, won't be necessary with the reconnect coming in.
Yeah, we'll see. 6 or 7 minutes. Ha 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 ha. No? Okay. Never mind, guys. Never mind. Let me be
I'm
alone
old.
with my Zoomer jokes.
I'm old and I'm German. Humor is only allowed 1 day a week between the designated humor hour from 12 to 1 a.m.
That Ike arrow that he just missed bottom, by the way, it connected onto the catapult, so he's gonna be pretty happy. At least he found the most gold with a missed arrow.
And Ike is still gonna position himself very aggressively, so let's hope his lag issues are resolved.
Radiant are scared.
Slark still does not have the level 6, though. It's such a rough game for Rooney just in the making.
Yeah, we see the network. He's behind the Ember, and now Ike, one more right click onto Queasy, finds the kill.
Beautiful little pickup there. Ike already on a killing spree. This Mirana, she has been having massive impact, and that impact is only gonna get bigger as she's guarding the haste rune. Ike's gonna have to take it himself, but Slark's already dead.
Radiant's
Oof.
tower is under attack.
Mirana doing
Dark
so
is
much
taking a ton of
work,
damage.
but yeah, haste should save him. He
I
needs to be
think
so
he's fine.
careful. As long as he
The
doesn't make a
Bloodseeker.
mistake, because they see him. And if you forget that they see you and get Slayer fisted, out. But yeah, it looks like he is gonna be going back to base, making sure to take the long way around so that Ember can't suddenly jump forward.
Yeah, it's also you gotta go heal yourself rapidly, so that way the oh.
Bloodseeker, yeah, right now he's pretty fast. Trying to go for something over on the top lane, but Darknia is there, wants all of his momentum to turn into these kills. Nope, says the Mirana. What the hell? Ike comes in, double kill for him, turning the entire team fight around. Darknia thankfully didn't die, but he's gotta just walk out, or in this case teleport out, Remnant up.
Thank you for the radio cast there, Joe. As we had a quick disconnect from the observer, we're going to be back in the frame of things in just a few moments as we get the loading screen up and ready to go.
You just missed a beautiful combo up on top, but now on top there's still Darknia sitting, getting jumped by a Slark. Follow-up arrow, but beautifully blocked by the Bloodseeker. But Darknia, he's still losing a lot of attributes. Can this finally be the revenge of the Slark? Not quite as Lycan has to take over, but what an unfortunate timing for a disconnect once more, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can see, it is in fact not just us getting random disconnects, because I'm in the client and I'm kind of feeling these lag spikes as well, where people just walk in place all the time.
Yeah, it's an annoying scenario. Hopefully, it's going to get swiftly sorted and.
Besides, now that the kills are speeding up, every time we unpause, we get so much action that being able to catch our breath may be a little better. Gotta love when things really accelerate and really go out of control. As for Bloodseeker, I'm not really feeling Bloodseeker, honestly. I know he's going 2-1 right now, and this pause may even save Darkness, or at the very least WOE's life. Though I'm not sure whether they can actually use that for a proper turnaround. And that's the thing, Bloodseeker, he needs another few kills worth of turnaround gold. He needs another few kills worth of people being caught off guard in order to really get that snowball off his rolling, in order to really feel like a one position. Because I don't think Bloodseeker, is at all a bad one position. But this is definitely not a good Bloodseeker game anymore because of, once again, that RE approach of, hey, we just pick heroes that are pretty much immune to the Darkseer ultimate and can just walk it off casually. Also, Waxon has been timed out for just a moment, as it seems like he is having some internet issues. He is traveling and casting on vacation with his laptop, but the pause, it's not quite enough to save Darknia. He will dodge one right click around the Lycan just to get hit with another one, as WOE also getting hunted by Malik. Copy cannot catch up. And neither of these mid laners is having a fun game now, while both of these carries kind of are, but not really, right? Like, the carries were poor all laning stage, and now that people are just starting to roam, now that people are starting to rotate, this is where the game is actually changing big time. As we got ourselves yet another kill, this time around by Ike with a perfect setup, and then he's immediately gonna disconnect after. Like, I genuinely feel like Ike, every time he goes for that arrow plus Starstorm, he disconnects, and I would not be surprised if it's a server issue, because every time there's an arrow in Starstorm, I instantly notice it, because everybody in my client stands still and walks in place. Waxon even disconnects or lags every time there's a Starstorm. That's telling you enough. Starstorm breaks Dota right now. It's somehow as heavy as summoning 20 random. See what I mean? See what I mean, chat? Like, I had the same thing constantly in my client. Thankfully, I'm launching Dota in the client, and then we have one guy sitting in a different country that does the observing for us. So there's always two ways of knowing what's going on. Never mind, you won't understand. Oh, there's stuff in the chat going on. What? Oh no! His internet drops. So it's apparently Ike's internet dropping. It's not the Starstorm. It's more so like whenever there's too many packages. He just have worst internet in village. What can you do? And Darknia asks like Hidden Leaf Village. And whoa. Memes. Oh man, you're back. Hello, Waxon. Can you hear us?
Wow, is everybody getting DDoS?
Yes.
Not just
no, not DDoS. Mirana is the DDoS. Starstorm is the DDoS. Every time there's a Starstorm, I feel the lag spikes in client as well. I just have a slightly better PC and connection than some of these players.
And then me, clearly, because I got disconnected as well.
Yeah, no,
I'm not
arrow
even in
plus
the client.
Starstorm. I'm not sure if it's the skin either, because every time there's an Starstorm onto more than one hero, like a hero plus a creep or whatever, it's a lag spike. Every time there's a Starstorm onto 2 or 3 heroes, like the one on top on 3 heroes, that was a beautiful turnaround, it's a disconnect. But we gotta go when ready, and that was a really good Leaf Village joke, where Ike's internet is apparently dropping whenever he Starstorms on too many people, which is really rough. And then it was like Darknia asking, oh, so the Hidden Leaf Village? And them immediately being like, never mind, you won't understand, as a bunch of Russian and like Dota voice lines came out in response.
We're out again, by the way. Now it's the observer being disconnected again. This is gonna be. I tell you why, ladies and gentlemen, as you can hopefully still hear our voices. It's because all of the Valve servers are now powered up in China, and we are still playing in Europe for this final day. That's why we have issues.
I mean, you're almost correct with that, because unironically there is a lot of like last-minute TI prep scrims, boot camps, mini patches, bug fixes going on. Oh, there's one really annoying bug with the Wraith King Aghanims that they need to take out before TI.
What's the bug?
For Legion and Slark and any hero that gets stacks from kills. So usually the original time you die counts as a stack for, you know, the duel win and stuff. So if you duel a living Wraith King and he dies, whether it's the ultimate or the Wraith form, you get the duel win, right?
Yeah.
You now get the duel win where the Wraith form expires only.
Oh, that's kind of frustrating, actually.
It really is, because for Slark it's also buggy as shit. I can't put it any other way, because if the Wraith form dies next to you, it gives you the agility, and that's kind of how it's supposed to be. But the thing is, the death is also really, really buggy on the Wraith King, where usually it resets his attack animation, and it doesn't anymore. Oh!
Set up for WOE.
Speaking of resets, these big pauses for the internet reset made WOE's lane even harder. During your disconnect, I talked about Bloodseeker. Well, I think he can be a really good hero, needing to be fast and having lost all of his tempo despite the fact that he's supposed to be a hard counter to everything on the map. Oh look, Starstorm and disconnect. Lovely how that works, ain't it?
Well, at least this means we're not going to see Mirana at TI.
Also, production guy is asking me, like, can I take over the stream? But it's a horrible lag spike for me as well. Like, I think, you know, right now my PC can barely handle not getting me disconnected, but if I stream in the background, then my PC is also just gonna be like, nope, disconnect every time that there's Starstorm.
I mean, all these technical issues that we have to face, and somehow the Hoodwink was found. And despite the Bloodseeker having a very rough start, Dark has managed to win his lane versus the Slark. The Timbersaw BB3PX is leading the network chart, so it'll be up to them to make the space for the Darkseid to come back into this match.
Yeah, you gotta bring back your carry. Because I'm wondering, Darknia, he wants to go for this magic build, but look, he's already not even going for Kaya anymore. He's going for the Ghost Scepter. So while the Slark failed to hard counter him at all, the Mirana and the Hoodwink just completely make up for that now and kind of are the equalizer that Slark needs in order to not throw the game. Oh, speaking of the Hoodwink, coming in, wanting another huge setup, Eki immediately bursted. Look, one hero Starstorm. No disconnect if there's just a one hero Starstorm. But a big lag spike still. Oh, I spoke too soon. Never mind.
I'm gonna quickly help our producer, so you keep on talking, Joe, as I'll try to see if I can make anything happen.
Yeah, it's a video encoding issue. I do have the radio cast, because thankfully, again, I'm not streaming right now. Most of my GPU has nothing to do. And I'm on Linux, so I can immediately read logs in real time. But this is a Dota video encoder bug. Like, it's failing to render the Starstorm every time that it's cast. I'm on Linux, so my PC is better at ignoring issues. It's literally the only difference. Why I can radio cast. Eki getting fingered here. Oh, thankfully reconnect for the finger. Just in time as the +1 stack comes out. Hatred. Also got a Ghost Scepter. That's one thing I will actually kind of praise here. The Ghost Scepters are coming out from everybody on level up. They are playing a really good response to these 3 right clickers in any of the core roles, right? Oh, Waxon trying to fix issues. Well, I can keep a solo cast going, especially as long as everything is showing on stream. There you are.
I'm here. Yeah, no, I am here. I can hear you. I can speak. Sorry, I'm just multitasking right now.
I get it. Next Starstorm lag coming out. No crash yet though, because again, too small of a Starstorm, but the lag spike is still very real for the Observer, and one more Starstorm is probably gonna disconnect us again. So this bug and the Wraith King bug, those two are gonna need to be fixed for TI, because TI is otherwise gonna be unwatchable. Speaking of, Beautiful little setup with the Star Storm, but the Lich ultimate is immediately gonna force them back. Most of that damage was just taken by the Helm of the Overlord creep, so Slark is now walking forward, trying to dive, decides to not do so as BB3PX gets in position, but Ember Spirit, Slay of Fist, wants to catch up to them. Aki will be taken down. Rune Eaters may have overstayed their welcome as it's gonna be not one but two supports taken away.
Oh yeah, apparently I am pretty useless because I obviously am not in Dota, I'm just in Vimix, so I can't be helping with that one, sadly guys. But I'm back in action to see Copy trying to run away. He does have the Shadow Dance. Down to half HP, will have to pop it. Can they get on top of him as soon as it expires?
so.
They will try to... No, leaps away. No more mana for Dark.
Also really valuable that he knows for a fact that there's no vision up that high ground. He did go for kind of that weird Slark walk, right? Where you walk an 8 through the jungle just to see where your Barracuda region is active and where it's not. So he knew exactly which direction to jump in. There is some really aggressive warding going on by the Dire, but Slark isn't the one that they have been catching. They have been catching mostly the Tiny, and Tiny is a lot better at retaliating if you try to go on him, right? Where it's like avalanche toss and then try to TP or walk away.
Bloodseeker still trying to find his first item. Very underfarmed as of right now. No Maelstrom yet, about 700 gold away.
Slark. Oh no, another pause from another Star Storm being prompted. Okay, this is just a short one as the mid-tier one will still fall and everybody is gonna back off. Poor Observer disconnecting. And Slark trying to turn the fight around, but Queasy instantly kills Aki with a finger while Copy gets a courier, but that's not what he came for. He came for a stack of agility, which he only has 2 of. Ember Spirit killing him at like 3 minutes in the laning stage is still costing the Slark so much. Now, 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult, especially when you pick a hero for a certain purpose. Not only he's getting countered by the Bloodseeker, but, you know, losing the mid matchup versus the Ember. Thankfully for him, the Lycan and Tiny are doing relatively fine. Still not as good as that Timbersaw.
Yup. I'm kind of wondering, like, Timbersaw, he's been having impact, but he doesn't really do damage, so I'm kind of wondering how can they make up for this lack of damage on level up side? Maybe unironically consider a Kaya for the Lich or something small like that that just adds a lot of damage to the team fights. WOE.
Arrow, perfect.
Oof. Third point of agility, Slark dies for that, but I think he does not mind because Rupture has been used and Lycanthrope will use the ultimate in retaliation. Starstorm is there, causing the disconnect, as that's gonna be Timbersaw blown up in the middle of a big Lich ult. And a perfect example of why the Lich ultimate just doesn't do enough damage, because it bounced like 5 times there across mostly Tiny and Lycan, and both of them are just at half health, getting back, grouping up in the Dire Triangle now. So Rune Eaters, they are still slowly capturing the map.
I have to say, it's also maybe going to be one of those things that if the Mirana gets the Aghanim Scepter, we might find ourselves in a bit of a loop.
Yeah.
But of course, you will want to farm for that item. And yes, that's a Slark kill, sacrificing himself to keep the Bloodseeker still under farm, but getting that Essence Shift permanent stack is going to be a beautiful, beautiful thing for the Slark. Yes, they're both under farm, but hey, I effectively solo killed you.
Yeah, and you take away that much needed comeback potential from the Bloodseeker, as the game is very much quieting down, with level up just kind of going back to defensive formation, warding up, and Rune Eaters now trying to be the aggressors and get stuff done elsewhere. Again, chat, apologies for the radio cast, but the players are also disconnecting. This is not just an us issue. And I'm wondering how it's going to be with the finals, because I don't think Dota is going to release a patch between now and an hour from now that's fixing the Mirana bug. Maybe if you switch like driver or, you know, rendering engine, that'll fix it.
Just ban Mirana, guys.
Ban Mirana every game.
Modern problems requires modern solutions.
Also, you should not have praised BB3PX. He was making space for the Bloodseeker to farm and just got gone on by 3 people with the Slark jumping him. And now a Mirana ultimate to look for more. So, Rune Eaters gonna catch the Lich. No Lich ultimate this time. And get 2 for nothing. Double kill for Rinzy Q. They need to shut down this Tiny before it's gonna be a very obvious GG. Ah, lovely. We load in right on the Starstorm and it immediately starts lagging. Oh, is it? Yeah, I think it is, but we'll see. Maybe we're fine. Here's to trying.
And now I have to say, this Tiny and Lycan are already becoming out of control, which is very scary. Level Up, they are the ones that at minute 19, 20 should have been ahead. This Bloodseeker has yet to find a game. I think I heard a Rupture somewhere. Who did he Rupture? The Creep?
Maybe. Like, there is a Helm of the Overlord creep that has been red Dotaing the whole time.
Dire's top tower is
So I think
Makes sense. I think we've seen some Laguna Blades used earlier in the tournament from when Lina was played as a carry. Every time you see a Helm of the Overlord, instant Laguna Bladed. So I guess it's the same thought process.
my guy, it's half a support kill. Like, it's literally worth half a support kill up until the late game, pretty much. So you just gotta ask yourself, would I ulti for half a support kill? And if it's yes, then, you know, you're good.
Do it. Yeah. Slark, Diffusal starts working towards his Lincoln Sphere, has the most expensive component, and now he purchased the recipe, and now, I don't know, it's gonna be a pretty good game for Copy, again,
I like
somehow
delaying
out-farming the Ember.
You don't need an Aghanims right now. Aghanims is such a bait in games like this where you have a lead, but you're not
Yeah.
the reason that your team has that lead. Never go Aghanims on Slark if that's the case. Always go, if you think, oh, I'm gonna get more stacks because I have more engagement range and can play more carefully. No, it reduces your impact. And Slark isn't the most impactful right now. He's very good for scouting, he's very good for helping catch supports, but he's kind of lacking that damage part still until another item or two are done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, speaking of catches, over in the top lane, we're gonna see Ember hunting, but a Mirana ultimate comes out and nobody will be found. They just don't see him in time. Huh? Where are they gone? They just turned invisible.
Thank God they didn't use the Starstorm there and they only used the Moonlight Shadow. Timbersaw is going for a hybrid Centaur build. He's trying to rush Heart of Tarask after Sanjin Kaya. What do you think about that?
I really love it, honestly. I think Kayas are so essential because everybody is missing the damage right now on both sides. And Rune Eaters, they're kind of getting away with it because they have the better engage and disengage, so they go in, throw all of their damage to get a kill or two, and then just go back out again and keep getting away with that. But you need to make sure that the damage is there, you need to make sure the tempo is there.
Yeah, but what about the Heart? Do you think Heart second item is good?
Not good, no. I would not say it's good under any circumstances. I would say it's needed, right? It's the punishment for losing your lane this hard that you now gotta buy a heart or some item like that just to deal with this overwhelming damage from Tiny.
Long range jump, Tiny counter,
See what I mean?
goes for the Lion.
He just deletes people right now, and Ember Spirit next in line to be deleted as Slark jumps on top of him. Ethereal Scepter coming out, but it will not save him. As a matter of fact, in comes a toss. They just toss Slark more agility. And while Slark does not have the damage yet, he does not need to deal the damage. He just needs to keep people away from the Tiny while he does it. Teleport out from the Timber makes it away.
Oh. The Avalanche almost clipped him at the edge of the Timber chain.
Yeah,
3 dead
split
for
second
that.
earlier and it would have been insane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And now Rinsick wants to rinse your tower of HP. Oh, maybe not. Goes back to farm the triangle. The BKB on WOE is now here. The problem is, he's been trying to catch up in farm, but the Ember has been falling off. So, it's like, you know, dying by 1,000 cuts.
Uh, 10k lead for the side of Rune Eaters are escalating, but realizing that level up will go and smoke on up as 4-man.
If you catch a Hoodwink, it would be at least something. Finger of Death comes out, and that's a dead support. Good smoke from level up, at least he gets something.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And you're playing 10k down, every single kill is good.
Ha,
Ember
chat.
doesn't even have the fist.
Chat
Oh,
has
wow.
just made a great joke, by the way, about like how we fixed stream. Feng Shui has been fixed. No more disconnects, guys. Though there will be lag spikes, like everybody is still lagging every time the Starstorm hits 2 or 3 people, but at least that's playable, I guess, because everybody is lagging, right, so it's fair again.
Slark top.
It's a Timber. Any other hero he would have really liked to kill, but I feel like Copy, the moment he sees the Timber, he's like, ah crap, this fat guy again.
Still 8 permanent stacks of Essence Shift on the Rune Eater Slark is pretty massive, I have to say. And WOE on this Bloodseeker has been more or less redundant for the first 25 minutes of the game.
Yup. WOE, well no, he has been really good for the first 10 minutes of the game, but then after
Fair.
that has just not been doing anything for the next 10 minutes after.
Money changes hands.
Silver Edge ready for the Tiny. No matter how big and fat and strong this Tiny is, the Lycan is still out farming him. That is absolutely insane. Rupture on the Ancient Black Dragon. BKB popped, oh boy.
Yeah, see what I mean? He needs to ult those creeps, and the Rune Eater threat of you can't ult all of us is really starting to pay off, as now they will find Darky as a reward. Ethereal Scepter, not a great move against the Lion, but Lion missed the stun, not the arrow though.
Radiant are scattered.
Tweezy's getting chased now. Self-heals though for the Mirana. Tweezy does not have Link for 2 seconds, and he does get caught.
More agility
Somehow,
for Slark.
some way,
Is under attack.
the Ember died as well. No, sorry, the Bloodseeker died, not the Ember. Where did the Bloodseeker die?
Yeah, like, Bloodseeker just got chased down over on top as well, trying to get himself away, but nope. He got, like, through the Twin Gate and then died bottom, trying to return under the tier 1, getting down to the triangle, basically. Because it looked like he got away. I was really confused for a moment as well when I heard, like, Bloodseeker spells, but he was, like, under the triangle, basically, after having gone all the way around the map by the Twin Gate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lich tries to walk away. The Ghost Scepter does help him a little bit.
Ooh, and Ember. Not able to get the engages. Like, again, I think the Kaya is such a must-have item because he needs the damage boost, but the complete lack of a BKB and the Ethereal Scepter being forced to be bought when you really don't want it to, it's gonna make things worse. But yes, the Starstorm is no longer breaking everything. Change your video encoder if it happens to you guys and find out the solution.
Fallen to the radiant.
I don't know if there's any way in which you can stop them, man. I've been saying this for the last 8 minutes or so. Level Up should have had the upper hand by now, and they have been only victims of this slacking from RinCQ and his team.
Dire's
Another 4.5 minutes on this Aegis as they just claimed it. He's about to also finish a BKB in 1300 gold.
Dire's bottom tower.
Blink for the Bloodseeker. Okay.
As there's gonna be the Tiny getting the perfect jump on Timber, so the toss is a little bit early, as he needs to save his Mirana from certain death. Tiny still runs into absolute disaster as the Lich ultimate is gonna bounce across the entire team fight, allowing Bloodseeker to actually destroy both the Tiny and the Lycan thus far. They still want to fight. Tiny obliterates not one but 2 supports, and this is the opportunity Slark's been waiting for. Darknir goes down as follow-up. BB3PX will be saved from the Lion buying back, but oof, 15k for Rune Eaters now.
On the bright side, they hold high ground for now. Right? They didn't lose any actual buildings. They managed to take out the Aegis. The Bloodseeker found a kill, surprisingly.
And yeah, Bloodseeker getting that return kill may actually give them some breathing room. Though I don't think it was good enough, simply because Slark was still left unchecked that fight. And that's kind of the situation again.
Scanning.
There's 3 big threats now that the Ancient Creep is kind of falling off.
Dire's middle tower is
Which
under
of these
attack.
3 threats do you focus? Which of these 3 threats is gonna focus you, right? I unironically want to see the Refresher Orb, because I think that's the best counter to the you can't rupture all of us approach.
Oh man. Minute 28. Thanks, Shrine of Wisdom will be stolen by either the Slark or the Hoodwink as well.
They may not want to go for the steal as this fight seems tempting with Crash Keyword coming out and Tiny just deletes Lion in 2 strikes. Timbersaw broken, forced to press the BKB, but at least he gets the BKB out. Lich ultimate still bouncing, Slark does not care, Lycan does not care. This is what I mean.
Dire's middle
Lich
tower
Kaya, unironically what I would have done differently this game, because Bloodseeker not dealing damage, that's to be expected. I'm not saying it's good, but that's something you could recover with if you get enough kills via those supports. Or at least get everybody low health, like you pointed out in the early games, that Bloodseeker is really fast. They can't get people low health anymore.
Yeah. They need to... I don't know, they need to delay the game for another 5-10 minutes, but then if you delay the game for 5-10 minutes, the Tiny and Lycan are going to be even stronger than they are. It's you gotta pick your poison, but I think no matter which bottle you drink from, you will get poisoned in the end and die.
Yep. Such an interesting game to close out the series with, though. Because the drafts are really fun, really interactive. Kinda sad about the technical issues, but level up. I do see a possibility for a comeback, but the main one I see right now, once again, double Ravage. Literally just double Ravage. Ravage Slark, Ravage Tiny. Because then you take away 80% of the damage on Rune Eaters, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Because I don't...
The only way I see a comeback is if they dive behind the Ancient and Leech Sinister gazes them to the fountain.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't really see anything else other than a fountain dive that they can do. Because it's not like Level Up can just, you know, throw an ult and be like, hey, Rune Eaters, let's keep it interesting. How about you dive the fountain next team?
No, we mentioned before this, not only you're playing to go into the grand final, but just winning this final map would guarantee you get double the prize pool from $13,000 to $25,000. So a massive increase from the players here.
Yep.
Tiny has finally outfarmed Malik on the Lycan. The Mirana does have the Aghanim Scepter. Twin Gate coming in. It could be a bit of a wraparound here, but they are unlucky. Rune Eaters is walking in the opposite direction.
Dire's
Well,
courier has been killed.
Level Up just wasted a lot of big resources. They're kind of hoping for that Tormentor to at least be takeable so they get something out of that. But, well, they are putting some pressure and looking for a Tormentor. Rooney just once again just dominating the map, putting wards in the jungle, making sure they keep all of the lanes split pushed in.
Dark.
Shadows take us.
Yeah, he's gonna continue to try to extend the game. WOE spots by EQ. Good blink out. Can he still get caught? Slark is on his tail. He needs the BKB away. He's getting caught. He's getting controlled. He's dead. The BKB wouldn't save him at this point. Copy finds his... I don't even know. What is it? 13th permanent stack?
Yep. Now we're finally cooking with the Slark. Because on the mid Slark, the rule of thumb is you need half as much agility as the minute timer in order to not be doing a bad job. And he's almost there, despite the fact that this, let's be real, the early game was really bad for him. Dying against Ember Spirit once just got him punished for the next 10 minutes or so. And he's still coming back into this. Copy. Just doing his job, making sure Tiny had the space to one-shot people. And now the Tiny one-shots, now Slark is like, okay, now I can become a second carry, now I can kind of join the rank of these late game heroes.
BB3PX is level 20. He wants to finish the Shiva's Guard. He could have money for it, but then he would no longer have buy. Well, he doesn't have buyback now, to be fair.
Yeah. Rune Eaters, 20k lead. It's the item difference coming in so hard as well. And Timbersaw is exactly one of the reasons why I don't like this hero, because I don't think the Heart of Taras is really bad. As long as you buy your Chasm Stone, you do everything Timbersaw needs to. It's just... in the late game, he's not good.
No, definitely not.
We saw him blow up Tinies, we saw him blow up Lycans. He has done what they picked him for, but give this game another 10 minutes and he won't anymore. As in the triangle, we're gonna have a massive team fight, but it's not gonna be that massive. It's just gonna be a massive Tiny teleporting away and saying, nah, I don't care for the Lich ultimate.
I don't know if he needed to TP there. I think he could have
He
just
did,
killed him, but his
because-
supports will get the job done.
Yeah, no, it's not about that. Look at what's happening bottom. Yeah. They want to keep reinitiation ready at bottom lane, so Tiny kind of wanted to be gone ASAP to free up his supports. And it was still a bit too late.
Ember's there.
Slark. Yeah. Oh, the damage.
This is a proper triple remnant. You heard that, Tai Long? That's how you do it, my friend. Mirana's gonna get caught and chakram down by BB3PX, and a bit of a small fight, but now Tiny shows up with the damage.
In come the wolves, but they don't do anything against Timber. You should literally not stick him on... Oh, well, he was broken, but there's the BKB to deal with the break, saying, nah, I can man-fight against Tiny, and he can in fact man-fight against Tiny. It's not late game yet. We're slowly getting there, yes, but... You know, these fights are gonna take Timbersaw longer and longer. It's not like they can kill Timbersaw with this lack of damage once 1 or 2 cores have died.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It feels like it's a little bit, you know, too little too late from the side of level up just because of how bad their late game scaling is. But I do feel like they're putting in a really valiant effort to make a comeback regardless.
Okay, well, with the Tiny being killed there, Level Up is extending their lead. Their game. It's a deficit, not a lead. My apologies here. I want to see if there's... Okay, these Croakers are hilarious. If there's a world in which this Bloodseeker can just fully turn it up and kill the Tiny. Granted, like in a 1v1, granted, the Tiny has slowed down his farm a little bit lately.
Slark jumps right on the Ember though, and Dark, yeah, he may have to buy it back and give us another one of those proper triple remnants, depending on what Rooney just chooses to do with this. Lycan wants the initiation. It's the Hoodwink that tries to set it up, but Lycan has been raptured. Finger there. Slark. Not sure if he wants to go or not. If he can catch the lion? Yeah, okay. He will. Trying to commit for the kill. Nicely done. And Ember really doesn't want to buy back now, knowing that Rooney's going to try to go for more once again. Catch onto the Timbersaw, catch onto the Bloodseeker on mid lane as well. Bloodseeker should be able to get away, thanks to Timbersaw getting the Slark low and kind of speeding up the Bloodseeker. But that was close for both of them. A single good arrow, a single big mistake, and it would have been a huge change of the game.
Catch again. We've got a lot of stacks to follow up. The BKB though, turn around from BB3PX. Would like to find a skill on the support. Eki with the Glimmer Cape though will disengage. BB3PX only level 24 by himself. That is not enough to find an exchange, and his BKB is now in cooldown for 82 seconds.
On the one hand, you could say space created. On the other hand, Roshan is up again. And Rooney is currently taking control of this dire area of the map, so it will be easily taken by them.
Double damage.
Arrows connecting to the Roshan, and they get into the pit with the DD on the Tiny. It's gonna be the freest Roshan we've seen all day long.
Yep, Roche absolutely gets himself destroyed here, as in comes the arrow, just for good measure. And they do respect BB3PX's Timber, right? Because if they didn't, they would have given it to the Slark instead and said, go Slark, kill the support, do a crime. But nah, gotta give it to the Tiny because Timber can still deal some damage to him.
Slark in Mirana, very near of Hatred. He's going for the TP. The arrow is on cooldown, so they're not gonna catch him. The Yules could have, but he's gonna be fine. Ike. Well, actually, he's finding money for a Wind Waker here. Okay, very good for the Dispel, repositioning tool, helping teammates.
Such a slow game. I do love how whoever is gonna come out of this is actually still gonna be tired out, despite us including an extra hour of break time. Because now it's like 25 minutes till the next series is gonna kick off. And level up, they still have a teeny tiny chance to win this. If Rooney just make enough mistakes, or we do indeed see that late game double rupture threat. But it looks like no way. What's... No, look at WOE's inventory.
What is he cooking?
Radiance.
Well, it's better late than never, I suppose.
No, dude, horrible. Think about it. Refresher Orb takes 2 cores out of the teamfight guaranteed. Radiance gives you
Oh, Wolfbite.
30% longer of a teamfight that you're still gonna lose as, yeah. Tiny Wolf, he doesn't even
Tiny.
care. Look at this.
He's got a Daedalus as well, by the way. And another 3 minutes on the Aegis. Oh boy. Silver Edge now. He wants to get right click one. Okay, no, he went for the tower. That means he's not going to be able to break anybody. I would have been curious to see how much damage that would have been.
There is buybacks available for the Dire. With Ember Spirit having buyback, with Bloodseeker having buyback, they do need to be a little careful. With the Wolf, from now on it can be spammed. A 3-man Avalanche. No way. Tiny finds it perfectly. Quincy's still going to die for that. But remember, they gave him the Aegis for this very reason. As now Tiny comes back alive. BKB press from the Lycanthrope already Stark in the middle of the team fight. Not dealing any damage, but he is getting those temporary attributes. Presses BKB to ignore the Lich ultimate and goes heals up. Support
That
for
was a
support.
9-second BKB from Slark.
Not a bad Aegis take. That looked really scary when Tiny respawned there for a moment, but thanks to a really good response, everybody on level up is still alive and intact for the time being at least.
Yeah, and the melee rack still stands. That's probably the biggest victory here. As that was the Aegis and the banner and the Daedalus Wolfbite reveal that all got nullified. And level up will manage to extend it further. Oh, they're smoking. They know the Slark is mid. Just showed his face onto Dark.
And
Tiny? Tiny? BKBs for that?
if he had the tree, then that would have been a lion kill, but nope. Instead, they just lose the carry for nothing. And Tiny, look at that, he's 1.5 thousand gold just for a single kill on him. 90 seconds now, Tiny, a lot of pressure across the map, level up. Immediate response to that huge carry kill. And I think it's the correct one because they finally get the final tier 1 tower.
I don't know, man. Runeaters have made some mistakes in the last few minutes that is allowing level up to find more levels, to get the next items. I'm not really concerned yet, but I could start being convinced that I should be.
I'd agree with you if it wasn't for that Radiance. It feels like such a... Well, I get why he's building it, to try and keep his teammates in the fight, but Bloodseeker can and play around his teammates and still keep up with the Slark going into the late game. As Ike gets killed by Darknia though, and Darknia definitely can do some massive freaking damage. He's still in position for more. Eki dies, and that's both supports gone. Copy chased after by Timbersaw meanwhile. But it's not Copy that they gotta be worried about. Okay, Lycan teleports out. Now it's like they gotta be worried about. Slark just trying to man fight Timbersaw and realizing he deals 0 damage.
BB3PX is so far by far the MVP. So far the MVP of this series, uncontested. I have to say, even with his Enigma in the previous game, I believe he was exceptional, and now with this Timbersaw more or less carrying his team past minute 42. What a player he is!
Yeah, truly huge action from the Timber across all of the map. And with the blink, with the chain setup, and all of that damage he can deliver. Yeah, alone he can't really carry the team fights, but he doesn't need to carry the team fights, he just needs to keep the win condition, the Slark or whoever else busy by just sitting on top of it.
And he has done that, and he's done that successfully a lot in the last, well, I don't even know, 40 minutes, or at least the last 15. And now he's gonna solo a tier 2 bottom, nobody can contest him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
RE, they just need a good initiation, like a 2-man Avalanche when he actually has the tree and the follow-up available is all it takes for this Tiny to end this. But finding the 2-man Avalanche isn't so easy.
Wolfbite. Wolfbite with the Silver Edge. Oh, this Lion's dead.
Yeah, just deleted. Double toss. Slark comes in, says thank you for the agility. Tiny Slark is
Ember.
looking good. I like this.
Running out of remnants, running out of chances. He's getting caught. This is going to be a massive find. The Ember with a sleight of fist, delaying it further, but it will still fall. And now the Lich showed his face. He's going to get chased, but the Timbersaw here with a turnaround.
BKB.
Look at the Bloodseeker.
Actually does not have anything to save himself with the
Lycan's dying.
buyback.
They're continuing to chase Copy. He's going to get caught by the long-range Earth Spike, and the Finger of Death sends him to the afterlife. 100 seconds, no Slark. Can they get anything else? The buyback, of course, was there from the Lion.
Tiny. Does he have his buyback finally saved together? Yes, he does. And I think he's gonna be forced to save it here. Because, yeah, one buyback, even from a support, can make such a huge difference between Slark getting out and coming back at full health, or Slark getting fingered and just dying before you can do anything else as a follow-up.
Makes you wonder, why do the Slark and Lycan not have buybacks themselves? Because the last couple of team fights, you can take a look on your screen, you can see that Bloodseeker has finally managed to overtake. Oh, bottom. Rinsick is going to try to go for the Bloodseeker. BKB is in cooldown, double toss, doesn't even manage to land the first time around before Rinsick finds the solo kill to the opposing carry.
Instant karma for that very important Slark kill, but with the Slark still being down, BB3PX takes the flamethrower, is going to get to work on the tower.
Another flamethrower in 5 seconds. Someone to help this guy. What the hell? Where's the rest of the teams? Oh, they're dead. He will find the tier 3 though.
There's the
That's
reinforcements.
Tiny's there.
Lich ultimate,
Spike.
actually level 3, and suddenly it hurts a lot more.
He had the BKB, he did not use it, and now he has no buyback. He's dead for 100 seconds.
Yeah, he tried using it, but he was like getting chain stunned, and I hate those moments. I'm not a fan of BKB specifically for those moments where it's like, oops, you're hexed, you can't BKB, oops, you're stunned, you can't BKB. Now you come out of the BKB, but you're already dead. Now you can come out and you can BKB, but you're already dead. A Slark tried to keep BPX at bay, but nobody, not even the Slark, has damage for this Timber, so he's gonna need to attack him like 50 times before he finally starts actually doing damage. He's gonna try, literally just staying on top of BB3PX while Hatred goes down to the Lycanthrope. Nice wasted Lich ultimate at least.
No more mana. The Diffusal Blade is doing a lot of work.
Now this is what I'm talking about. Make Slark that wolf. They finally do get the Timber, and we immediately see a chase.
Radiant are scanning.
You might have heard of seahorses, now you heard of sea wolves. Chasing, could still catch Dark here. Oh boy, Dark's going the wrong pathing. He's gonna get caught pounds from the wolf on top of him. It's the Slark wolf getting it all, and Dark will fall as Copy.
Yeah.
Being turned into the mini Lycan turns the team fight around.
Not just that, the courier from Ember Spirit is being camped, and they're sending a second courier to look for it, but don't find it. I wonder what Ember is going to buy, having his courier in such a dangerous position. Oh, the Shiva's guard. Okay, yeah, he still needs the plate mail for that Shiva's. Slark may have overextended. His supports are ready to help.
Buyback from the team, back from WOE, turning it onto the Mirana, and the Timbersaw there, they just obliterate her. Has the BKB, Shadow Dance away, and he will survive just slightly. The Hoodwink is also going to be fortunate enough to escape, as that would have been a dieback for the Hoodwink. But they only lose the Mirana, and forcing the Timbersaw buyback is massive.
Yep. Timbersaw buyback for Mirana, definitely a trade they'll take. As Rinsiq, guess what? He immediately comes in saying, okay, my Slark needs a moment to wait for his spells back. I don't. Comes in, kills WOE, 100 seconds death timer. They just gotta force that buyback, and with Slark coming up that high ground once again, they're just taking turns. Either the Tiny or the Slark is sitting in the front lines, and Hatred will go down, Mirana will as well. Mirana now confident, committing the buyback, while Aki is getting killed off slowly in a corner.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Triple buyback forced, however, for just, I think, 2 support buybacks, or 1? Let me check real quick. So 2 support buybacks for all buybacks pretty much from the Dire side.
Yeah, now Level Up are on the back foot, but the Roshan is up and so is the Tormentor, so they can find some objectives. And you know, considering how much they played from behind for the majority of this Game 3, the fact that somehow they've managed to even up the, more or less, the buildings around is very impressive. A single range racks taken from both sides. Yes, Rune Eaters still have a tier 2 standing, but it doesn't matter that much. Level up, one press on the gas pedal. They're smoking up, Joe. They want to find someone, and they're heading towards the Mirana.
Yes, level up with a 4-man smoke. Even if you get the Mirana, that's not the kill you need right now, because Slark and the Lycan Creep are showing on top and forcing people back into the base. Instead, I guess they want to group and push bottom, just leaving Ember Spirit to defend. Copy. Playing a very interesting little back and forth game of footsies with the Ember Spirit. But decides to get himself to safety, I guess.
I'll take that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looking at the items. One of the things that I think makes drafts like the one that Level Up have so much worse, though, is that nobody's got a pipe. And I can kind of get that the cores don't want to build pipes anymore because of the item being nerfed so much. But somebody has to build pipe in a game like this. The Mirana magical damage, the tiny magical damage, whenever they find this good initiation of 4 or 5 people, it's still thousands of damage that you really need to reduce more.
No contest for this Roshan. The smoke is coming. Actually might be there in time. They need to Finger of Death onto him. They need to kill the Roshan fast. Otherwise, this could be the end of the game. They need to get out of the pit now. They find the Aegis. You need to get out. Just collect the goddamn banner and leave.
Slark
is there. The Timber Soul's dead. Has the BKB, though, can he escape? He needs to Timber Chain onto a tower or anything. Actually turns around, deals a lot of damage, but Copy will go onto Lich. Hatred has to go save the Tiny! He's getting caught, he has to buy back, he wants to come back into this one, but look at the Chakram damage coming in hot, dealing a lot to Copy, the Hoodwink, they're all falling. The Tiny might have bought back, but I don't think he can join back up the fight in time.
Oof, it's a disaster. Timbersaw in mid lane was keeping 3 people away from the rest of his teammates single-handedly. And now once more, trying to go for Malik. Malik immediately with the BKB. Like an ultimate up at this Timbersaw.
There's a gem here. There's a gem. Rinsik needs a miracle to get out of here. He's going to continue getting pursued. He needs some help. He's running out of HP. The Finger of Death is there. And that's going to be a dieback Tiny for 2 minutes.
There's the comeback that we've talked about. You said that maybe Level Up could do it, and 2 minutes no Tiny. Slark may be forced to buyback, but whether he's forced to buyback or not, we've talked a lot about Slark's stacks, and he's at 22 agility. That's definitely not bad. It's not great at 50 minutes either. You want to know whose stacks are looking even more terrifying? The Lion. Plus 405 bonus damage to the fingers already.
Oh, man. I don't know.
Rune Eaters' one mistake from Rinsey gonna cost them this game, because honestly that's how it should be, right? Every tiny mistake, when we're truly talking about a high level of Dota and talking about deserving to be in a grand finals, deserves to be punished, and this was a beautiful punishment.
Yeah, you're correct, Joe. They have a Fortify. They're waiting for the Slark. He doesn't want to buy back for 20 seconds. Mirana tries to cut the wave, uses the Wind Waker, the Eye on this, the leaps.
Nope.
Still obliterated. No buyback for her either. Malik gets caught by the Searing Chains. He does have buyback. He will pop the wolf form and does have the wolf bite for the Slark, which will be back in 5 seconds. WOE has a rupture, holding it for now. Does not want to use it. Realizes he needs it for the Slark. Timbersaw blinks forward onto the Hoodwink.
Slark, he has one chance to keep his team in this game long enough to facilitate another comeback. He's gonna go in with that wolf form. The Sea Wolf
damage is there.
Is hungry, but
Bloodseeker though, and the Ember are going in a backline onto the Lycan. Lycan taking ton damage, so is the Bloodseeker. Can they get one? Abyssal Blade comes there, and the Bloodseeker gets the last hit, gets the heal, buys back, but does not have the ultimate. They used the Fortifies, they used all they had. The Hoodwink is dead, they're running out of time. The Slark is getting controlled, they are about to make the grand finals.
Slark has his buyback, Lycan is still trying, but even if you just right-click them as fast as you can, all they need to do is keep attacking the Ancient. Oh wait, Fortify? Can the Fortify matter in any way? I don't think so, because Lycan is just being held down, but Slark is getting more and more and more attributes.
Tide is here! Tide is here! He's got the Avalanche, he's got the toss, he needs to stop
BKBs
the
are still
Timbersaw
there.
and the Ember. What a fight, what an ending, what a game, and what a mistake from Rinsik.
One mistake cost them the entire game. I really liked this Slark draft. I really liked what they were cooking. But Tiny was the one carry that was having not a good game, right? Like Lycan was having a great game. Slark, he had a very rough start after Ember killed him, but he managed to come back really well for that. Tiny, though, he kind of just fell off as Tinies do when there's like those 7 or 8 BKBs across the board. Because against the Tiny, even supports can consider BKB just to get away from the one shot. And Lion, I don't think he built BKB, but he did make sure to build around the Tiny, just coming on top of him and punishing him, and got to live and get out the Hex a few times, which is such a big difference. Yeah, it's Ghost Scepter 4 staff that Lion had built to like get Tiny away from him. So with that, any closing statements, my friend, before the grand finals are starting in like 15 minutes from now?
Level Up, they are amazing. BB3PX, what a performance of a lifetime coming from him from this Timbersaw. And all of his games have been amazing. If this guy can continue playing at this level, he's got such a bright future ahead of him, but he shouldn't get ahead of himself. They now have to face their toughest opponent yet, and that will be Navi. Oh boy. Well, do I have something to tell you here, Joe? They've already faced Navi, and they suffered a huge beating.
Ooh, well, in that case, let's hope, just like this series, because Level Up, when they came into game number 1, they unironically got stumped by Rune Eaters, but after that, they got such a better read on the draft, they figured things out so much more coherently here, that with this draft, I guess, you know, you got to do something similar against Navi. It's a best of 5, you have lots of opportunities to learn from your mistakes, to understand Navi, but you really got to rest up, because there's not much time left on the clock till the final start. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will be seeing you around for another time, as the finals will be done by Dudai and Toltrust. Hope you're gonna enjoy the show. Thank you all so much for watching the EPL Masters, and here's to a good season, I guess. See ya.
Fabulous.
Last time we talked, you had nothing to say. You chose to walk, give what we had away. I hope you get what you're looking for, but babe, with me, you close the door on everything we could have been. Don't go thinking we could be friends. No, you can't bring us back from the dead, 'cause when you know, you know, and when you don't, when it ends, it ends. When it
just to get to our ever after. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Whoa. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. Would it all full sense? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? I did it all. I pulled the weight on my shoulders like it was fate. Don't tell me it was for nothing. You told me love wasn't true 'cause it didn't feel real to a cynic like you. But I'm pretty sure we walked into something. Something about this has changed. I wanna feel you close again. Don't let go. No, I don't want this to end. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. I want it all full sense. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Another time around the block, I loved you around the clock. Break of dawn, might as well be midnight, talking on the dock. Everyone around us knows, they say we're soulmates and it shows. So I wanna see where this could go, this could go. Break the news to everyone, the long time wait is finally done. I wasn't hanging around for fun, you could be the one. Remember the start when you're breaking my heart again like blood on a pen. Would it matter then when everything starts to fade? I'm back like it's yesterday. I want it all full sense. Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it matter then? Would it
Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel life gets you down, 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 gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Feel the moment, feel the power. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Say it louder, say it louder. You're the question, you're the answer. Bring the animal back to life. Bring the energy one more time. If you feel like letting go, you can take control. You can turn this all to something beautiful where you feel like gets you down, down, oh, gets you down, down, down. Say it louder, say it louder. Oh, feel the moment, feel the power. Oh, bring the animal back to life. Oh, bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time. Bring the energy one more time.
I'm the clock, second hand, that make the whole round. Why you still stand on the minute hand? Push away, 'cause I feel too close, feel too close, feel too close. Used to put love on scale, hope for the other side to fail. When the night was enough to talk away the haze of the day.
toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look how you make me.
Press the backs of our hands together. It's still wet, so the ink should transfer. Meet me at the side door. We'll sneak onto the main floor. All night, let's take a shot. Keep moving and we won't get caught. Take the long way home. Tonight we're free to roam. Everything's gonna be alright. Just let go, enjoy the ride. To the top of the world tonight. We're never coming down.
sounds. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a baby band that is on display, and you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a baby band that is on display, and you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Will I always be wasting my time? Feels like everyone's wasting my time. Will I get over it? Over the pattern. Don't think it's fair, then get in line. Not waiting to go on a green light. Stop digging for dirt in the coal mine. Just keeping up, just keeping my patterns. Just keeping up, just keeping the pattern. Just keeping up, keeping up. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a baby band that is on display, and you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Oh, it's a habit I wanna break, like a baby band that is on display, and you pull me in and I can't look away. Nothing matters, it's a pattern. Got me up on a late night. You steady playing on my mind. Oh, I can't get you out my head. Oh, got a feeling I can't fight. There's nothing left, but it feels right. I'm feeling you and I won't pretend. I don't wanna say too much. I don't wanna say too much. I just wanna feel your touch. I wanna be closer, babe. I just wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love, my love. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you. Been down, I stay close. Storm hit, I ain't let go. You the one I don't second guess. Late calls, I be pulling up. Never could I give you up. Got it bad, I must confess. And I don't wanna say too much. I don't wanna say too much. I just wanna feel your touch. I just wanna feel your touch. I just wanna give you my love. I wanna give you my love. I just wanna give you my love, my love, my love, my love. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you. Ain't no doubt about it, babe. You should be mine. Through the sun and through the rain, I'll stay by your side. And when seasons change, my love will still remain. 'Cause I got you, I got you.
Punch drunk crazy bets on me. Back mid scroll, Armageddon arcade. Walking the wild, walking the wild. Don't know why. Cosplay cowgirls and numberless chats. We're feeling just fine in our running hats. Walking the wild, walking the wild. I don't know why. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on the Gideon time. On the Gideon time. Try to unplug it, turn it back on. Try to unplug, but the feeling's gone. Walking the wild, walking the wild. You don't know why, you don't know why, you don't know why. Radio play in the cesspool stream. Oh, running down nightmares that used to be dreams. Walking the wild, walking the wild. And I don't know why. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on a Gideon time. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. I don't mind pretending we don't see these signs. I don't mind the hustle and the tussle. I don't mind the grind. You and me dancing on a Gideon time. You and me dancing on a Gideon time.
Let's go. I wake up to a little bit of drool on my pillow, feel like it's gonna be a bad day. Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet, damn, ain't that great. I don't wanna go to work, cause my boss is a jerk, and I'm not even that paid. I need a change in my life, cause I don't feel alive, and there's nothing that makes me happy. Hold my beer for a minute. I'm about to quit my job, cash in for a ticket. I'm going on a trip and I don't plan to visit. I'm gonna stay there till I feel like I'm winning. Oh, and this is just the beginning. I need a big change, help me feel like living. I need a big swing, home runs I'm hitting, and I'll never look back, moving on till I get it all. And we all got dreams, we all want things, but what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? Let's go! Hey! Yeah, this is my life, my strife, my right to fight, to die on. And this is my game to play, to claim a brand new name, oh. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm a bit nervous that I might screw everything up that I've ever done. But what's the point of living if you ain't having fun? I guess I'll try this, try that, might miss, gotta find what I'm good at. I guess I look here, look there, over where am I scared, where am I at? I gotta to make it in this life. Whatever makes me happy, know I'm doing things right. Sipping in the summer on a goose and Sprite, or find a nightclub for the end of the night. Oh, and we all got dreams, we all want things. But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be? And do you believe you can do anything? But what you gonna do for it? How you gonna move for it? What you gonna be?
Wanna clear a bottle of Cabernet. Wanna stay home, not even drink. Wanna get out of my own head. Wanna lay down, overthink. I wanna cry every tear I got. Put on a dress, be a stranger's dream. Lock up this heart of mine, wanna wear it on my sleeve. I kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go. Find someone new, and I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. Wanna throw away your vanity. Wanna wear it to sleep tonight. Wanna wipe our slate clean. Wanna pick this thing up right where we left off. Wanna block your number, take one last time, make it another. Wish I was one or the other. I kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go. Find someone new, and I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. If it's black, it's white. If it's wrong, it's right. Soon as I pick one, I switch sides. I kinda wanna hate you, but I wanna love you too. I wanna hold you close and let you go. Find someone new, and I wish it wasn't, but my mind's made up in two. What's killing me the most is knowing two things can be true. Two things can be true. Two things can be true.
Queen, welcome to the grand finals of European Pro League Masters. This is it. Navi have made it here yesterday. Level Up Esports have been climbing the ranks. But yeah, you ain't no rest for the wicked, is there, Toltras? As they will pick up the Undying and they immediately get countered by PMA's Axe and Hoodwink. What is this draft opening? Are we actually going to go for this 3-0 whatever, and we're just going to rush through all of this?
I do think that this is probably going to be a 3-0. Navi have not dropped a single map this entire tournament. Their lost series against Level Up was the first game was around 30 minutes. We didn't even crack the 30-minute mark. Level Up did get demolished, and I don't know. I think Navi is by far the strongest team in this tournament. It does seem very straightforward, but I do imagine that Level Up can potentially take at least one game or two. I will say though, the Alchemist pick doesn't give me confidence.
WOE going back to the basics. So it should be interesting though, but this is Navi's home, right? At the end of the day, here at EPL, Navi has already gotten 3 of their titles, and they went over to the tier 1 and they did their very, very best to just keep on pushing that tier 1 to the limits till the end of the day. And it's hard to go against it one way or the other. Overall, Level Up did win the Asgard Championships yesterday against Team Spirit Academy, but this is a different level. I think Navi has proven time and time again that they are not a tier 3 team, despite, not having a great qualifier season this season, not making it to TI, not making it to EWC. Ever since Zayat has left, Navi are trying to redefine that magic that pushed them to the tier 1 from the tier 3 tournaments, as there were just not that many tier 2s in general to be fighting over. And I think them coming back here is always really, really fun. And Level Up, I don't know, Undying offlane so far with the Willow 4. I think we've seen this before. I'm having a little bit of deja vu here.
Could be an Undying offlane, but you could also have a position 5 Undying because there's an Axe against you. Axe has no flex potential. Some Southeast Asian teams do play the position 4 Axe, but it never really works. But you'll have the Undying with the Alchemist. You can have your Alchemist farm up. The Decay will disable the Undying or the Axe, largely speaking, of course. Or you can have the position 3 Undying. I just don't like the position 3 Undying. I don't think it's had that much success in this tournament in specific. I am a bit afraid though. Like this Alchemist versus Axe, I don't know how it's supposed to work. It's pure damage against you. The Berserker's Call will just completely disable you down. Not to mention, if the concoction comes out and the Axe uses the Berserker's Call, then the Alchemist could also be self-stunned. Sure, the Axe is also going to be stunned because you're very close by, but I really don't think the Axe cares about that, right? You just want to have the Alchemist locked down and your team is going to be able to take him out. Now we come out with the Ember Spirit, so you have that Spirit Vessel Builder. You also had the Fiend's Grip on that Bane. I'm afraid for Level Up right now.
Yeah, I would like to point out that despite Navi just, rushing through the playoff bracket with their Bane Mirana, teams have been trying to tend to ban at least one of those. There was a team that banned even both of them, but it looks like Riddies and Days do find the old rhythms of their 2 supports, and it's always really, really fun to see. I do remember when Days was out once Navi picked up Zayat, and then the big thing happened. I got to watch the Navi making it to the grand final against Liquid live in Malta, and that was a very, very special moment for me, because I was with Navi fans out there, and it was really, really good to see people cheer the Navi name, despite them losing to the good old TI winning squad. At the very same time, there's this magic that happens when Navi's on stage, one way or the other. It is an online tournament at the end of the day. The prize pool is kind of tiny, compared to those tier 1 tourneys, but at the same time, I agree with you. They are going to fight tooth and nail for that $50,000 as the puck comes in pick 18. Will this be the counter to their lineup? I'm a little bit skeptical here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. There's just so much disable. You're picking a puck into the Axe. Sure, you can dodge out that Berserker's Call, but then how do you dodge that Bushwhack that follows? How do you dodge that Brain, that Fiend's Grip?
Underlord? No, not Underlord. No, never mind. Undying 5 with the Alchemist doesn't seem right.
You could go for a Tidehunter right now, have some kind of frontline potential.
Sorry, I was just listening to the Shiver podcast yesterday, and she's like, every time someone suggests Tidehunter, like she wants to smash the desk.
It is a good pick,
But
right now
it's
for
a good
level up.
pick. It's not a bad pick, I must say. But still, the Undying Alchemist lane just doesn't jive well with me. They go for the Enigma instead. Something circular,
Wow.
something smaller. But BB3PX, that is big commitment right here. And
Level Up played with the Enigma just in the previous series. They didn't happen to win that game. I wonder if that's giving them the inspiration to go for this. There's nothing that can cancel that black hole once the BKB comes out outside of that Fiend script. But what are you throwing into the black hole is the big question.
Unstable Concoction, go. Dream Coil, go. Random BS, go.
You do have the Bramble Maze, the Decay on the Tombstone as well. The zombies are going to be spawning up. It's a very shaky pick because if you can't get towers down early on, then Level Up are going to be very far behind because Enigma is a very greedy offlane pick. You want to spend most of your time farming up. It always seems like you're always chasing that next power spike. As Navi, oh wow, they're going to go for the Naga Siren, a very Navi-esque pick, but not too good against the Enigma later on.
I'm playing it into the Radiance Alchemist as well. Seems like an interesting choice from God the Juice, but he wants to delay the game and push it into the late. I was looking at things like TB. I was looking at things that would basically just, maybe even take care of the Enigma's Eidolons a little bit faster. Luna was on my mind, but the end of the day, right, it's going to be God the Juice's choice, and he does go for the Naga Siren. Lane cutting, control, pretty much the Navi way of things, but do we have everything we need if we're on the Navi side of things? Is it possible for Level Up to just group up, get a good Dream Call down, and get to see that BKB Black Hole be executed as we thought we saw it against Rune Eaters. They got to even up the series, and then later on with this nice Timber Saw Bloodseeker roundup, they were on the losing side for a long time, I believe, in that third game, but then nice little comeback with the combinations.
The problem with the Dream Call followed up with the Black Hole is that in between of those two things, you're going to have that Song of the Siren, which will just disable whatever Level Up you want to do.
It's fine. You just BKB Black Hole. It's fine. There's no disables here.
Yeah, but then you're the only one with the BKB and the Black Hole, right?
I don't know. But picking Enigma into the Bane in general is my biggest problem, right? You have Fiend's Grip. Let's just... even the BKB Black Hole is already addressed by the Bane, so... While I feel the roundness of the Navi draft and I see the concept there with Level Up Esports, shutting down the Bane is the number one thing you have to do. But if you are hunting a Bane, you're going to get called by the Axe, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah,
so
there's literally like multiple things that can disable your sequence of events if you're Level Up, and that's not even to take into account you're playing an Alchemist, so you need to find your farm. An Alchemist that doesn't have his farm has no kind of impact potential whatsoever. At least in Naga Siren, suppose the Naga Siren doesn't have farm, you can still disable the initiation coming in from the other team. There's still some value the Naga Siren brings with the Ensnare. You can set up for some pick-off, set up for some kills. What does an Alchemist do?
A little bit of sportsmanship between the boys, Money and Bones, indeed, as we will kick off the grand finals. Let's see if we will have those solutions. Let's see if Level Up will actually make those catches onto Riddies, or is his Bane going to be elusive as we predicted? But it's definitely going to be the last match of EPL, the last tourney before we get to TI. Told us, are you hyped as I am? 12 hours, bro. I'm not going to be sleeping. I'm going to be cleaning after this. And then I'm going to order pizza.
It depends on how far Enigma, Galaxy, and OG go, because I'm out as soon as they get eliminated.
The pizza man is going to hate me because I'm going to be ordering pizza at 4 a.m. I do not care.
30 seconds to battle.
But definitely we're going to have a little bit of entertainment until TI comes around. And we really are happy that you choose us for your source of entertainment here, our European Pro League.
Navi are potentially going to be able to get the skill. If Woz even steps a bit further on and his smoke breaks, they see him. There's too much lockdown from Navi for Wo to survive from. They are bringing some heroes in from level up. The Willow is here
WOE.
too.
The battle begins.
WOE, he must be seeing that the cheese falling off from the high ground. But yeah, it's only due to the fact that they saw... No, they don't actually see the Observer Award. Never mind.
I do think it was placed while they were inside of the smoke with the sea. But Wo can't actually show up in the lane. He's trying to walk in there, but he may just be forced to teleport into his tier 1 tower.
And that is more than likely a possibility. We did talk about the shortcomings of the Undying and the Alchemist lane just not being that great. As Hatred isn't really even... is kind of on the fence of what spell to choose. We'll go for the Decay at the end of the day. But he's going to be Battle Hunger chased around, and Daze is just going to do the work.
Yeah, that's a really good Acorn. It prevented HDRD from going through the trees. He had to go the long way down, and took a few extra right clicks at the back of that. I do really like Daze as a position 4 player. I think, you know, even in his OG days, I think Daze was just absolutely fantastic as a playmaker, and this kind of hero on Daze is really pleasant to see. Taking a look at this bot lane, though, I do think that it's going to be a bit 50-50. There's not too much you can do to Queasy. You can't ensure the kill because he'll always have the Shadow Realm. At the same time, BB3 is playing the Enigma, so should be able to actually push into Navi. Naga Siren isn't that strong, so level up do have the opportunity to win that offlane. It is going to be difficult though, because Navi can always rotate anyone, quite frankly, anyone in their entire lineup towards that bot side and can get a surprise kill or two.
Daze getting low up top, but also a little bit of a caveat for the Naga Siren last hits as well, right? A lot of those will be Eidolons being riptided and killed off. I do believe that will account for some of your last hits, and you know, that could be a fake information for us here, you know, spectating the game.
Eidolon gold was increased, but it's still even at the max of half.
Still not that
of
much,
the gold
right?
Of a melee creep. Yeah, it's around. I think it's around 17.
How much are the Naga illusions actually? Now that I'm thinking about it, they're not that worth.
I think illusions are barely anything. They're like pennies.
I like pennies.
6,
you know?
7.
How dare you?
I said that unironically, but it's
dare
actually
you.
just 6-7 gold.
I hate people who this meme is just burning into my brain all the time, and I hate it so much. I'm about to hang out with people for the TI main stage that really enjoyed the meme, and I might have to get headphones and earplugs.
Yeah, I was before this game started. While we were waiting in the lobby, I was spending time, you know, thrifting through the talent voice lines, and I did get the 6-7 voice line. Dodai, I hate to tell you, but I bought.
But which one though? There's like 6 of them. 6 or 7 of them.
I think I'm gonna go back to buy the Spanish one as well.
There's like 5 Spanish ones. There's also Sheepsticks is $20 one is 6-7 at the end of it. So I don't know who actually said it on the English talent line beyond Sheepstick. Also known as Rhea, FYI. But let's see if we get the first blood on Hatred. It's pretty low, but he does have the soul rip, so no worries there. PMA also getting low, walking in the acid spray. But he'll get the better positioning at the end of the day. He wanted to throw out one more Battle Hunger on the Elk, but we'll need to wait for a little bit of regen.
Yeah, the Axe being low isn't that big of a deal. He has a lot of HP regen. He also has that healing salve, so he'll be okay. At the same time, the Undying's mana has been wasted away. He does have a Mango available, of course, and is level 3 now. So you do have to be a bit careful, but whoa, he did overstep quite a bit.
Water Rune Gambit on the mid lane by Riddies, and of course Daze joining in on the fun as well. But PMA, they are living to see another day, another stack farm going through. And eventually throwing out another Battle Hunger on the Elk. And going for the wave cut as well.
The Axe will... Okay, the Axe is pretty much just fine. I am curious to see where the first blood is going to take place. It doesn't really feel like anything apart from that top side is going to be a possibility. I think the Naga Siren is going to be playing safe. Even if BB3 and Queasy want to play aggressive, I don't think they can take down God the Juice. You always have that Nightmare, even if you do have the Eidolons. Oh, HTRD once more. There's an Acorn shot available from Daze.
Let's see if your hatred is good enough. But, yeah, once again, the Soul Rip will save you through. Surviving with 18 HP. Here comes Riddies from the other side, as they will get the first blood. As, whoa, gonna get a little bit of that battle hunger as well. Daze and Riddies laying into the Alchemist. They lose PMA, but they will take down the Alk for a little bit of bonus money. Riddies getting a double kill on the top lane.
Even though Wo did buy out for the phase boot, so he doesn't actually lose out on that much, but you do find the first blood. I think that's probably the bigger deal. Losing the axe is okay. He's going to come back with full HP and mana, and has also gotten his phase boots. I think when you compare the phase boots from the axe versus the Alchemist, the axe is just going to be a whole lot stronger, because it's not as if Wo can run after an axe.
Nico already pinging the mid lane. He wants the assist for the 6-minute power rune. Queasy and HTRD are also rotating into this mid lane. 5 more seconds. Well, let's see if Aincrad, can they just lay into this Bane here, as Nightmare's still on cooldown for a long time. Out comes the Dream Coil onto the two of them. Riddies will lose his life. But at the same time, Niku got to slice them and dice them. The Arcane Rune is waiting for him on the bottom side of this play, as he will get the Searing Chains. He'll lay into Hatred and will take out the Undying, as Queasy has the Bramble Maze, but is trying to contemplate if he wants to lay it down. Aincrad will pick up the Arcane. Immediate activation, as they could turn this into an aggro Remnant play straight onto the Pixie, but the Pixie regen will still save the Dark Willow for a while now. Queasy limping away with a sliver of HP.
Slightly surprising, only 1 or rather 2 kills at the back of all of that action. The puck was so low, but held that Ember Spirit down.
Daze still trying, but he might bite the dust here.
That is not worth it to stay there. If you're Daze, I think you should have just gone back. When your Ember Spirit makes a call to go back, as a support, you kind of have to respect that decision.
Hold that thought, Tortress. WOE will steal the Shrine of Wisdom to scan. Did see the Alchemist. Can they go for the resteal on the Na'Vi side? This could be trouble.
They can't. There's BB3 there. The Eidolons mean you can't actually outtrade against the Enigma in that kind of a position, and even PMA, he's going to be in danger.
As he will get Unstable concocted up top. We keep our eye up there. No more disables. PMA will get to TP home, at least to a tier 1 tower, if nowhere else. But double XP going in favor of level up here at 7 minutes in. 3 and 3 on the network chart. Actually on the kill count. This is definitely not the start Na'Vi wanted, but, you know, still an Alchemist. It still needs time. Let's see if it's going to be mid-pressure, or somehow will they solve the Enigma lane. To be fair, BB3PX have been having a pretty chill time. Onto the mid lane we go with the Nightmare. Good route coming out from the Searing Chains. Aincrad having a little bit of a tough time, but he will lay down the Dream Coil onto the Ember solo. Riddies at the same time getting chased down by the Shadow Realm. Good catch from Queasy off the screen, as Daze will take out the Zomboid. While Hatred dies, it's only position 5s that are being lost here. Queasy being chased. Flame Guard 7 seconds out. But Daze is coming from the other side with the Amplified Damage rune. The execution from the Squirrel will be enough.
That's a killing spree going the way of this Hoodwink.
The 1v1 up top, though. Whoa. Will take out PMA with the first Chemical Rage at level 7.
Those are some pretty big kills that level up are able to get, and Darknia, he was able to hold back the Ember Spirit. That's the second time he's done that. Just on a sliver of HP, able to survive, just gets back while using his Dream Coil defensively to make sure that he stays alive. And this Ember Spirit is not able to get any kills here. For Na'Vi, you need to be able to pull in the kills to your cores, because when you take a look at the total of their 5 kills, 4 of them are just by Riddies and Daze. Nico only has 1 kill, not to mention PMA's died twice.
One thing I absolutely appreciate, we're not seeing the stomp as it was predicted by everyone, basically, on the staff side of things. But let's see, WOE with the Chem Rage, Chill's trying to survive, will get dogged by PMA. The Culling Blade will execute the Alchemist. That is Woe's second death in the first 10 minutes of the game. But here comes the counter. Level up. They are not willing to lay down their arms. They'll continue the aggression as PMA with the call. They'll force out the Shadow Realm right click. That will execute the axe. Well, that is a worthy sacrifice coming out from him. Giving the gold to the support rather than letting the puck get you.
Yeah, I think that's completely worth it for the axe. If you're Navi, you disable the Radiance timing, right? That's all you're looking for while enabling your own core. It's a 4 protect 1 draft at the end of the day, and Level Up need to recognize that Woe is the most important character in their entire lineup. It's not the puck. It's just the Alchemist. And if Navi are creating pressure on that top side, then it's BB3's job to create pressure on that bot lane. He has the idolence and essentially has a free lane, should be looking to pressure that tower constantly.
Yeah, he's also having to deal with the illusions himself, right? So the mirror images will do the work. And got the juice. Level 8 now. It's not going to get the level 4 Riptide just yet. Could be thinking of an ensnare play one way or the other if his supports do come out and help him out here. Does see Queasy. Will not go for the ensnare one way or the other. Gets rooted himself into brambles. The mirror images and the Eidolons meet once again. There is the slice and dice that we love Niku for. The sleight of fisting will take care of the Pixie.
Yeah, there's like 3 ensnares they have, right? They have the Searing Chains, the Bushwhack, as well as the actual ensnare coming in from God the Juice. So there's no way that Level Up any one of their line heroes can actually dodge all 3 of those abilities.
But Black Hole and Flesh Golem Hatred will get bushwhacked. They know he's there, and then they immediately don't want to engage. Navi poking and prodding, but not engaging just yet.
Where is this puck going to go? He's very close to his Witchblade. At the same time, Niku is very close to his Vessel, and the Alchemist doesn't have that much time to enable his farm.
Minute
Sure, he's
12 power.
Chart.
Gonna be a Haste Rune up top. Hatred coming through the Flesh Golem and the Tombstone. Minecraft. Not gonna use the Illusory Orb, knows fully well that Niku's just a bit faster. But Haste Rune earned, and the Vessel's not too far behind for Niku either.
You do have a Lotus Orb being built up by BB3. He actually has that now, so he can disable at least one of the 3 roots that Navi possess. And if I were the puck, I would have used that Dream Coil, because I would have been able to get that Haste Rune. Now that it's in the hands of this Ember Spirit, Woe is potentially going to be in trouble.
There's a defensive ward behind Roshan on the top side pit. So possibly the gank will be seen, but good catch onto the Ember. Dreamcoil will be committed in the middle of his Haste Rune. And as that expires, nice and slow. Minecraft, gotta be Searing Chained. Is there anyone on the other side to help out with Ease and Days coming in? But all they find is a zombie. PMA. Not looking to jump just yet, no blink, but there is a Blade Mail on him. He could make a very nice little turn as the Blade Mail was activated in the middle of that hole, but BB3PX look to shut down the axe instead. Got the Juice getting the space, but I do believe Level Up are going to be happy with this.
They are. I mean, you disable the tempo that Navi were building up on that mid side, you will absolutely commit that single man black hole every single time in the early game. Later on, you'll go look for multi-man black holes, but right now you want to disable that either that axe or that Ember Spirit, because they're the ones who are looking to go in. And for as long as Navi are not going in, your Alchemist is going to continue to farm. And that's what Level Up are really looking for. Because Naga Siren is 1,000 net worth behind that Alchemist and is not going for the Radiance right now. Unlikely to be going for the Radiance later either. So that means once the Radiance is up for the Alchemist, he's going to start flash farming, while the Naga Siren, sure, you have the illusions to also enable your farm, but it's not as quick as the Radiance.
14-minute Shrine of Wisdoms. This time the double goes for Navi, but as they go to try and invade the triangle, WOE is coming in with the Chem Rage. Let's see if the cavalry will arrive on time. WOE Going for the stack farm. Niku coming around the bend. In comes the tombstone to help out, but Niku just wants to slice and dice a little bit from this farm. Give me as much as possible. Unstable concoction going through, but the shield room might just protect Niku here. As the flesh golem comes out, neither side wants to engage. It's going to be a disengage from both as WOE showing off this brand new Radiance. And he is just taking all of this for himself. This will catapult WOE not just to first place, but a significant lead ahead of the Naga.
This is a good game for the Aghanim Scepters. You could give an Aghanim Scepter to your Puck. You could even give the Aghanim Scepter to your Enigma.
Speaking of Enigma, BB3 PX gonna get called. He will put out the Lotus, but that Lotus will not save you. As Niku still on the chase, will look on to Hatred. The Vessel will work overtime. You can decay as much as you want, my friend. The extra HP you get from it will not be enough. Down falls the zombie. 2 kills in consecutive order for the Navi side.
Those are big pickups, but the black hole will be off cooldown once the Enigma respawns.
The dire jungle. Space taken away from the Elk, as is the top tier 1 also fallen. In terms of objectives, not too much focus on either side. The split push coming out from Navi, from PMA's wave cut, and of course got the juice with the Naga. Siren Illusions. Now they will take care of the last tier 1 tower on the mid lane on the dire side of the map. But will this space created or space taken away from Navi, will this be enough to exude a bit more pressure on the level up side of things?
Probably won't, because you have the Blink Dagger on the axe from Navi, so this is the time
Dream
where
coil.
they are going to create the pressure.
They want the black hole as well. There's no escape for Niku. Stun on stun, or actually Dream Coil stun and massive stun. Drop down onto the Ember Spirit. Massively valuable kill for the level up team. And they will even protect their tier 1 tower, even though it's at 200 HP, you know? It's still standing.
It'll eventually go down. And Nami actually have a lot more space than Level Up do. Sure, Level Up have the same amount of towers taken down, but it's this axe that's going to be a really big problem by Navi. I would constantly look for kills.
Come on,
like
PMA.
they are approaching Woe right
Pulls
now.
off the Seb on Woe, and out comes the Fiend's Grip as well. Dunk that Alchemist out of existence.
And unfortunately for Level Up, that's going to consistently happen. They're playing with very big ultimates. Sure, you're using this black hole to find a guaranteed kill once every 2 minutes, but this axe has a Berserker's Call and a Blink Dagger. He's never going to let your Alchemist be. So the big question is going to be, what is Level Up's game plan to ensure that this Alchemist can continually farm outside of this Enigma's black hole? Because this Naga Siren is pressuring your tower. Once your Alchemist goes down, it's very difficult to actually disable Navi's push. And overall, I think this 7-minute mark until the 25 to 30 minute point, Navi are going to be ahead.
Niku eating a lot of the Malfist, but a lot of it was actually during the time he was in Sleight of Fist mode. Pretty good dodge, if I might add. 10 seconds until the next power rune. We shall see where it's going to be and what it's going to be in just a second. Because it is an invis down on the bottom side of it. Nothing special.
Radiant are scanning.
As the Radiant scan will kind of point out, yeah, there's a bit of a congregation coming out from the level up side of things.
Woe does have decent amount of farm. Like, he's still at the very top of the network chart. The problem is Level Up haven't actually focused on that Naga Siren. Sure, BB3 has used his black hole to take out the axe and take out the Ember Spirit, but no real pressure exerted on this Naga Siren. And if you don't do that, eventually this Naga is just going to destroy your entire lineup.
Easy catch onto Daze. That is a 4-time kill streak given over to Aincrad. A decent chunk of change for the mid laner, as actually both mid laners are kind of suffering compared to this being the mid game. This is where they should be catapulting themselves into second and third and fourth place, usually is where we see them. But Niku, having died only once so far on the Ember Spirit, will need to recover just a little bit, and is looking for a BKB of his own. Is this the right item, or is there something else in mind that you were cooking up when it comes to the Ember?
You could have gone for the Kaya, but eventually you do need a BKB. Your axe is fully ready to fight, So the Ember Spirit's BKB will mean that Na'Vi can actually fight with both of those two cores, while Level Up, most of their damage is completely magical. It's not as if the Alchemist is really doing anything right now, but he is very close to being online, or at least online enough to the point where he can participate in some of these team fights. All he really needs now is that Blink Dagger and maybe the BKB afterwards, and he should be able to get that by the 22 or 23 minute mark.
Going in with the Waning Rift. Good catch onto Riddies, but the Bane post-stun could just turn around here. Will not commit for the Fiend's Grip just yet. WOE. Or we're thinking of throwing out the Terrorize as well on the Bane. But as night turns to day once more, day number 3 starts off with a level up kill.
Again, that is a pretty good kill, but it's not enough. You need to disable this Naga. It's not okay for the Alchemist and the Naga Siren, or rather an Alchemist against any other carry, to be this close in terms of net worth. There's only 1,000 net worth difference, and that should be more. That should at least be 2,000 to 2,500 net worth of a difference right now. And it's just not enough, because while Level Up are getting these kills, it's not as if those kills are translating into any kind of pressure for Na'Vi. They're still able to do whatever they want around the map. Right now, though, is going to be a trade for the Tormentor for that tier 2 tower, and I do think this favors Level Up. Queasy will have that Curse Crown upgrade, which isn't that bad against Na'Vi.
Speaking of Woe and his farm, now that he's got the Manta style, he'll start shoving out lanes himself, and could increase that net worth differential between them, right? Greevil's Greed will do the work, and of course you'll also have that BKB coming out soon. There was a little bit of a close interaction between Ninecrod and PMA down bottom, but Ninecrod still wants to hang out here against 3 heroes. Speaking of liking danger, Ninecrod is definitely not shaking in his boots right now.
These power spikes are very scary. The Bane is so close to his Aghanim Scepter, the Axe is so close to his BKB, the BKB of the Ember Spirit is going to coincide with that timing, and I honestly think that by that 30-minute mark, Level Up will have no game plan. Like, I don't see the power spikes coming in from their side. Sure, BB3 is playing for that black hole. He has the Blink Dagger for it, but and the Puck has the Blink Dagger too, but the power spike difference in terms of value is just too heavily in favor of Na'Vi.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
22 minutes into the game, we have 21 kills on the board. Things are slowing down significantly. It's PMA. Good catch. Holding on to the Pixie. But it is something. Ninecrod just casually getting the hell out of dodge. Doesn't want to stick around the Radiant jungle. As WOE still not managing to make that gap widen. Got the Juice is just constantly shoving his top lane, and this is definitely poking the eye of the Alk.
Only 800 gold remaining for that Bane Scepter. And at that point, you have to use an AoE ability to cancel out that Fiend's Grip, either the Puck's Silence or maybe even the Black Hole, because those are the only 2 abilities that can actually do it. I don't think the Bramble Maze is going to be good enough to cancel that one. So Level Up, I'm very curious as to what their game plan is going to be eventually. Because as we spoke about this in the draft, when your BKBs do come up for Level Up, it's not as if the Naga Siren can't disable you still, right? The Alchemist and the Enigma might have a BKB, they can use it, but once the Song of the Siren comes out, the rest of your lineup can't actually follow up, can't actually help out your BKB cores.
Smoke play coming out, Level Up. Will they finally got the Juice? He is the main target. Now comes the mirror image, but good jump coming through. Terrorize as well. Slice it and dice them. Whoa, as the Unstable Concoction doesn't fly in time. Big mistake has got the Juice with the Song of the Siren. Will get the hell out of dodge. No BKB just yet on the Enigma. And now, the messed up plan, they just gotta get the hell out of here. Queasy finally disengaging from the Tombstone. No, rent is due and cannot stick around. The Tombstone of the Dead as Niku. Thinking of going forward, does have the Vessel to regen. Good catch onto Ninecrod. Can they do a bit more? Riddies having the Fiend's Grip at hand. Anything that they can catch here will be value. as all the ultimates used from level up are now not going to be available. Black Hole onto the back line. They will find PMA, but there's the sleep into the Lotus. Riddies doesn't care as it will be a dunk for PMA. 2 for the price of none and make it 3 as Squeezy will also die. Hatred.
Big mistake by Level Up. They showed that commitment to use the Black Hole in the early game, but for some reason did not commit that Black Hole, forgot the juice, and unfortunately...
They wanted to. It's just that there's no BKB. He even made the jump right next to him.
He should have used it before the Song of the Siren came out. He should have been in position. That was a 5-man smoke of deceit. That is unfortunately going to be a big mistake for them. For Navi, they had their tier 2 double up, so they could have teleported in. And as soon as that Song of the Siren comes up and you don't have a BKB, it's over. He just teleported out, and you use your Dream Call. You use pretty much every single spell in your arsenal to be able to burst this Naga Siren. And it's only going to get worse, Dodai. Like, Naga Siren is a stat-based hero. He's only going to create those items as time goes on. This 2,000 lead, 5 minutes from now, might just be a 5,000 lead.
Aincrad, keeping a close eye on this puck. Aincrad is starting to do puck things, right? Cut the waves wherever there's no heroes. They camps while you shove yourself between lanes, as Niku will get caught. And WOE plus BB3PX with the Malphus will, which can take you out.
That is a pretty big kill on the Ember Spirit. And speaking about Aincrad, he does have the A on this, so his ability to do puck things is going to be pretty good. I'm not sure though if the puck will have the kind of damage necessary to take out Navi's cores. They're very tanky, they're stat-based heroes. You can still go for the Bane and the Hoodwink, and I think that's going to be the job of this puck. Just, if you're Aincrad, you want to disable that Bane before the defeat
No,
comes
silence.
out.
Hold on, Aincrad. I'll be caught by the Orchid. A good poke on that A on disc immediately. But yeah, God the Juice's stats are not super impressive, right? 102 on the KDA, but overall, this constant lane shoving from the Naga Siren that we talked about during the draft stage is surely proving to be keeping up with the Alchemist. And one more fight where WOE dies, where God the Juice survives, and this will turn. Heart of Tarask done along with the Bloodthorn and is moving over to the Scotty. While WOE adding to the BKB will go for the Mjolnir of all things. Queasy dead. As good Fiend's Grip onto Hatred. It is for a position 5, but Riddies is already showing off this Aghanim's Scepter on the Bane. Tier 2s are
they
down.
only need to use the illusions with the Fiend's Grip to be able to get that kill. It's not a good sign for Level Up. How do you contest this, Roshan? You need your Black Hole, but you also need your entire lineup to be alive for this contention. And they won't be able to do that. This will be an Aegis in the hands of either Niku or God the Juice. I would actually give it to December Spirit because I don't see this Naga Siren with the Heart of Tarask actually dying in this game.
We shall see. As eventually God the Juice will take it. It does mean they want to do the high ground push dance. Kind of deciding which lane to go for. PMA is calling for the bottom, but God the Juice is rotating into the mid instead. Or he can rotate everywhere, right? He's got the illusions, he's got the Manta. Ain't nothing stopping him now. They'll take out Aincrad's Courier, no Parasma for him.
I mean, even if he has the Parasma, it doesn't work against most of Navi.
Oh, Black Hole into the middle of everything. BB3PX. Buying time or attempting to buy time? I don't even know what this was. Amplified damage was on Niku. BB3PX,
Yeah,
I mean, I think this is just miscommunication all over from the Level Up side.
I don't think that was miscommunication. I just think that he's lost for a game plan. Like, there's no plan B.
Maybe. This is the kind of situation you and I, have both been on the coach in the coaching chair, right? This is the someone screams at the Enigma, just go and black hole them. Like, what the hell, man? And then he just does the thing that he was told to do, and then like, not like that, you idiot. Poor BB3PX. And it's pressure, right? You are the Enigma. You are slash the Tide, slash the Centaur. One bad ultimate, and obviously the whole team is blaming you while you are supposedly the least farmed core of the whole lineup.
They did give him the Enigma. It's an impossible pick to play in this scenario.
Oh, Fiend's Grip out onto Aincrod. Easy execution on the Fairy Dragon. And as outer objectives are literally gone, Na'Vi are now free to siege that high ground.
I don't know if they'll go high ground. They can, definitely. They have the BKBs. They have pretty much everything.
Got the juice.
And there's no black hole.
Sell the Wraith Band, then buy the stat-based hero. BS. Still keeping the Wraith Band while the Ultimate Orb is sitting in the backpack. My eyes! My eyes, Toltress!
There's that high ground siege. Eye of Scotty also, as soon as got the juice, goes back. And it's a 6,000 advantage, but I kind of feel like Level Up have no way to win this fight. They need a miracle black hole at this point. And the thing is, miracle black holes are so far and few in between. They are a rarity in Dota. I would actually imagine for every 100 Enigma games out there, we get one of those sequences actually taking place. Even though the Alchemist has more net worth than the Naga Siren, he doesn't have the same kind of input. He can't actually take anyone out. Even though you have a puck with a Parasma, you can't take anyone down.
Toltress, but look at that net worth difference. There's literally 30 gold difference between them. WOE just can't keep up the tempo, and to be fair to him, there's no enabler on the enemy on the level up side of things, right? So there's no free hero for him to farm. There's no one that's giving him a solar crest. This is a rough game for WOE, and despite the pick being relatively effective, right? Like, let's give him credit where credit is due. Even if he finishes the Mjolnir, I don't know.
I don't think the Alchemist pick was the right one for. I don't think they picked a weaker carry and a weaker Enigma. You saw the Axe and then you went for the Alchemist. It's weird. Like, I don't see what the thought process there was for Level Up, or what the game plan was supposed to be. Like, he has a Mjolnir because he's trying to counter out this Naga Siren, which is an illusion-based hero, right?
Did you
but
just
this is
call it Mjolnir?
Yeah, I say Mjolnir.
You say Mjolnir?
Yeah, my tongue doesn't do the Y.
What? Wait, what? How are we friends?
I don't know, but my tongue doesn't go
Mjolnir.
There,
Oh lord.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Mjolnir. I've never heard it pronounced like that before. But yeah, definitely. I think it's a decent illusion solution, one way or the other. As the Naga finally finishes off the Scotty, got the juice, just standing there threateningly as you do. One more minute for this Aegis of the Immortal. But
got the juice?
nah,
There's no way they go in on him.
Things are fine.
You even had a Shiva's Guard for the Ember Spirit. And I don't even know how this Alchemist is supposed to win the fight within his BKB duration. Because as soon as your BKB runs out, you're dead. Like, there's no way you take a fight outside of your BKB timer.
Yeah,
But
you're Scotty Shiva. It's so hard right now. This is just...
you do have BB3 with the BKB. You know, might as well hope for that miracle.
That's the last hope. BKB coming out for the Naga as well, as PMA will get caught. BKB activated. They are going to commit everything onto PMA, and maybe with the numbers advantage. Let's see if they can stop the Na'Vi invasion.
No BKB, or rather no black hole for the 100+
Got
seconds.
the
so this is gonna be
juice.
Na'Vi.
An easy shutdown onto the Alchemist as we talked about it. The Aegis will get reclaimed. There's a Tombstone save coming out from HTRD, but with the BKB, WOE is still on the run. But you better run faster. That's not going to be fast enough. Ensnared, cut down to size. Niku will take care of WOE. The numbers are even, and BB3PX will also get sliced and diced. Death by 1,000 cuts by the Naga Siren. And a double kill for Got the Juice. The Dream Coil doesn't do much for Minecraft. He does not have that Aghanim Scepter that was to be expected from WOE.
And that's the big problem, right? Even without the axe, if Na'Vi know that there's no black hole, they will always choose to go in because there's no way that Level Up can contend you or fight against you. It's just, the damage is not there. The lineup is not right for that kind of a play. And I honestly don't know how they defend their high ground. Like this singular man black hole is an awkward solution. It's not even a band-aid.
I don't know.
It's kind of like, when you have a burn injury, Dodai, you're supposed to use room temperature water and not cold water, because the cold actually hurts you more on a molecular level.
It freezes the cells, I believe, right? First aid.
Yeah, like it gives it's a kind of chemical injury.
We're actually
right?
taught
But it does.
We're here in first aid. We're actually told lukewarm actually is what
Yeah.
you do for second and third degree burns. But
Exactly.
I always
But
ask the
cold water
question.
does
I always ask,
solve, like cold water does solve the heart problem, right? But it just
Right.
gives you a newer
sense of
problem. Using-
relief, but then the molecular structures are broken down. I remember my first aid training, but every time I ask my trainer, like my trainers, as high ground is being destroyed by Navi. In the meantime, FYI, level up. Want to react to this some way, somehow? Midnight Pulse coming out from the Enigma.
They need the black hole, otherwise they can't go in. And it's not even one lane of barracks. It's actually 2 lanes of barracks simultaneously.
WOE up in 2 seconds. There's a buyback available on the Willow as Hatred will get dunked on. No Ceaseless Dirge, or actually there is Ceaseless Dirge. Out comes Hatred one more time, but the Fiend's Grip straight out onto the Alchemist. Good Tombstone save coming out from HTRD. At the same time, WOE bursting out of the Tombstone, coming in with the BKB. One more slice said dice, one more hurrah for the Alchemist, but the song is longer than your BKB duration. BB3PX jumping in with one more time, but 30 seconds. Still the black hole. The Dunkage series from PMA is what we get instead. One more try from Queasy, but that's a dieback on the Pixie. And even so, with the buyback black hole, BB3PX, they are running out of the juice, but Navi, they have all the juice in the world.
The way that BB3 jumped in, I thought he was going to use that black hole. I thought he had it, but then...
No more Aeon Disc, so the puck has to be careful around the moves here. Mega creeps to be secured by Navi. They will be respecting level up. After all, they did win a tournament just yesterday. And they did defeat Rune Eaters not too long ago. But Aincrad is looking to delay things until BB3PX is back in play. Will dodge out PMA's call. Will be moving back in towards Days. I don't know if this is the smart decision. We'll definitely go for it. BB3PX, the one last standing hero here. 30 seconds until the BKB black hole. But eventually, Aincrad will get caught. Buyback from the puck. Can they shake off Niku and got the juice with just 3 of them? 10 seconds until the Alk is back in play. But the Ancient is open. One last push for Navi for this game number 1 victory. It's not the beatdown we expected, but it's a beatdown nonetheless. As all the mirror images will get cut down to size. Got the juice, still keeping his distance. WOE, Niku activating the BKB, trying to bait out all the spells so that the Naga can just go for the finish. As with a Remnant dodge out the illusions, and Niku will finish off game number 1 in 36 minutes. 29-14. Navi will take the first one. It was a little bit more shaky, right? 7-minute runes went to level up. They did get a little bit of a lead, but at the end of the day, Navi are the better team in this first game.
Yeah, I do not think that it's okay for one-man black holes early on, but if you don't have a game plan to land multi-man black holes and then there's no other follow-up or no other initiation to disable them down, sure, you had that dream call, but the damage simply wasn't there. The Alchemist can't stand his ground and fight against that Naga Siren because you did not disable the Naga Siren at all. Level up for the first 25 minutes of the game had a completely free Naga against them. They had a completely free Axe against them. Outside of the 1 or 2 kills that they found, PMA was at the top of the network chart in the top 3 position. At the end of the day, Navi played a very basic game of Dota and level up. They tried to flex a bit too hard with this one when they could have gone for quite frankly, better heroes.
It's undeniable. Navi, they just had the more rounded out game plan at the end of the day. And they even had more Aghanim Scepters than the Aghanim Scepter lineup that the Alchemist was supposed to set up. You did mention great Aghanim Scepter heroes on the level up side, but Na'Vi, you know what? We don't need an Alchemist to buy our axes. They're just going to buy it themselves. Might even be like, a little bit in your face. As yeah, PMA, I don't know. I think definitely my MVP for this game number 1 is going to be Navi's PMA axe, as he just pulled all the focus of Level Up Esports. And of course, Niku with the vessel timing and the Shiva's Guard helping to shut down WOE in the long term before it got into that late game. Navi, just the easiest shutdown ever in game number 1.
Yeah, it was a very easy shutdown. I did not feel like Navi were pressured ever, even if they did die a few times on PMA and on Niku. There was just no threat to their late game plan, and there was a very big lack of a plan for Level Up, and it just cost them. Like I did not, Tombstone save, Mjolnir being built up by Vo, or everything just seemed to be a bit of a coping mechanism for Level Up rather than trying to play from ahead.
Yeah, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it over to a break. Let's see if Level Up will get a better plan in game number 2, or will they crumble under the Na'Vi pressure? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 of the grand finals here at EPL Masters. Navi with the convincing 1-0. Back to the Undying, Toltras. What is going on here? And of course, my name is Dodai. Despite the plushie, I am not really a big believer that level up can make this Undying work. Unless you did say that you don't believe in the BB3PX offline Undying.
What if it was a choice between the Enigma last game and the Undying, I would have went with the Undying. But I don't. It's not necessarily BB3's Undying. It's just the Undying as the offlane hero in general. I don't think you have enough frontline potential with the Undying, and I think there are a lot better heroes out there that have more disable, have more follow up. Enable your team in much better ways. I think the meta is shifting away from the offlane Undying. And I'm surprised that the level up actually stick to this. It's a decent save, but there are heroes that have better saves, like Dusk or even the Ringmaster.
Okay, they ban out the Underlord says that they go for the Lone Druid, the Menace of 741. Right, it's hard to not fight against these lineups. Navi did lose out on one of the freest Lone Druid games. I do forget which tournament it was that Navi fell through with picking up the Lone Druid and then actually not being able to execute. But at the very same time, Enigma and Dawn being banned, they just go back to the PMA axe. They don't really care what you pick for that safe lane. Pick 13 Lone Druid. Kind of unheard of, but I was predicting that second phase they would be banning the Puck and the Storm, as Aincrad Storm still being available. They pick up the Mirana. Now the Bane is gone. It's always this Bane Mirana thing with the Navi boys, but I love it. I love this combination. Even if they only get one of them, right? Rorties will pick up the other one way or the other.
I actually thought the Bane would have been much better in this game because you have the Enfeeble for that Spirit Bear, reduce the attack damage of that Spirit Bear by about 80%. You have the Nightmare as well as the Fiend's Grip. So I would have imagined that the Bane would have been much better, but it's not available, unfortunately.
Also, the Savage Roar radius just becomes tiny, right? Because due to the Enfeeble as well.
No. Hoodwink Mirana isn't that bad. Not to mention the Axe Mirana isn't that bad either, right? Both of the Hoodwink and the Axe can build that setup for that Sacred Arrow. This Axe pick, though, I do wonder how Navi are going to counter this out. Because last game did not, Level Up had no plan to counter out the Axe outside of using a 150-second cooldown ability to kill the Axe. Like that's not a plan. That's very weak.
Lion. Kind of a Daze pick if I've ever seen one. Queasy going away from his Wind Ranger and away from his Pixie Boy. Pixie Girl, right?
It's a
Willow.
decent pick. Hex plus the Spike Great Disables overall line is kind of one of the most toolkit heavy supports out there. Finger of Death also going to be available. That means that it's essentially a preemptive pick, right? If Navi want to go for a playmaker on their mid lane, then they're going to have to think twice about this. The Spirit Bear rotating around anywhere around the map past that Aghanim Scepter, and the Lion with the Blink Dagger means that you can find a quick and easy kill and just get the hell out. I think that's what Level Up are going for. Is it going to work? I'm not too sure. It just kind of depends on what Navi pick up for their carry hero, in my opinion.
Pick 18 Niku could still work here. Their Kez Weaver combination from Malta still think is kind of viable one way or the other, but we shall see. Like these are the type of games where I usually think of God the Jews going for the Templar or Niku going for the Kez. But his Ember was not too shabby in the previous game, so why not just go back to the good old reliable Ember Spirit at the end of the day, right?
Yeah. Ember Spirit, yeah, I think you can go for the Ember Spirit right now. You can go for, to be honest, any Spirit hero, but what I would hope to see would be a Puck for Navi in particular. Sure, there's a Lion on the other side, but all you really need is that Aeon Disc. And finally, Level Up with the one hero that I think they should have picked the first time around. It will be an Undying as a support, but at the very least, they will have a tanky frontliner. But it does mean that going for a Storm Spirit is no longer an option, because you're going to be held down by that anchor. the puck is still available. I think the puck's actually great here for Navi. The only thing stopping the puck is that Lion.
Definitely with the time. One thing we were always straying away from was going for the Undying Lone Druid. Undying and any kind of melee combinations when we were doing the ENC drafting for Hungary. I don't know about you guys in Pakistan, right? Because you were coach for Pakistan. But these double melee combinations on the safe lane were not something we would have thought of. They go for the Invoker instead, Risque biscuit.
And they ban the puck.
Makes sense,
Invoker,
right?
I mean,
overall, you don't really want puck to jump into Axe, Hoodwink, and the Invoker with the Tornado, right?
They do have the wombo combo, right? With the Invoker, Axe, Berserker's Call into the Cataclysm, maybe even just a simple Sunstrike. Not to mention the Sacred Arrow lands on anyone. It's a massive source of damage. You have the Sunstrike afterwards. Easy ways to pick up kills. And I think what the Invoker is really good at is disarming that Spirit Bear. One deafening blast, a Spirit Bear can't exactly poke you down. I think that's a big value factor for Navi.
But the Invoker is kind of vulnerable, so a lot of ganking potential, right, for the Lion to be coming into the mid lane. That is something definitely in the back of Navi's mind, but I think they have the game plan down. They
Much better this time around for level up, I think.
They are looking to let the
Storm
ahead through, though. Banning out the Sven. Luna, Templar, these are the things I'm looking at right now. Forgot the juice. But level up's hero, is it the Storm? Is it going to be the last big Storm here?
Could be. It's either the Storm or the Void Spirit, but either one wouldn't be as good into the Axe. For Navi, you could just go for the Clinks right now with the Berserker's Call, Burning Barrage, as well as the Alacrity, just decimate level up. Clinks is also really good against the Spirit Bear because of that increased attack speed. Those first 2-3 seconds, you take down the Spirit Bear's HP by about 60 to 70%.
What about Absolute Cinema Frying Crud? What about Sniper? Ooh, okay. Terrorblade.
Oh, wow.
Or Leshrac.
Bad.
Disco Goat into the Invoker would be kind of insane, but it's good against the TB.
I would prefer a Spirit pick.
Spirit
the one
pick.
you pointed out earlier, as opposed to the Leshrac. The problem with the Leshrac is that you want to play up close and personal, and you can't just get sundered. So you want a Spirit that can play from a bit of distance, have a bit of gap in between that.
Go Aincrad Storm. We love Aincrad Storm. Aincrad Storm is awesome.
Apart from that, could go for a Pangolier, I suppose. It's just his Axe that you need to figure out how to play against. They don't actually have too much
Queen.
time. And wow.
Queen.
They go for a Queen of Pain. I suppose the wombo combo is there. The line will be rotating around. The Queen of Pain will come in with a Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain, easy enough to find pickoffs. And I imagine the reason they picked this Queen of Pain is because they saw the Terrorblade on the other side. That Sonic Wave plus Scream of Pain combo. You need that AoE damage to take out those illusions very quickly. And, Sonic Wave will push out the Terrorblade, makes it difficult to get the Sunder off. It's really going to be a question of initiations. If Navi get the jump in first, they will find the kills. If Level Up get the jump in first, then they have enough magical and pure damage between them to be able to take out Navi. But all in all, I would like to pretend that game one did not exist, because this is an actual draft by Level Up, right? This is not the draft that we saw previously, which was just like in a trash can.
Hold on, Tolchus. You're breaking up for me on Discord. I hope it's not going through on production, but might need a mic reset. One way or the other. On the other hand, yeah, I absolutely agree with your point, but it's once again a lot of pressure with BB3PX on the Tide, which didn't really work out on the Enigma. Well, we did suggest Tide in the last game, right, for the last pick, if they were thinking of the Undying Hatred. And HTRD once again going for this Undying here. Oh, there you go. I think I hear you much better now.
Yeah, the Undying is okay. Like it's not exactly a very special pick, and I don't know why Level Up really like to go for this hero. Like, sure, you have Sustain with the Soul Rip, you have that Tombstone, which is essentially a mini objective that Navi have to take down, and then you have the Decay, which will reduce the Sustain of PMA and the Terrorblade. But there are so many support heroes out there that can actually enable your lineup a lot
so much
further.
better. Such as the Murana, such as the Hoodwink.
Exactly. Even a Ringmaster, I really like the Ringmaster as a hero. I think even against the Axe, it is great.
And then
because
Shadow.
you have the Escape Act makes you untargetable.
And
You got Sunder,
to
you
one
got
of
Culling Blade.
Alright, and then Shadow to work all these waxes, also calling out the Shadow Demon, just being absolutely unpicked, unbanned by a lot of teams. And I think we're going to be seeing a fair amount of Shadow Demons, right, on TI. Although at TI, there's hardly any heroes unpicked, unbanned, right? There's always like a dozen, or maybe, I think the highest was either 2023 or 2022, since the last chance qualifier. Almost all the heroes were covered, right?
You know, we might even have the Fearless Draft come out as it's rumored.
Not in TI. Not in TI. Leave TI alone.
Yeah, TI is a very, I would say, purest form of tournaments overall. I would actually want a round robin format at TI. Like, I quite honestly, the more games I get to see at TI, the better.
The better, yeah. But at the same time,
give me infinite games. I would actually, you know what I would want, Dodai? I would want a 24-hour stream for TI. Like just
I would
2
love
weeks of 24 hours of Dota.
I would love the 30 team TI. That, you know, some people were talking about like, okay, 5 from each region, blah blah blah.
And that should be the case. That should be the case.
Give more teams for TI. Give more teams for TI.
Exactly. It's not as if you're not gonna get like 1.5 million people watching. So
more teams, more fans. No.
More teams, more fans, more representation, a bit of more everything. Honestly, there's no reason for it to just be centric to the region you're hosting it in. So China, it's in Shanghai, so China has 3 slots. Even if it's in Europe, even if it's somewhere else, China should still have 3 slots. Southeast Asia should have multiple slots. So should South America.
Well, no, let's not talk about South America. You know, there was just some recent, very shaky news about South American players. Nah, jokes aside, of course, shout out to LGD, and hopefully they make a deeper run one way or the other with the legendary Thompson. But speaking of Thompson, a little bit of TI8 game number 4 vibes coming out from Navi with the Invoker and the Axe, as you mentioned. You know, Sep calls, Invoker Sunstrikes.
Yeah, there's no Phantom Lancer though.
No PL. Yeah, sadly no PL.
We won't have the big axe calls like we had with Seb, but it's still a decent axe game, and I think should just be solo man calls. Laning phase though for Navi could be a bit shaky because of BB3 with the Tidehunter. There's not enough damage available from Navi outside of the Metamorphosis, and I do expect the level up should just play around that meta.
Yeah, we shall see. This level 2 is always kind of a shaky one if you start off with the Conjure images. Reflection isn't really super worth it against Queasy and BB3PX. Of course, you always have your Spike. As down bottom, First Blood commitment from HDRD. Daze will, of course, get the counter kill. But at the same time, First Blood going to the Undying solo.
Yeah, that's a big one. PMA going down, wants to play behind the tier 1 Dauber. It's ironic because it's the exact same lane, but he's playing it differently than he did last time around, which is interesting to see from PMA. Niku is struggling against the Queen of Pain. I don't know what the skill build from Queen of Pain should be, but he is maximizing that Shadow Strike. It is good against Niku, despite of him having that attack range. It works in the earlier levels, doesn't work at the later levels. The reason is the Invoker, once you have more levels, the threat of that Chaos Meteor dropping down on you alongside that Cold Snap is going to be greater. It's a more riskier play to go in deep for the Shadow Strikes. But right now, Niku is not having a good time.
He will use the stick charges. He should be okay, but yeah. Not having access to those water runes due to the fact that Aincrad does have a bit of domination, despite not having Blink. All he truly needs to do is just keep Shadow Striking the Invoker. The plan is easy, but of course, one bad gank from either supports, from either side, and things could take a turn.
Lost hits are pretty much okay for both teams, I would imagine.
I'm not happy if I'm Niku. I'm definitely not happy if I'm Niku.
there's quite a bit of difference over here now. That's building up 6 or 7 lost hits of a difference. Meanwhile, the denies are also have a bit of a gap. 9 denies for the Queen of Pain, 3 for the Invoker, and the numbers may seem small, but it's actually quite a big difference. 8 lost hits of a difference are 2 entire creep waves, and because you're a ranged hero, having your creeps denied gives you a lot less experience. So this should be an earlier Sonic wave for the Queen of Pain, as opposed to the Invoker, whose level 6 doesn't really give him anything.
Four minutes into the play. As once again, yeah, Niku might just have access to the water rune down onto the bottom side of the river. As once we got this 1-1, things are on the even path. PMA absolutely dodging the LD lane with the axe, surprisingly enough.
BB3 is also falling pretty low. I'm very surprised this is actually happening. And what I'm more surprised about is because you're so low, you can't actually make a play on God the Juice. You want to make a play while the meta is on cooldown, but because BB3 is so low, he actually can't.
Dire are scanning.
10 denies now for the Queen of Pain. Oh, this is a bit rough right now. I do think that for both teams, their off lanes have the potential to play a lot more aggressively than they currently are.
Yeah, at the same time, still on the 1-1 path of things. Night will fall.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
As there's the stun, got the Juice in trouble on the top line. WOE and Hatred on screen, but there's nothing going on there. Neither is it on top. Got the Juice does get out safely. But where is his support? Riddies. Just a little bit to the right of your screens as they will go initiate onto HTRD. The Tombstone is out, but it's not really doing the work. Of course, it's just going to be an extra 125 gold for PMA to take.
And they also find the kill, so it's quite a bit of gold. Navi coming in with the rotation, and the reason this is happening is because Level Up are playing way too passive against God the Juice. This is a Terrorblade. He's very weak in the lane outside of his metamorphosis. In the end, if you go in on him, you can just force out the meta and get back. He has no reflection, so he can't actually slow you down.
Like Rod. A bit of dodge.
Redis is looking for that arrow, but won't be able to find it. And again, if you're Navi, you should be playing hyper-aggressive on this bot side. I'm glad that PMA is finally attempting to do that. HTRD, in trouble.
It's the Undying's job. You gotta kind of hinder this wave cut as much as possible. The Sunstrike will miss, but as the battle hunger keeps on ticking on the Undying, eventually Daze will find a kill as WOE rushing onto PMA. The Ceaseless Dirge will bring back the Undying, but he's not TPing to the tower just yet, as he does not have the TP anymore. It will be a 50-second cooldown on a Walk of Shame that the Undying gets instead. This ever so constant wave cut will continue, as of course the Shrine of Wisdom will be given up. Got the Juice, takes out BB3PX with the help of Riddies, coming back onto the top lane. And the Metamorphosis, as you mentioned, will be the danger that they will have to face. Cold Snap ticking off onto Ironcrod, but no kill on the mid lane either.
Some pretty big kills going the way of Navi, and Hatred is unfortunately not going to be able to do much against this axe. Sure, he has the decay, but against these many disables, against the pure damage, is just not going to be enough, since the Spirit Bear doesn't really do much in the early portions of the game.
Go with the Sunstrike, another kill onto Hatred. But yeah, of course, he did say good day, as Ironcrod will finally make the rotation down bottom, but that opens up the opportunity to pressure the mid lane from Niku and his Forged Spirits.
I love how the Hoodwink was like, I'm out. So they
No, I see the Queen of Pain, I run.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they're playing onto BB3PX. Oh, no. I worked
that
so
was
hard to
eventually
get.
gonna happen.
I worked so hard to get God the Juice low HP, and then he just presses one button and he just turns it around. Riddies finding the stacks, but he might be eating a kill as well, as Einkrad did blink the wrong direction and is only level 1 blink so far.
And I am surprised why the Axe hasn't really gone for even 1 point in the Berserker's Call. They've been trying those Sunstrike plays, but at least the 1 point would enable you to do that.
PMA. So looking to work into WOE, but true form coming out from good old WOE. The Lone Druid is going to be a tanky bastard, as good bushwhack onto the bear and Queasy, good dunkage onto the lion as well as WOE. Fallen low, rooted finally with the entangle, but let's see if Hatred will also get dunked. Yes, PMA is still taking people with him to the grave.
Big mistakes being made by Level Up. Oh, they might be able to get BB3 down at the very least.
One more right click. That's all he needs. He does dodge out the arrow. He does dodge out the Sunstrike. As at the end of the day, Riddies will be eaten by Einkrad, and he is looking to make the turnaround onto the TB. Sonic Wave is available for him. He's just keeping it nice, close, and personal. BB3PX following up with the Ravage. They want to go for the 100% kill potential. They see Niku. They go for that Sonic Wave, and they'll get God the Juice. At the same time, Navi looking for the reaction to this. Good with the Cold Snap. Nice Earth Spike coming out. Queasy will shut Sunstrike damage, and Einkrad will survive. Level up at the same time. The Urn does the work. And it will take out the Queen of Pain at the end of the day.
Daze is working overtime. Just 30 seconds ago, he got the solo kill on this Lone Druid. He took down Level Up Scary. Then he proceeded to play on that mid lane and took down the Queen of Pain. He is finding the finishers for Navi. But the real problem, though, is that even though Daze is making all of these kills, none of their cores are actually keeping up to par with Level Up. It is the Axe, of course. PMA is right up there. But Niku is falling behind. Darknia Einkrad is getting way too much done in this game. And so, again, it's going to be a situation where this Axe will be required to carry the tempo past that 15 or maybe even that 20-minute mark. He does have the Blade Mail now. Once he gets that Blink Dagger, that's going to be when he looks to make more plays. But so far, it has been an awkward performance by Niku.
Another Sunstrike kill coming through as Riddies. Moving along with Daze. Could be a good find onto the bear. Of course, Lone Druid is the more valuable kill, but you'll be happy just killing off the bear as well. Wasting mana, wasting gold. And keep on sitting on WOE. They're waiting for the Savage Roar to be used. But the Lone Druid bear just keeps on walking away, trying to find that range. The Sunstrike will eventually kill him off. And WOE will have the opportunity to just call a new one. In about 30 seconds, though.
That might be enough time for them to pressure this tier 1 tower. It's very low on its HP. Well, not super low, but it's still half HP. And they might be able to take this tower down because they are probably also aware of that Lone Druid Spirit Bear timing.
2K net worth lead already for the Navi side of things, despite having 5 more kills than the enemy. They do deny the top tier 1 tower as well. Taking away some of the gold from Navi, but Einkrad might have just overextended here. He will blink back into safety and will take out Daze instead. They'll be satisfied with that 1 kill, but they could still move over to the Axe if they really wanted to. With Niku coming in from the other side. This could be an interesting one. Cold Snap and Tornado along with the Ice Wall. Niku cooking so far with the Invoker, but with the Deafening Blast, they'll take care of the Lion. One problem at a time, but Sonic Wave and, of course, the call from the other side. Good Savage Roar coming out from WOE. And Niku will be taken care of. Level Up. They are not going to roll over as easily as we said it in game number 1 as well. They're giving Navi a hard time despite the scoreboard, despite, you know, being at a 1-0. They are not a defeatist team.
Einkrad is doing much of the heavy lifting. He's having to rotate all across the map. I'm sure that's what a Queen of Pain is supposed to do. And he is able to punish Navi. Unfortunately, they're still not doing anything to the big problem, which is that Terror Blade as well as the Axe. And that's the real problem they had in that last game. They did nothing to that Naga Siren from Navi, and they're not doing anything to TB in this game either. Eventually, that TB is going to become too big to fail, but perhaps Level Up this time around are in a better position to ignore that TB, because they do have a lone druid at the end of the day.
They want to go for that late game eventually, and until the Mjolnir Axe is not finished, though, we're not going to get the Rat Bear just yet. But it will be another 10 to 15 minutes, right, until that Mjolnir Axe is done. It's more along the lines of 10 minutes, I believe.
Yeah.
Not a lone druid playing myself, but yeah.
It's not going to be that. It will be a guaranteed good timing on that lone druid, because while Level Up are not able to focus the TB, Navi are not able to focus that lone druid. But that will change. That will change very soon, Dodai. PMA is about to get to that Blink Dagger.
A little bit of an insider trick. Does Yavar play the lone? Right, because it's no secret. Low skill does play the lone.
Well, I am not going to reveal that yet.
No, I'm not going to reveal the lone druid.
Maybe if there's a patch change, I will.
Keep your secrets, Mr. Analyst. I'll accept it. Of course, yeah, you guys, I'm pretty sure, are still doing preparations. WOE will be preparing to sit this one out for 30 seconds. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, BB3PX Hatred are going on for the pressure. Tornado and Metamorphosis from the other side. BB3PX still having the Ravage. He's not looking to commit. Moonlight Shadow coming through as Riddies will look to join the fun, but they're still not throwing out the Ravage, despite all of them coming through. Good Sonic Wave into Niku and God the Juice, but God the Juice will survive as Einkrad gets called, gets dunked, and then once the Queen of Pain is being taken care of, they took this fight and tower pressure. But what for is the question here, as Daze good locking on to Queasy. That is 4 kills already for them. Make it 5 with WOE dying on the bottom lane. Technically an elongated team wipe coming out from Navi.
It is a team wipe. I don't know why they held on to that Ravage for so long. I think they were waiting for Einkrad, but you're on a timer because you're undying throughout the Tombstone. You need to be able to send out that Ravage while the Tombstone is still up, allowing a few more additional zombies to spawn, because Navi, they had got the Juice dishing out free damage. Invoker was able to send out all of his spells. The Axe was able to get in position. And for Navi, they got everything they wanted out of that team fight. While Level Up, all they had to do was press that one Ravage button.
Yeah, back in play PMA for their spike. But once again, nothing for the follow-up. Good call coming out from PMA with the blink. Of course, the Blade Mail. Queasy should go down for this, or just for existing days. They'll guarantee themselves the kill. As from the other side, we have Niku with the Invoker coming in. Good Bushwag, good everything. WE is gone for 43.
I actually take it back. I don't think it's going to be a good timing on that Mjolnir Aghanim Scepter. This Lone Druid is not having a good time, and this Axe Blink Dagger is way too effective. Not to mention, you're also playing a very active Invoker for Navi. He's not spending his time farming. They're playing a traditional 4p1. Niku has the Meteor Hammer and the Boots of Travel, and he's using this to maximum effect. He's using it to create pressure all over Level Up's jungle. And this is going to come back to haunt Level Up. It's already a 4,000 lead right now for Navi. And if you're Level Up, you need your Tidehunter to do something. But it seems like he's just content farming away.
Yeah, BB3PX going in for the more defensive build on the Tidehunter, going for the Vlads. He will be broken by Daze one way or the other, right? The Sharpshooter will hit, and maybe those Anchor Smashes might just save you while the break is still active. He gets the Blink finally, so there's a Blink Ravage available now. Still level 1, but it is something as, whoa! Finally saved by the Tombstone save coming out from Hatred. And at the same time, the Wrap could be coming. Queasy coming from the other side. Einkrad doesn't have the vision, but there it is. The Ravage going through, despite the Bushwhack, but here comes Niku from the other side. Einkrad, they're just getting out-positioned one way or the other, but it's a 1-1 exchange so far. Only 2 supports. Blink back for PMA is available as the Moonlight Shadow. He gets 3! What a beautiful call. PMA with the Sep cosplay. As BB3PX and Einkrad are gone. The metamorphosizing TB. He just needs to keep right-clicking. And that's all he does. The team wipe You can taste it, you can feel it, and as hatred dies, Navi will get it. 18 minutes in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They didn't have any detection for the Moonlight Shadow and tried to chase after an axe that they could not see. That was the easiest 3-man Berserker's Call that Navi have probably found all tournament long, all season long. And I don't know what level up we're thinking. Huddling around their entire lineup with both the Lone Druid and the Spirit Bear in melee distance for what would make for a Berserker's Call that you should have seen coming. Oh, that is level up are kind of crumbling right now. I think the first game kind of broke them.
Taking it worth the lead, sub 20 minutes in. Definitely not a good sign as Queasy about to meet his end as well. Trying to steal a few Lotuses, but at what cost? At what cost, I say, Toltras.
Might be able to find Ridis, but it's
you know, it's a fish. Good fishy for the tide. It's
yeah, but
something.
they're receiving fishes, but they don't know how to fish. Is the big problem.
Well, BB3PX is definitely, you know, asking how much is the fish. At the same time, he is gunning for the Aghanim Scepter. Despite it all, they need to clean up their jungle. They need to clean up the triangle. There's just vision everywhere right now from the Navi side of things. When it comes to the triangle itself, just look at that mini-map. It's fully red.
Lord, he's just fallen behind completely. He's 8,000 net worth at the 20-minute mark. You should have already had your Mjolnir, already should have been on the way to create that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
But right now, this Terrorblade is 4,000 net worth ahead of you. And it's not as if the Lone Druid actually scales better than the Terrorblade. I consider them to be even carries, perhaps the TB even a bit stronger compared to the LD. And I don't know how you stop Navi now. They have stronger initiations, more control for team fights, and more damage as far as their carry is concerned.
Well, Alliance fans should rejoice, right? There is still a Lone Druid on the enemy side against Navi. Anyone who still remembers those Lone Druid days from TI3 and onward. Well, I'm just aging myself right here with this one, but yeah, Lone Druid Rat could still be the way for level up into this game. That is definitely something not to forget here. But that Aghanim Scepter is not going to be up, and I think the 15-minute guess was the right one here. Minute 25 or 8 is what we're projecting here as we're paused.
It just depends on how many times he's gonna die, right? Like, it's not as if Navi are going to let up the pressure. So, minute 25, if he doesn't die, or maybe even a bit earlier than that, but this could be delayed beyond that as well. Even the rat potential, right? He has a long way to actually split push. All 3 tier 1 towers are still up for Navi. Sure, the mid lane tier 1 is very low on its HP, but the top lane tier 1 tower and the bot lane tier 1 tower are both have 90% plus of its HP.
At the same time, where did the towers of level up go?
They don't have any. No tier
What?
2s.
What is this
Look
magic?
at the vision also planted down by Navi. They are watching the steps of the tier 3s.
I just
Anyone
realized they
walks
don't-
down there,
They don't have any tier 2s. Where are the tier
Yeah.
2s? What happened to their tier 2s?
they traded a Mirana for their tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I got the Jews definitely cooking some really, really good Dota for us right here with the TB. And that caused some pressure, as you mentioned. It's just not looking to let up. And maybe even give them Tormentor and take Roshan if I'm Navi right now. Isn't that the plan?
Why not take both if you're Navi?
Oh, take both? That's greedy. I like it.
You know, like there's no way that level up can test you. They don't have an initiation. Sure, BB3 has that Blink Dagger, but I don't think that's enough to take out that TB, that Invoker, or the Axe. It's good enough to maybe take out Ridis or Daze, but that's just about it.
Niku's little disconnection still causing us a bit of a problem. Internet things, right? Even in the grand finals, what can you do? I'm gonna be curious. Like, okay, in Hamburg, we did have some connection issues throughout TI last year. Especially, it was funny. We had one 12-minute pause in the arena, if memory serves right, during the main stage.
Yeah.
But during the group stage, we had so many pauses. I remember having all the streams on, And I remember out of 4 of the simultaneous games going on, I once had like 3 of them being paused simultaneously when the Hamburg TI was on. So German internet, notoriously bad, but we shall see if the Chinese internet will hold up to par.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
They're even losing their couriers. Wards instantly dewarded as soon as you plant them down. Level Up are in a bit of a desperate situation. Despite the stronger draft, they're actually in a worse position than they were at the same time this last game.
Only the wary might find us.
12,000 gold in the lead, Navi. They're on the hunt. Phase will be or spiked and Sonic Wave, but now that big ultimate is gone, time to hunt on the other side. Queasy, they go for the even Steven exchange instead of hunting the Queen of Pain with that Moonlight Shadow. They just back off, and why not both is definitely the approach right now from Navi.
They use the Queen, they use the Sonic Wave as well as the Finger of Death, their biggest sources of magical damage, so Navi realize they can actually go for both. And it's not even greedy if the Finger of Death is on cooldown. It's a level 1 finger. It is rough, and it's not it's a pretty good shard game if it goes to days, but it's gonna go to Dridis.
Well, not a bad one either. It used to be way worse. Mirana's shard was notoriously trash. But the extra leap charge, of course, and the Celestial Quiver charges. I really, really like this change on Mirana. It grants her that bit more of the ability of becoming that position 4, position 5 for a team. Harassment tool out the wazoo, and it will definitely make her one of the more premier heroes at TI as well. I'm looking at you, Snaking.
I would expect to see a lot of Mirana, but I would also like to see a mid-TI patch come about. Probably going to happen. Well, actually,
how
I don't
dare
know.
you? I don't think it's ever happened, actually. Mid-TI? Saving patch? A change patch? No way. I don't see that happening.
Just
this is the
buff
patch that we're working
so
with.
Takes the Aegis.
Hatred. Absolutely taken care of. Yeah, back into the play.
13,000 of a lead now.
It's
and
just
whoever leaves the
growing.
base, whoever gets caught out is just dead. That's the big problem. Like, no one can actually split push, right? Not even the Spirit Bear, because then you're just feeding away additional gold to Navi. At this point, since the Terrorblade is like 5,000 net worth ahead of that Lone Druid, he can just take out the Spirit Bear by himself.
I don't know if a gem is worth it here, but it might just be coming one way or the other. There's not really much of a solution, as they still need 2 more components for the item Scepter, so the bear could even leave the base proper without the Low Druid's help. But BB3PX and Queasy and Eincrod, not truly a surround, and they will commit the Ravage just to take out the Axe. Riddies at the same time. They'll wrap around, at least get a counter kill. They'll take out Queasy. Eincrod still on the run. We'll make it out along with BB3PX.
That's a good kill. You take out the Axe, you're able to get out, only your Lion dies. So I would actually take that any day of the week. And for Navi, as long as their Axe is dead, they can't create pressure like the way they would want. So Level Up can continue farming up.
Niku already pointing out where the Lone Druid is, according to the triangle vision and everything else. You see BB3PX and Hatred. Got the juice with the reflection. Here comes the tornado. Raise the tide into the air. It doesn't have Ravage anyway. Keep tickling it. Give it a back rub. He might activate. Got a little bit of a Kraken shell, but the Sunstrike will hit. Pitch perfect from Niku. And once again, their combo is just working out great for them.
Level Up thought they could get an easy kill on Daze. Unfortunately, he had backup. They have managed to stagnate the lead though, to that 13,000 mark, but now Navi is going to head on over inside of the Roche Pit, knowing that the Ravage is on cooldown, and unfortunately, because the Ravage is on cooldown, there's no way for Level Up to contest this, and it might just be another quick push to that for that tier 3 once the Aegis is in the hands of God the Juice. you also have the alacrity, and anyone that tries to go in to contest that Terrorblade,
What is Roshan
there's a
doing?
possibility of a Berserker's Call that comes out.
Roshan was basically like leaving the pit, like, I don't want to be here anymore. Get me out of here. Yeah, Aegison got the juice. A little bit of deja vu from the previous game, but the lead is significantly higher for Na'Vi. It doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon. Most of the majority of the lead, though, has to be said, is basically on the supports. Like, look at Riddy's and Daze's net worth compared to Hatred and Queasy. As the
Well, there's
bear...
also the 5,000 difference between the Terrorblade and the Lone Druid. But the other two cores are very close by.
WE, he got it. Time for the Rat Bear, is it?
That's an entire BKB force out from the Queen of Pain Aincrad. Now that BKB is on cooldown for the next 60 to 70 seconds. And if you're Na'Vi, you probably just go. But you do have to respect this Ravage a bit. I think the Ravage Sonic Wave combo in that narrow corridor, since it is, you know, a small chamber up those steps, you could get hit by the big wombo combo, and potentially multiple of Na'Vi could die.
Okay, the bear is starting to work the wave cut on the bottom lane, but it will need to cut so many more waves. Simple catapults at minute 25. It might be worth it for Na'Vi to wait for the extra 5 minutes. Right, double catapult, and then maybe the next stages would be the time to end the game. At the very same time, why not just push with this one? Waves are meeting on the mid lane. The tier 3 is gone. They are not respecting that Ravage, as you called it. And we shall see. DMA is looking for the opportunity to make a good jump. As they see the tide, just trying to shove
They
things
don't have two of their
backwards.
heroes here, Dodai. The Queen of Pain's not here. Neither is the Spirit Bear, or even the Lone Druid for that matter.
Well, they are going to take the first tier 1, or are they? No, they TP back the bear before they can even finish it. They say goodbye to their second tier 3 tower as their mid-rax is totally gone. Na'Vi will back off and recoup.
They're probably going to go back in within this Aegis timer. It's still 3 minutes on that Aegis, and level up was just simply too slow.
The bear going to be approached. Good Ravage coming through. No Metamorphosis for God to Juice. He still has the Sunder, but who to use it on? He finds Hatred. Just press that button and full back to full HP for God the Juice. At the same time, the Sunstrike, perfect hit from Niku. Ceaseless Dirge will bring back the Undying, but BB3PX, they shot their shot, and all they got was the axe.
Ravage having been committed, still the Aegis in the hands of Na'Vi means that when this axe respawns, they will go again. Like, that's what I would do. There's no reason to hang back right now.
They're gonna have a meta in 20, and they'll take care of the bear one way or the other. Yeah, you can Savage Roar all you want. Doesn't really matter.
Is it really a Savage Roar in this scenario?
It's a little, little scream from Vinny the Pooh in this case.
You know, it's one of those cute videos where you see, you know, a kitten trying to pretend it's, you know, a big cat, trying to scare away the big dogs.
Well, definitely the big dogs are coming in. Got the juice. He's got all the juice in the world. 28 minutes in. Second set of racks. Just absolutely obliterated.
And this is the second game in a row where Na'Vi, all they're really doing is playing around the timings of the big cooldowns that level up have. And unfortunately, sure, it is a much better setup.
Just saw BB3PX's courier go down.
I mean, that Aghanim Scepter was not going to change anything.
Well, you know, anything you can get at this point. Tombstone save has to be used. Got the juice, doesn't lose his cool just yet. Niku, though, is out. Has got the juice, not even looking to use the Sunder on this first life. But easy takedown off of Aincrad. Onto Hatred they will go. Respect from behind, but it's really not doing that much. They're just tickling Na'Vi. But they turn around, take care of Hatred one more time. 40 seconds without the Undying. He's truly, truly out of the tools. Here comes the bear, but as you mentioned, it's more like tickling rather than anything else.
Only one melee barracks. Na'Vi, they've pretty much just won this game because, again, No Sonic Wave available, but you do have that Ravage from BB3, so without the Invoker up, you're not going to be able to go in and close out this game. But again, around that 30-minute mark, Level Up did lose that first game, and they're in a similar boat this time around. It's pretty much just sunk already, they're just in denial.
This to be of sound constitution if you're aiming to murder folks.
Nuku just hitting the combinations over and over again, and that is why he was targeted by the bear. WOE gonna lose it one more time. As he will go into true form, but a full minute without his helper will be put into the tombstone, but that's just more targeting coming out from Navi. Bushwhack immediately as he exits. Another soul rip just to help him, but the Savage Roar, odd the arrow. He walks straight into it, and as the Lone Druid dies, I think this is where you call it. Minecraft. One more BKB turnaround. Could go for a Sonic Wave, but he doesn't see anything. Days with the smoke of the sea.
Druid. They're just too far behind. There's no potential of a comeback either. This is just a stronger team dunking on a bit weaker of a team. Level Up did have improved a lot this season, right, all the way to EWC, but Navi, they are a cut above.
In this patch, if Navi could have qualified to TI this patch, it would be different. Out comes the Ravage, but into the PMA BKB. It doesn't really do much. Just Squeezy press again onto the back line. They'll call GG for game number 2, as they are just gonna not want to face off the Mega Creeps. Good game, well played, as Navi shut down game number 2 in an even more convincing fashion, and even faster than in game number 1. But the Rat of the Lone Druid will just not work out for Level Up here. What can you do? At the same time, you try your best strategies. The Queen of Pain, it's something different, at the very same time. We always call for something different, but it should have been the Aincrad Storm. I keep looking at this lineup, and it shouldn't have been the Queen of Pain. It should have been the Storm.
I don't know if the Storm would have changed anything, because the way that Level Up are playing, they're just getting dominated, and it's that past that 15-minute mark, it just seems that Navi, once they achieve their power spikes, they're just able to push the go button, and Level Up can't actually stop that. And for the second game in a row, it's just been PMA who gets his Blink Dagger, starts rotating around with Niku, finding kills left, right, and center. Level Up are not able to do anything to Got the Juice, who's just free farming the entire game. And of course he's gonna outfarm your own carry who's dying, right? Navi are just playing a much faster, more tempo-based game of Dota, while Level Up, they did switch around their heroes, definitely. They have a better offlaner this time around. They got some great Ravages off, but it was too late for them by that point. They were just simply too far behind. And if you don't switch up how you're playing this game and at least attempt to match the tempo that Navi are bringing in, you're not going to have much success going forward.
Well, let's see if rounded out drafts and better tempo will win game number 3 and the $50,000 first place prize. Find out after the break, as Navi take 2-0 here in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3. My name is Dodai. Hello, Toltras. Of course, your 3-0 predictions seems to be coming correct, but yeah, as the Mirana is not going to be addressed in the second phase, Navi will once again go back to Radiz's Mirana. Question is, what is going to be happening to Days, right? Because at the very same time, no Bane is going to be picked up, as PMA is going to be a little bit targeted in the second phase. Level Up, what is it that they can cook up here in general, right? Their Lina is going to be stolen away from them, which was played by both WOE, and if memory serves, there was even an Einkrod Lina once or twice.
At the same time, you were talking about this. I'm also really glad there's not going to be any Hoodwink coming up for Level Up. They go for, the Undying. There's not going to be an Undying for Level Up. Hoodwink is going to be coming out, which is a much better support to have.
It could. They can still get it. It can still be position 5.
I hope they don't. I hope they don't. And not if they like continuing this series, right?
Or just pick a ranged hero with it. Like, come on.
You can go for the Tusk. I think the Tusk is great against the Lina as well as against the Mirana, because even if you get hit by the arrow, you have that snowball save or the Ringmaster. But you definitely do need some kind of a saving mechanism, which isn't the Undying. The Undying save is great, but I just don't want to see it for Level Up ever again. For as long as Level Up continue to be a team.
With the Lina, seems like a fine combination. Well, for Level Up side, they're going to go for that Clinks first, but let's see that pick 3. It's back.
Oh, no.
It's back, Toltras. It's back. Let's go. But finally, they have it with a ranged hero. That's what makes me happy as the Undying main. Overall, I think there's just no point, as we talked about it with the Hungarian team back in the day, there's just no point in having the Undying as the position 5. If you do not have a ranged hero next to it, right? Technically, the Lone Druid is half and half because you have the Bear and the Druid itself. But at the same time, it didn't work out last time. I don't know if it will work out this time. Without the Wave Cutters, I think PMA still has the Primal Beast to go with if he wants to go for the Wave Cut technique, but there's no Centaur, there's no Axe, there's no Underlord. So avoiding the Undying and still going for a Strength hero in and of itself is a tough ask, but currently there isn't really that many options for PMA if he still wants to go for that route.
No Dawn as well. That's actually pretty rough right now. 4 offlane heroes being banned up means, you have the Tidehunter or the Timbersaw, either one of those two, or you can go still for the Mars. I think Mars with the Lina is really good, and the Mars is pretty great against that Clinks. So that could potentially be the option Navi opt in for. They could also pick up the Enigma and show Level Up a thing or two of how to play with that one. They have a lot of leeway here, right? Best of 5, they're 2 games up. You can experiment right now if you really want to. And even if it doesn't work out, you have still 1 more game ahead. So there is that option.
Slardar, definitely the pick off-ish option, as they take the Tusk themselves. Pretty baller, pretty decent, but instead of the Darkseer, they go for the target orientation. And if they really want to go tempo, once again, the Templar rears its ugly head. Weaver also being an option, right? Swarm, giving you the minus armor that you usually want here.
And we don't know whether or not this Lina is actually going to be the mid, because you can play a carry Lina against the Clinks. I think that's pretty good. You can also have a mid lane Slardar. It really depends on what Level Up chooses. If Level Up pick up a melee hero on that mid lane, anyone apart from the Earth Spirit just gets hammered by that Slardar, right? So that's something to keep in mind. But for Level Up, unless you position this Undying towards the past 3 role, you can't pick up something like a Ringmaster or a defensive support that can save you against that Corrosive Haze or just a right-click damage that will come out. They do go for the Pangolier, and if this is the mid lane Pango, Navi, they can just send the starter down that mid side and just dominate Level Up.
Pick 18 Pangolier, not giving anything away on either side so far. A lot of options for Niku, but same thing for Einkrod. You can still think it through, as Level Up will ban out the TB. I don't know what other carry pick that they can address here. There's just so many options for the Navi side throughout the season. They've shown versatility with the Kaz, with the Weaver, with the Templar. I just don't know. There's just so many good options here if you're Navi.
I think that I think it's pretty much just going to be a Lina carry because you have the Tusk, right? Very long range, great attack speed with the Fiery Soul. Tag team will give you that bonus attack damage, and no matter what offlane hero you pick, and on that point, there aren't too many you can pick.
They
The Lina will win the
Naga.
lane.
Naga. Klink's definitely the carry here. And the only option is what is going to go to the mid lane and the off lane here for the Level Ups esports side.
Who has the... Unfortunately, Level Up actually have the pick first, right? And this is one of those rare scenarios where having the first pick in this last pick stage is actually worse for you, because you're going to have to reveal where this Pangolier is going. And then Navi, because of the flex potential they have, they can pick and choose how and which lane to win.
Wraith King. Now there is a callback here. Level Up, at least, introducing new heroes to the new Dota audience. People who haven't seen the Queen of Pain or the Wraith King will now get to have that option. And
this is an offlane Wraith King.
It is the offlane Wraith King, isn't it? Right? I was thinking if WOE is showing the new things, but then I saw that, we still have the Klinks here. More than likely, the offlane Wraith King with the mid lane Pango. Navi having the option to put the Slaughter onto the mid lane against the Pangolier, or there's the option to even speed up the game even further if you go for the Ember Spirit and then face off against the Klinks with the Slaughter, which does put you in a bit of a vulnerable position.
I think you should be going for an Invoker, though, because of this offlane Wraith King pick. It's not because of the EMP
There's
burning
no
the
Invoker,
mana,
though.
it's just... There is no... Oh, it's
first
banned
phase, first phase ban. So I'm still thinking the Ember or Spirit route, one way or the other.
Puck wouldn't be bad either.
I like the Puck.
You have two melee cores, the Pangolier controlling Thunder away. The Wraith King is just so bad against the Puck. But to be fair, the Wraith King is bad against most heroes.
They go back to their gold reline. Kaz Niku will bust out the Burp Samurai more than likely. No, it's got the Juice Samurai now. They keep the Lina onto the mid lane, and PMA will move into the Slardar. And
it's such a rough lane for BB3. Like, what do you do as the Wraith King?
What do you do against the Kaz? Exactly. I was thinking, like, do you counter the Wraith King one way or the other, or do you just counter the Pangolier?
It's a Wraith King, dude. It'll counter itself eventually.
They go for the good game, forgot the Juice, and enable him to the max here. And I'm not going to lie, I really, really like the Navi draft one more time. Once again, it's the more rounded out one out of the two. And Level Up Esports, I don't see how you fight here. I'm trying to, work it out in my head what the initiation is. But even initiations in general into all these 5 heroes seems like a rough time for Level Up one way or the other.
It's also the fact that their laning phase isn't the strongest either.
It's bad.
Sure, I think
it's bad.
That off lane isn't a lane. I don't know how Crazy will help BB3. I don't know how many Crazy BB3 will be able to hit, because it's also just the fact that you have these hyper rotational supports from Navi, Redis, and Daze, who also really like to play around, right? They like to move around. That's their playstyle. And now they can rotate towards any lane they want, get any kill they want. I don't
think anything changed.
This is a rough draft.
You took away the hoodwink. I don't think anything changed for Navi. The status quo won't change.
Somehow, Dodai, Level Up pick a worse offlane hero than they had the first game around.
Yeah. Let's see if Level Up with this Pocket Wraith King will make the miracle happen. Will they even get a game here in the Grand Finals, or have Rune Eaters and this series grinded them down to a halt? There is a $25,000 bounty, though, on the line between these two teams. Second place, you're still not going to cry for $25,000, right? I would be happy with $25,000. I think you'd be happy with $25,000. But the first place prize is going to be $50,000. So I think Level Up will still fight tooth and nail, despite us, pooping on their draft pretty hard. Let's see if they can pull out at least that 1-win victory. Or, you know, we've seen reverse sweeps before, you and I.
Reverse, no.
We have seen reverse
sweeps. I don't think this is going to be one of those days. Like,
Skepticism
level of
and
finding a reverse
caster
sweep in this situation would be
a miracle.
No,
give me a miracle.
They'd have better chances winning EWC. Yodai.
It looks like Einkrad is enjoying our humor.
Battle begins.
For those of you who don't know, the players cannot hear us, and they don't have the same exact vision that we do. But one thing's for certain, peace is always an option, Toltress. And for game number 3, both teams will choose that.
You know, that's interesting. What if the players could hear us during the draw phase? As they're drawing.
That is definitely an interesting point. There's also, I've heard of formats where possibly, what if coaches can, you know, interact with the players during the game? Would that be an interesting format to actually see within Dota? But that sixth eye, right? I did talk about it with my players.
Have you seen that show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I think you've probably seen clips of it, right? At the very least, everyone has.
I mean, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was really, really popular here in Hungary. So yeah, I am kind of aware of it.
There's the phone a friend option, so you should be able to, you know, phone the caster. Hey man,
phone the caster, phone the coach, right? A lot of people have been saying, like, why doesn't Dota have like breaks, you know, like timeouts as Counter-Strike does, right, within the rounds? But Dota is kind of hard to break into rounds, maybe during defense line breaks, as Riddies seems to become the first blood. Queasy and BB3PX deep chase onto the Mirana. They will get first blood on level up.
Okay, so not that bad of a start for this awkward off lane.
Also, sorry, the thing I'm laughing at is Hatred and Daze pulling the lane into the front of Roshan. Roshan's like, what the hell is going on out there?
You kind of have to divide this lane if you're Hatred. Unfortunately, I can't imagine how he feels about playing the Undying third game in a row. I would be very curious as to what his feelings are on this matter. But mid lane, Lina is going to dominate this Pangolier, but so far Einkrad is having a decent time with his 9 lost hits. It's actually the Slardar who's struggling. 3 lost hits only for him. Sure, the rating isn't doing too terrific either. BB3 only has 4 as well.
You still got first blood.
Yeah, but they got the first blood, right? So BB3 is not going to be...
Oh, Queasy actually got the money, my bad.
He got the assist goal though in the experience, right? So it's still assist goal with the first blood is still, I guess, 2 creeps.
Core players are never happy with assist gold. I'm always happy with assist gold, you know. Just another sentry word I can buy. Yeah, Queasy and Riddies also doing their ring around the rosy with the lane. Both teams playing extremely elusively on the side lanes as Einkrad and Niku's aggression back and forth still continues. Einkrad actually taking the lead in the last hits so far, but down on the bottom lane, Queasy. Good catch on to Got the Juice. Here comes Hatred as well. They'll get the Kez. Level up in the kill lead for the first time in the whole series. Miracles happen, Toltress.
I am very surprised of why they're actually playing these supports the way they are on Navi. Why is the Tusk not with the Kez with that tag team combo? And why is the Mirana not with the Slardar? Those are some pretty, I don't know, big gaps in Navi's roles here.
Definitely a weird interaction. As down bottom we continue with another Bushwhack. Got the Juice. They did cut out the trees in the front of the tier 1 tower, but the ones behind his own tower are not addressed. And the continuation of the tri-lane, Hatred is just enjoying bullying God the Juice till the end of time. The blood grenade will miss as God the Juice is looking to deny himself, but the creeps are not aggroing him. Hatred will take the kill on the Kez once more. Walk of shame for the Bird Samurai.
I think he could have lived there. Why did he go for the deny? He could have just ran away.
Einkrad picking up another water rune, still looking to survive. Shield crash onto Niku with a little bit of help. Can they catch the Lina is the question here. Swashbuckle is available, but The Hoodwink did TP to the right side of the river, not the left side, to actually catch the Lina here.
Tombstone is going to be used to save their Clinks.
Aincrad finally taken on the mid. Once finally the Dragon Slave will do its job. As Niku. Can Queasy get the reverse kill? I think not. Over here.
Yeah, you can't. Queasy would die first. Because there's always the threat of that Light Strike array. He doesn't know if Niku has it or not, right? If he has it, then the Hoodwink would die. Now, if he doesn't have it, that's another question, or rather, another discussion entirely. But Lina getting the kill on the Pangolier means that you have a lot of pressure dissipated now on Na'Vi, who were, or rather are, having a terrible time on their safe lane. Got the juice. With more levels, will recover. I am curious as to what BB3 will itemize for. Is it just the Radiance Armlet build, or is he going to be going for something else? Because off-lane Wraith Kings aren't really that common in the meta.
Down bottom, and we go onto the dive onto this Wraith King. Daze is still going to die for the tower. Took the aggro for this. They will still kill off the Wraith King, but the Wraith form could do a bit of damage on Got the Juice. As here comes Hatred from the other side. There's that decay. It is only level 2, but it will work out for Queasy as he continues to right clicks. They'll get the kill onto the Bird Samurai again, as Riddies will miss the arrow opportunity.
Also got another kill though.
All sports on the bottom as the Tusk tries to hustle into the mid lane. Power Rune for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Niku got another solo kill on the Pangolier, and I actually think for Na'Vi that's not that bad. Sure, your Kez is having a bad time, but he will be able to recover. Meanwhile, this Lina is so far ahead of the Pangolier, it's not even close. Like, Lina is nearly... will be 2,000 net worth ahead soon by that 8-minute mark.
Looking good so far as, yeah, Queasy actually ahead of Aincrad's net worth after Aincrad has died already 2 times on the lane. Daze coming in to add insult to injury onto the mid lane as up top, PMA pulls the aggression. Queasy's not going to go help Aincrad. Very well timed aggro coming out from Na'Vi as the attention span of level up will be pulled towards the top lane to save the Clinks. They will take care of the Pango and will continue to pressure onto the mid lane.
BB3 will now have to play a semi-carry role for level up because their Pangolier is not going to do anything. This is a Grandmaster Pangolier being dumpstered on this mid side. Na'Vi clearly are very okay with their Kez not having a good time because they realize that they'll have the opportunity to create that tempo just with that Slardar and Lina. Eventually, you'll have that Blink Dagger. Eventually, Niku is going to be able to snipe away heroes all across the map, and then the Kez can farm.
Kez already being left alone as onto the mid lane. They will try and focus on the level up side. BB3PX joining in. Level 5. No reincarnation just yet. They try to get on top of Niku, but as they lose Aincrad, they're going to try and carry up Queasy to get that bushwhack off in 2 seconds, but it could just be enough with Woe. Niku goes down for the first time this game, and as the Lina dies, they'll just turn their attention onto the next target and the next and the next as Daze with the ice shards could just block this off. Queasy doesn't have the reach, doesn't have the mana, but we'll certainly try. There's no finding in the trees. They won't stick around for Power Rune number 8. Queasy finally manages to punish Daze, turning his own weapon against him, and a haste rune will spawn up on the top side of the river.
5-7 right now, as the one person that was having a terrific time does get taken out, so level up, they do negate the Lina who was snowballing and find a bit of recovery for Aincrad. Unfortunately, he's still going to be pretty far behind, and the dynamic is not going to change. You still want BB3 to farm, and he is finding his farm. Actually able to play against the Kez is a very impressive for him, considering, well, there's not too much information we have on what a Wraith King can do, but it does seem he's not going to be going for the Radiance build. They don't want to play greedy.
Desert build it is. They're going to...
Desolator.
Pressuring towers. Finally, something of that manner coming out from level up. And I'm not going to lie, I like this build. Although I would accept the Desolator from Woe, as he is building it himself. Split Push of Death as the approach coming out from level up. Possibility.
I'm not sure if they can actually go for that because you have the Lina. You have insane amounts of counter push, not to mention you have the Tusk, so they have some certain amount of AoE damage, especially with the Starstorm too. I don't think you can go for a death push if you're level up, you kind of have to counter out Navi at that 15-minute mark when they look to increase the tempo.
Warrior, there anything that they can catch their hands on, put their hands on right now as Niku will get the Moonlight Shadow as the assistant's Hatred. Gonna try and song himself up. Riddies hits the Sacred Arrow as they will keep contact onto Niku. BB3PX going a little bit too deep. No reincarnation still at level 7. This will eat an Urn of Shadows. They don't get the Lina, but they will still lose both their supports with this dive.
BB3PX? Surely he doesn't get the skill. He's wasting his time here.
He doesn't get any kind of XP from that Sentry Ward either, so they'll just look to run away. There's still 7 stick charge, and with the Vampiric Aura, he tries to re-heal, gets... Oh, he finally levels it up at the very last second against Niku. As Hatred holding on to a little bit more of that HP with the Soul Rip, but will just get crushed into a million pieces by God the Juice and Niku.
Wo does find the kill on that top side. They take PMA out, but unfortunately, it's still a 2,000 to 3,000 net worth advantage for the side of Navi. Level Up went for a very deep play to try and take out the Lina, which did not work out, and now BB3 is just pretty much just dead.
Down bottom, gets shut down, no reincarnation available. As, of course, with the 2 cores, once again, got the juice. The slicing and dicing. They'll take care of the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane as well.
And I don't think the Wraith King Blink Dagger is all that much more powerful compared to the Slardar Blink Dagger. It does the exact same thing, except the Slardar Blink Dagger is an AoE stun, and then you have the Corrosive Haze, which increases the damage your team is able to dish out. It's,
oh, that shard is just so nice, isn't it? Right, once you get it as well. Blink shard, and then immediately you have that Corrosive Haze going out on AoE than anything else.
Not very exciting. But I don't have
There's Riddies. Securing the mid area, as you mentioned, with the Starstorm, it's kind of easy to keep this lane shoved for as long as possible. And Navi, once again, they have options. We're back to game number 1 status of things.
2,000. Yeah, I mean, it is still a stagnated lead, but eventually it will increase. Now, they have been able to delay that Slardar Blink Dagger.
Hold on, Toltress.
The question is for how long?
Mid lane, just a little bit of an approach, but I really thought Niku was going to go engage. Not bad. Had the double damage rune, and I really thought he was going to go for it, but they eye up BB3PX instead.
Aincrad is going for a Hand of Midas.
I believe that's a bad sign.
It is when you start to make that Hand of Midas at the 12-minute mark.
Oh, Niku. That's the beautiful setup from the Moonlight Shadow. Gets stunned by BB3PX, but the slow burn, it's not going to be enough at the end of the day. Niku just looks to TP the hell out of here at the end of the day, as Woe will be approached. Snowball will eventually catch. Good reveal onto the Clinks as PMA comes in to execute the Clinks.
Quick and easy kill, and that should be his Blink Dagger. It's going to fly out towards him, and now this is going to be, once again, Navi's time to run over Level Up. They're just going to constantly look for kills, and I'm not sure how an offlane Wraith King actually prevents you from increasing the tempo that Navi Jr. bring. I'm not sure how this Hand of Midas from the Bangalore is going to help them either. I really do think this 3,000 lead is going to become a 10,000 lead by that 20-minute mark.
Maybe even more. 20-minute mark. Yeah, I've seen them do it faster in game number 2. But definitely that blink. And now this smoke. This Moonlight Shadow is on cooldown for 50 seconds. But they are on the hunt for another catch. Niku. See Aincrad on their tower, but jumping him is a little bit overzealous. But they might just have to do it. Shield crash out. Aincrad, shield crashes nothing, actually. As their smoke plan goes up in smokes, they'll look to disengage instead. They're just everywhere. How comes the Dire Scanmo thought he could touch the lane at all? But apparently not. Clinks is just stuck here. What do I do? What do I farm? Where can I go? Guys? Guys, can you create some space?
Position. As soon as he does, the Slardar is just going to jump him. But
he goes in with a
tower.
He's
can.
just, you're under vision. He's just being a bounty hunter from position 3, isn't he? You're tracked. We see you.
Wraith King also has his Blink Dagger, so BB3 can potentially look to make plays. The only problem is your Pangolier has a Hand of Midas. So the follow-up is very clearly missing from level up side.
Oh, and PMA has that shard queued up already. Things are on the
Maybe
downwards
you'll have to
trajectory.
rely on your carry to come in now. Woe has a Desolator.
Trying to disengage the TP just in time. PMA absolutely and basically embodying his namesake. And Navi, they are looking to continue the lossless streak here in the grand finals. And the 5k net worth lead already at 50 minutes in Toltras. I think the definition of rough in the dictionary looks a little bit nicer than what we are currently seeing right now.
Yeah, they're relearning the meaning of the word rough on level up. They're trying to go for a Smoke of Deceit play, but I'm not too sure of who they're going to be able to catch.
They go on to the
And even if
Lina.
this will work.
Let's see if Daze can teach them to despair. PMA with the find. Jumps into the 5 of them. It's not an axe, but it will still guarantee them 1 kill. Eventually, the Burning Army, at least the Skeletons, will take out at least the Stardar, but got the juice engaging. Will take out WOE, and onto Hatred they will turn. They don't really care. Even with the reincarnation, BB3PX will not be guaranteed even a single kill. Daze gives him the right hook, even in the death form, and he will not let you touch your Priestess of Salamene. 4 dead, but let's see if it will be 5, as Einkrot's still running away from Niku and got the juice. 4 it is at the end of the day. And another 2,000 net worth lead picked up by Navi.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't even get a single kill in that team fight. Like, they have a Desolator
They got
on that
one.
Lynx.
They got one.
Did they?
PMA. PMA died.
Okay, so they got the offlane Stardar. They got 172 gold as opposed to giving away.
It's hard to be
1461.
supportive. It's hard to be supportive of the boys at this point. Level up are
Yeah,
just
it's
crumbling.
really hard.
And to be fair, they've been playing since 11 a.m. today. You know, there's that excuse of just losing stamina, losing tempo. Competitive games are definitely more tiring than your average
Yeah,
pubs.
but I would imagine though that the chance of winning 25,000 extra dollars
It's a good motivation. Yeah, it would motivate me as BB3PX.
That would invigorate me. I
Good stun.
would not sleep for days if you give me that chance.
I would drink that coffee for sure, but BB3PX, he needs a bit more than coffee. He needs more life, but he's not gonna get it. Tries to turn out to at least get the Riddy's kills, but will fall before it happens. WOE also dead again as PMA revealing their shard. Oh, the Slardar's cooking you alive. As Daze constantly throwing out the insults or the tauntage at this point, but honestly, what can you do? No bushwhack against that Slardar when he jumps in, as Squeezy will just slowly burn down. Thanks to Lelina. As onto Anchor, they will go to Sacred Arrow, will be blocked up by the neutral creep, but Niku coming in with the Light Strike Ray will not actually hit the Pango before the roll.
But that's about Rolling Thunder wasted, and at the end of the day, level up, they are trying to decrease the tempo by Navi by trying to create some pressure, but they got team wiped, or rather, they lost 4 heroes in the second last fight. They lost 3 heroes now. It's clearly not a good look for level up. 10,000 of a lead, 2 minutes earlier than what I predicted, and Wolf's just gonna die again.
Bad position for the carry, bad position all around, one way or the other.
Defend tier 2 tower, he pings on Bo. I don't think they can defend that position.
I don't think they'll have that position for long either. In general, as Einkrot.
Redis is about to overtake the net worth of this Wraith King of BB3.
Yeah, it was actually Queasy that was very close to Einkrot's net worth just a few minutes ago, as Einkrot is still looking to recover, trying to get that Aghanim Scepter online, but gets approached by God the Juice and executed, as is BB3PX on the other side of the map. Niku on the hunt. But yeah.
By the way, if now we win this game, which does seem ever so likely, they'll have won the first EPL Masters without dropping a single map.
I think they need to be invited next season as well.
I mean, if I would imagine that the organizer will invite them again if they're this strong, you know. Yeah, and you kind of have to invite the champions of the previous season to your next iteration.
Your shrine has fallen to the radiant.
20 minutes in, sub 20 Roshan. Tormentor available in 30, but until then, why not shove out the mid lane and the bottom lane one more time, just for good measure. As in terms of objectives, we have 3 tier 1s already lost on the side of level up, as only the bottom. Safe lane, tier 1 tower. Navi has taken 13,000 net worth lead is exactly what we get sub 20 minutes in from Navi, as they're just absolutely bringing the paper form of their performance, the expected result, and even more.
Yeah, pretty much the expected result. I can't help but feel that Rune Eaters may have actually been able to take a game off of Navi. Like this level of performance has been very underwhelming.
Finally an approach onto the Lina. This could be the kill. They'll get her for the second time this game. It's nice, but you know, they lose Tormentor and Aegis for this.
It's still a 15,000. The lead actually grows despite them being able to take down an
Kill the Lina,
unstoppable
exactly. That's why they lost the Aegis, they lost the Tormentor. It's not enough gold, right? They just don't really
have
have
that scepter now built up for the Pangolier. There is a world where the Slardar starts to scale down because he is a Slardar, but that isn't happening for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So
But will this Axe do anything? Ultras, that is my biggest concern. It's nice, you know, you got Axe on Pango, good, great job. But there's no Blink, there's no Basher to go with it. No Diffusal Blade to actually get you there. It's looking rough for a level up one way or the other. But this is just goes to show you, Navi are just a level on a different level than these teams. And they've proved it, right? It's not just a title. Oh, you get EPT, whatever placement. If you're a mouse, you get top 8 in EWC. At the end of the day, the synchronicity and good team fighting and good drafts is what Navi is bringing us here. Great Dota, as they will find Queasy. They will punish the steal during the draft of the Hoodwink by killing off Queasy himself.
and they're making it look so easy. Like for Navi over here, kind of feels like all they had to do was show up today. And Level Up aren't giving any kind of a fight. And you know, for in a best of 5, it is a marathon. But if you're in the marathon, you just
can't give up.
waggling off to the side, right? You pick up an offlane Enigma in game number 1. You pick up an offlane Wraith King in game number 3, which surprisingly worked for them in the early game. But then your mid lane was just having a horrible time.
Yeah, Dota, this is truly the long walk. There can only be 5 players that will survive the competition. Only one team will actually get that grand prize, and still, you know, you still get a little bit of compensation if you are top 4 here at EPL, because that's how prizing works here. But at the same time, you do have to put yourself out there and level up. They're not Taigalung soloing here for sure, ladies and gentlemen. They're just having a rough time. I do appreciate them trying to make a different approach one way or the other. But at the very same time, this Wraith King, this Pango, the different approaches for them are just not working out. The Desolator doesn't come out. Hatred just dies, and I think BB3PX could be next, but you don't actually find him before the TP out.
16,000 of a lead right now. It will probably be a 20,000 lead by that 30-minute mark, maybe even more, because at this point, I can't predict how many more losses Level Up will take. You now have the BKB for PMA. He does not need to care about anything Level Up bring to the table because he can just jump in without any second thought.
Redis tries to get the solo kill on Aincrad, actually. This is how confident Navi are feeling as Aincrad. Will roll on through Niku, if anything else, but Rolling Thunder once again wasted for Nada, as Got the Juice will reveal with the Raven's Wail, but at the same time, TP out in time, going out from Queasy. Will at least guarantee them one more life. But the tier 2's being pressured. Eventually, that last one should fall on the safe lane.
BD3 Oh, never mind.
Good catch.
God.
Oh, no. Yep. Definitely WOE going down. BB3PX looking for the turnaround. But yeah, once again, now that this reincarnation was wasted, DMA. Finish off the Wraith King here.
And that's the difference between an offlane Wraith King and an offlane Slardar. The Slardar just does more because of that corrosive haze, armor reduction kicking in. Both cores fall for level up while the Pangolier continues to find some semblance of farm, but that's all it is. And this offlane Wraith King Dodai is not only going to be overtaken by Redis, but also by Daze, both supports of Navi. He might just actually get overtaken by his own supports.
At this point, anything is possible, right? But we shall see. The double Desolator build ain't really working out for level up so far. I do remember a time when it was kind of a tradition to be going for these negative armor heroes against the Slardar, but this ain't that patch. As BB3PX, they go on to Niku, but Drinking Buddies along with the snowball coming out as WOE is just smashed into smithereens. Without the clinks, you do not have the damage, and as the Wraith King dies, one more approach coming out from BB3PX to at least get the Daze kill. They will get that one, but got the juice immediately engaging. On to Greasy he goes. No more backline for you as Hatred will die. You might as well just call it at this point as Eincrod revealed. BB3PX will adhere to that. And 26 minutes in, the fastest of the finishes so far, but once again with a 20+ K lead, Navi will whitewash the grand finals here at EPL Masters 3-0 as they make it an extremely convincing performance, as you predicted, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked like the superior team this entire tournament compared to everyone else. Maybe Mouse could have given up a better fight, maybe someone else, maybe Rune Eaters, but at the end of the day, Level Up beat every other team out there as well. And unfortunately for Level Up, they just couldn't get their drafting set out straight for their entire series.
But we have seen Level Up try and make it work with traditional lineups, right? In the upper bracket finals, they did go for those really good meta picks, etc., etc. At the end of the day, Navi are just a tier above everyone else. Not a single game dropped. To be fair, they did not have to go through the play-ins. They did not have to go through the group stage, unlike some other teams here at EPL Masters. But yeah, as a group stage invitee team, Level Up have proven themselves yesterday on the Asgard Championships, and maybe even that, revealed a little bit more of their approaches into the game. And Navi, with CY at their backs, have actually all the tools in the world to actually outpredict, outdraft, and outplay Level Up Esports in this competition. But yeah, that was EPL Masters, ladies and gentlemen, the last tournament before TI. I hope you are as excited as we are. Less than 9 hours to go at this point, and with TI coming up, sadly, Navi will not be there, but this is definitely a $50,000 compensation for them, and a massive whitewash victory of 3-0 in terms of the grand finals.
Yeah, it definitely, and I like you pointed out, Level Up did come in from the group stage, so massive kudos to them for making it this far. And I would like to point out that even though they lost, in a pretty bad way to Navi, it's still the fact that Level Up have improved to a massive degree, winning a tier 3 tournament, coming all the way up to the grand final of a tier 2 tournament, and I do consider this to be a tier 2. And not to mention, they made it to the EWC for the first time this year. So there are some very positive signs of life for Level Up.
Oh, actually, a little bit of a caveat. I did say that Level Up were a group stage invitee. That's not true. They actually clean the up and the play-in stage with a massive amount of 13 points. They won all their series, right? But yeah, they have made the long journey, actually. So you can make it into the EPL Masters final from the play-in stage.
That's
survive the group
even more
stage.
Impressive.
So overall, Level Up played the most games overall in this whole tournament. And I mean, kudos to them for even making it down here. All our other competitors didn't make it into the grand finals. And maybe the result would have been a little bit different, right? If a different team would have made it into the grand finals in and of itself. But Navi proving themselves overall for the last competition before TI. And anything else to say, my friend, before we send it off?
Well, I'm excited to see what three other teams will be invited to the EPL Masters next time around. I am of the opinion that this kind of format is great. Normally, where in other tournaments, the Fishers of the world, you used to have just a play-in, and then you would proceed directly into the playoffs. Over at EPL Masters, we had a play-in stage where you had the invited teams, and you had a group stage where several teams were invited. Then you had the play-in teams qualified through, and then you had the playoffs where more teams were invited and teams had to make it through over there as well. So it's a lot of Dota, and it gives the opportunity, the platform for, honestly, I can't remember the last time where you had this many teams actually participating in one singular tournament.
Yeah, there are other formats as well that are being tested, and hopefully you guys like this one. And yeah, happy TI tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Do enjoy the international. We'll be back with season 2 after that as well. But until then, 3-0 for Navi, and it's good to have them back. Let's hope that they will keep on soaring. 3-0 for Navi versus Level Up.